Reality is dull and gray. Who would want to live there anyway? Happiness is a plug away. We learned that mantra as children, each sing-song repetition of those words solidifying the truth in our little minds. The sooner we can plug that black wire into our heads, the better. Reality is dull and gray. I doubt we even needed the chant. Every moment in the gray city confirms it. Who would want to live there anyway? Fortunately, our time in the gray city is minimal, just enough to eat and go to work. Life begins when we plug into the center of reality. Happiness is a plug away. I never imagined that I would come to doubt those words, that the place I used to run to would be the place I'm trying to escape. It all started in a hot tub. Party at my place. It was a message from Gaius ML0257. He had attached a port link, which, at the tap of a button, would instantly transport me to his party. I'd go, but there was no rush. I rolled out of bed and took a shower. Hot water was a commodity only available IC, that is, in the COR. And I took advantage of it often. Showers weren't necessary. You didn't really get dirty or smell IC. But what was necessary IC, besides doing what you wanted? And I wanted a shower. The floor was a dark gray slate, which felt nice and cool on your bare feet. The ceiling was mostly one large window with a view to the sky, and the shower, which took up an entire corner of the room, had an obscene number of shower heads. It was my oasis. Shower complete, I got dressed and pressed the port link on my interface. Instantly, I was no longer at home, but at Gaius's house, in the heart of the party. I didn't see Gaius right away, but that was no surprise. There were lots of people around. Some I knew, most I didn't. I grabbed a drink and wove through the crowd, around the massive pool, toward the hot tub. On my way, I made a few selections on my interface and switched into my bathing suit. When the hot tub was finally in sight through the throng, I was glad to see a few open seats and Gaius himself relaxing in the water. Gaius was unique among the people I knew. It was almost a universal rule that no matter how old you were, out of COR, everyone I see is somewhere between 20 and 30. Gaius, however, presented himself as somewhat older. He had gray flecks in his hair, and his beard was perpetually in the 5 o'clock shadow region of length. He had an olive complexion and a face that I could only describe as fatherly. Never having seen a father myself, I can only conjecture on this point. We talked for a while before Gaius broached an uncomfortable topic. "You're getting mated soon, no?" "Yeah," I replied, "tomorrow." "Are you excited?" "I haven't really thought about it. It's not much more than sharing an RU with someone, right?" "Unless you get the directive," said Gaius. He said it with a straight face. I hoped I wasn't blushing. That sort of talk is far too personal. "I hope that doesn't happen," I said, reaching for my drink, which was perspiring on the stone floor, and I downed what was left of it. "If it happens, said Gaius. "The mark usually does a good job matching people. Plus, she'll have your pictures. She'll already know what you look like, OC. "Come on," I said, throwing the empty glass behind me, where it vanished in midair. "Why are you reminding me of this stuff?" A year ago, those pictures were a source of great anguish in my life. Going anywhere OC was painful, but that trip to the Mating and Reproduction Committee was notoriously so. Still, everyone had to do it on their 23rd birthday. Trudge down to the Mark building, get undressed, and stand for the profile photos. We call it 23 for all to see. And while those photos are only for the Mark workers and your mate, they may as well be for all to see. It was a year ago, Icarus. Those photos can't still be bothering you. I snapped my fingers and my interface appeared in my hand. I needed another drink. A few selections on the screen and a new drink appeared where the last had been. "They were taken a year ago," I said, "but now someone is about to see them." Gaius understood. He was just being difficult. "I'm sure you look great, OC. Plus, you're going to see her pictures when she sees yours. It's all good." How does adding another pale, gross, naked body to the equation make anything all good? That's exactly what I wanted less of. "Icarus!" a man shouted from behind me. Turning around, I saw someone approaching the hot tub. I didn't recognize him at first, but was happy about the distraction. Icarus. Glad to see you here. Been gliding much recently? It was Van ME0823, one of my aerogliding buddies. Van was the sort who changed his appearance more than was helpful for friends and acquaintances. His face only received small tweaks, but one day he was thin, the next overly muscular. Sometimes with a full head of hair, sometimes bald with a long beard. If not for the gliding reference, I may not have known who was talking to me. Hey Van, I replied. It's been a while. Have you been up recently? Yeah, I was up yesterday. He sat down at the edge of the hot tub, dipping his feet in the water. Gaius stood up. It was good chatting, Icarus. He stepped out of the water. And don't worry, it will all be fine. When Gaius was out of earshot, which didn't take long amidst the din of the party, Van asked, What's he telling you not to worry about? It's nothing. I reached for my drink again. Oh, come on, don't hold out on me. I'm getting mated tomorrow. Were you asking for his advice or something? He asked, sliding into the water across from me. No, he brought it up, I replied, feeling the need to defend myself for even talking about all this. That's strange, said Van, brows furrowed. He should know not to do something like that. There's no reason to make someone more nervous about it. Van looked more on edge than you'd expect from someone who just entered a hot tub. Talking about life OC wasn't expressly illegal, but we'd all heard stories of people who spoke too carelessly and paid the price. Omnipol could always be watching. I'm not nervous, I said, hoping I sounded more nonchalant than I felt. Of course you are. It's okay to be nervous. It's uncomfortable, and honestly, I don't want to talk about it either. But for your sake, I'll say this. I've been through it all, and it worked out okay for me. You'll be fine. Thanks, I said, but my face must have betrayed me. He said, hitting my shoulder. It's nothing. If that's the worst we have to worry about, I'd say things are pretty good. He looked around and nodded in approval. So, how about tomorrow? He asked. Want to go gliding? Sure, I replied. Okay, I'll send you a port link when I figure out where we're going. We talked for a bit longer, but I could tell Van was still thinking about Gaius. Most of us were pretty sensitive to talking about OC stuff, and Van was especially so. He was also especially prone to speaking his mind, so when he got up to leave, I suspected that he was going to find Gaius. Go easy on him, I yelled as Van left the water. He shot me a smile as he disappeared into the crowd. A few women joined me in the hot tub soon after. I talked to one of them for a few minutes before she ended up on my lap. She was pretty. Everyone I see was good-looking. I don't remember her name. Eventually, we ported back to my place. Or was it hers? Many nights, I see ended like this. I wouldn't even be bringing it up now if it weren't for something strange that happened while we were together. At some point in our lovemaking, I started thinking about what sex is like OC, about the directive. The image permeated my mind. I couldn't focus on anything else. I saw my gray, emaciated OC body touching someone else in that way, and being touched. Which was worse. I made it through that encounter, and we parted ways after. For the rest of the night, I sat in bed thinking about it. I knew why we were mated OC. I even knew why the directive existed. But that night, for the first time, in no articulate way, I really thought about myself. Not the slim, fit, attractive man sitting on the bed, but the pale, sad-looking man hooked up to a box on the wall, and I didn't like it. The disengagement countdown cut my musings short. Soon it would be time for all of us to leave the COR, enter a period of forced sleep, and then begin another day, OC. Instinctively, I laid on my pillow and covered myself with the red sheet. This is where I would find myself tomorrow. I closed my eyes, and the count reached 1. Hours passed in an instant. Then I was awake and ready to start another day in the gray city. My thoughts followed me into the morning as I started my morning routine. I unplugged the cable from the back of my head and hung it up on the black box on the wall. Every morning, I changed into a new set of gray clothes, but this morning, I waited a moment after getting undressed. I didn't have a mirror, but I took great care to inspect my body closer than I ever had before. My skin was nearly the same color as the concrete walls around me, and it clung to my body half-heartedly. In some places, it betrayed the network of blue veins beneath. In other places, the protrusion of my ribs or hips. I raised my gaunt hands to my face. These hands were not meant to touch another person. Time for such reflection out of the COR was limited. If I wanted to make it to work on time, I had to get dressed, finish my morning routine, and get out the door. Once my clothes were on, I peeled open the plastic tray which contained my max and nutritional rations. The musty smell of the rubbery disc we called nutrition struck my nose before the covering was fully removed. The trick was to eat it as quickly as possible. My record was 6 bites. Then came the easy part. I removed the MAKS pill from the tray and swallowed it with a gulp of water. That morning, the max felt particularly necessary. Not that I had a choice whether to ingest that dazzling blue pill. It was necessary to use the COR after the workday. Still, the mood boost it offered was very welcome. My mind kept churning on the walk to work. My body assimilated into the flow of the thousands of other bodies around me. These bodies, all different in their own way, were so similar. As if a sculptor created hundreds of statues, all unique, and then drenched them in a thick gray paint. Any uniqueness faded into that ubiquitous hue with which we were all afflicted. I looked like them. They looked like me. Did anyone else feel bad about it? Work was a welcome respite from my thoughts. There was much to do on that day, and I was thankful for that. Normally, hard work was something I avoided. Still, 3 hours is 3 hours, and soon I was on my way back to my RU. Another step closer to meeting my mate. The match would be ready to view on my interface as soon as I plugged in, and for the first time I can remember, I sat down in front of that black box mounted to my wall, held the cable in my hand, and hesitated. I waited there for a few minutes, cycling through the same thoughts that had filled my head all day. One deep sigh, and I attached the wire to the back of my head. My icy body sat up in bed and snapped for my interface. The profile of my mate had arrived, waiting to be opened. My stomach was in knots, but I wasted no time opening the message. The first thing I saw was her name, Verity FL0001. The first, 0001. I'd never seen this before. I guess there must always be a first, but it struck me then. I scrolled to look at her pictures. My first response was to laugh, but something like fear quickly crept into my mind as well. She was beautiful. I had felt nothing in my life so strongly, nor in such a convoluted way. To see anyone genuinely attractive OC was a shock. Was this even possible? She had a dark complexion, much darker than mine, though that wasn't saying much. And her eyes, those green eyes were so bright. She had such a genuine smile. Her beauty should have been a happy reality to me. It wasn't. As I stared at her picture, all the fears and worries of the day were confirmed in my mind, only worse. Sure, the thought of 2 pallid forms in an embrace is disagreeable. But just one? Just me? With someone so tangible? I felt like a worm. She would take one look at me and recoil. As much as her image brought me pain, I couldn't stop looking. I pored over all her photos for what must have been half an hour. Most of the time, I was shaking my head in disbelief, taking in every detail of her body. My incredulity was interrupted by the occasional fit of laughter, either for knowing that someone like this existed, or for the knowledge that, one way or another, I would be near her. That was what I feared most, but also what I desired. Like an insect that flies into a flame, I was drawn to my destruction. I didn't finish reading her profile before she messaged me. "Icarus," she wrote. "Hello, Verity," I replied, with a shaking hand. "It's so nice to meet you. How are you?" Nice to meet me? She must have seen my pictures. Could it be that she wasn't repelled? And how to answer her question? If I told her how I was really doing, I'd probably scare her away. "I'm doing well," I replied. "How are you?" "Better today than any day I can remember," she replied. This must be a joke. Perhaps I was being mocked after all. "Why is that?" I asked, afraid of the answer. "Well," she wrote, "because I've met you." It was too much for me. I threw my interface across the room. "What is happening to me?" I moaned as I paced around my bedroom. "What is going on? What is going on?" I chanted, pulling at my hair. Composure. Eventually, I mastered myself and recalled the interface to my hand. I wish I could explain exactly what I was feeling. It was mostly fear, but fear of what? "Thank you," I wrote. And then, before my mind could even decide if it was a good idea, my hands typed out, "You are beautiful." I winced as I pressed send, nervous to bring the conversation to looks. I feared what she might say about me. "Thank you," she replied. Well, at least she didn't lie. Here, an idea popped into my mind. We should meet up IC and get to know each other. This was probably obvious, and what every mated couple was doing at that very instant. "Would you like to meet up?" I asked. "I can send a port link, if you like." "Well," she replied, and then came a longer wait than I appreciated in that moment. "I would really like it if our first meeting was OC. I don't plan to use my TP this month. I can come to you." A TP is a travel pass. Once a month, you could visit someone OC, go to their RU after work, and stay there until you return to your own RU. Limiting travel was supposed to conserve what little air we had in the gray city. Nobody ever used them, though. Allowed or not, I did not want to meet Verity OC at all. In fact, I couldn't think of anything that would make me more uncomfortable. "Oh, I don't know," I wrote. Seems a little selfish to use a TP for something like that. "I don't think it's selfish at all." Right after that message came through, I received another from Van with a port link. "Got 2 passes to the Hexapla. Come now." I had forgotten I committed to go gliding, but it was a perfect excuse to get out of this conversation with Verity. "Hey Verity," I wrote. "I'm really sorry. I forgot I had plans to go gliding. It was great talking to you. I'll message you again soon." She replied right away. "Have fun gliding. I love you." I love you? It was all too much. I shook my head and hit the port link. Flight. As far as excuses went, the Hexapla was a great one. It was a brand new gliding course, which was still only in beta release. It wasn't fully open yet. As the name implied, the course comprised 6 unique flights. It was almost exciting enough to unburden my mind of all the turmoil that had been assailing it over the last day. Almost. After pressing the port link, I appeared in a rustic lodge, furnished with hefty wooden decor and a massive fireplace. The many windows all around betrayed our elevation. There was nothing but dark sky wherever you looked. I sat down in front of the fire and basked in the warmth, knowing from the cold gust of wind that swept through the lodge every time someone opened the door that I wouldn't be warm for long. "Pretty sweet, eh?" Van said from somewhere behind me. Turning around, I saw he was already dressed to glide. He was head to toe covered in a light blue gliding suit, which made a swishing sound as he moved. He was wearing a helmet, an accessory that was less for protection than it was for comfort while gliding, and his goggles were sitting up on his forehead. "How'd you manage to get slots here?" I asked. "I only got the passes today. I've been on the waiting list for about a year now." "Oh," I replied, "I didn't even know there was a list." "Let's get going," he said, beckoning me to move toward one of the lodge's doors. "I've waited a year. I don't want to wait any longer." A few selections on my interface, and I too was in my gliding suit. Mine was red. We walked out the door onto a porch that led to the edge of the world. The icy air was palpable even through the gliding suit, but I felt warmed by the blood excitedly running through my veins. I couldn't see very far into the distance. We were high enough that it wasn't fog, but a cloud that obscured the vista. Van and I walked to the end of the porch. There was nothing but sky upwards, downwards, and outwards. This sky was unique. Not the open blue that was familiar to a glider. This sky was dense, dark, almost chaotic. I didn't feel fear. Physical harm was impossible. But there arose inside me a sense that the sky would simply swallow me up and I would be no more. We affixed our interfaces to the sockets on the forearms of our suits. These would be for navigation toward the next checkpoint. Goggles down, a quick nod, and we jumped. Gliding suits featured something like wings, which spanned the space between your outstretched arms and your body. Conceptually, this was the means by which one glided, rather than fell. But the suits had features which made the endeavor both easier and more complex. Easier in the sense that, while your arms were sustaining the pressures required to keep you in flight, there was little taxing on your muscles. Further, with the supination of your arm, you could climb indefinitely. If I tried that OC, the laws of gravity would have something to say about it. We glided through the darkness, unable to see anything more than a few feet away. If I drifted mere feet from Van, the darkness shrouded him from my sight. We relied solely on our nav systems to head in the right direction and stay together. The cold air was penetrating every part of my body, but it only amplified the rush that I experienced here at the apex of the world. Suddenly, we broke through the monolith of clouds and recoiled at the intense light that replaced the darkness. The light was more shocking than the cold had been. I forced my eyes closed with a wince, but the brightness was still difficult to endure. I couldn't quite fathom how so much light could make it through the mass of clouds above. When I regained my sight, I had the idea to do a little trick I had learned recently. With a few maneuvers and a few failed attempts, I flipped myself over so that I was now gliding on my back. The effort yielded no answers. Above were nothing but black clouds. "This is amazing," I shouted. "Yup," he replied. "And there are still 5 more." Now that we were in the open sky, the flight became less intensive, and Van became more expansive. "Did you hear about Gaius?" he asked. "No, what happened?" "He got disconnected." "Whoa," I replied. "How long? For what?" 2 days. I tracked him down after talking to you last night and told him he shouldn't have worried you like he did." "Oh, you didn't have to do that," I said, now feeling partly responsible for Gaius's troubles. "Well, I thought it would be a friendly suggestion and end there, but he started asking me a bunch of really uncomfortable questions. More OC stuff. I mean, way worse than just chatting about getting mated." "Like what?" I asked, now intrigued. "I shouldn't even repeat it," he said. "Can't even give me a hint?" With a sigh, he whispered, "He was talking about the void." I rarely even thought about the void, let alone talked about it. I could see why Van didn't want to repeat their conversation. We glided on in silence for a while, until I muttered, "Why would Gaius do that?" "Maybe he's cracked," Van replied. "I hope he's okay." "He'll make it," said Van. "I wouldn't want to be him, but he'll survive." We flew on for some time, gradually approaching the first checkpoint. "So, I only ask because we talked about it yesterday. How'd it go with the mating?" "Oh, pretty good, I think," I replied. "Did you talk to her yet?" asked Van. "Yeah, we talked a little. She seems nice." "What's her name?" "Verity FL 0001. 1? Pretty cool." We arrived at the checkpoint and stopped for a moment to get our bearings. The structure looked similar to the first lodge, though perhaps less cozy, but that may have just been because there was less contrast between temperatures inside and outside. Once we entered the building, the world outside was no longer as we had left it. The cold, mountainous terrain gave way to a vast ocean. "The second course is more challenging, I hear," said Van. We wasted no time, walked to the other side of the checkpoint and out the door. What lay before us did not look like a gliding course at all. It looked like we ought to have brought a boat. Still, there were no boats in sight, but plenty of gliders. So, we watched. One by one, gliders would jump off the platform and fly straight for the horizon. All at once, though, they would vanish. We looked on for a while, and then at each other. With a shrug, we jumped off. It was a minute or so of nothing but ocean below, and then we saw what was at the end of the horizon. The water dropped off into a massive basin, which, from our height, looked like it contained hundreds of writhing snakes. As we swooped down into the basin, gliding just above the surface, the snakes became discernible as columns of water emerging from the basin, twisting, intermingling, and then returning to their source. We couldn't talk much during this course, as we spent all our attention and effort on evading these obstacles. Even if we avoided the columns of water, there was no avoiding getting wet. The white spray emanating from each column drenched me within seconds. The speed of the wind rushing by was the only salvation from the droplets of water constantly barraging my goggles. Between columns, and occasionally, because of sloppy gliding, through them, we traversed across the basin. This course was certainly more challenging than the first, but when I think back, gliding through that dense darkness left a more lasting impression. Before I knew it, we were at checkpoint 2. We landed on the platform and entered the building. Again, the scenery changed as soon as we were inside. Vast ocean gone, in its place was a tropical paradise. We stepped outside and part of me wanted to take off the gliding suit and simply enjoy the warm breeze. We were on another mountaintop, but this one looked down on a series of islands strewn across the clear blue water. Nothing to this one, but to enjoy the weather and the scenery. We flew along coastlines, through lush jungle landscapes, and even through a few tunnels. This flight was the opposite of the last one. Pure relaxation. "Hey Van," I said, as we glided over the gentle waves. "Can I ask you a question?" Van sighed. "Go ahead." "Did you meet your mate OC before you moved in together?" "Huh? No." "Do you think it would be strange to do that?" I asked. "Yeah, it would be strange. Why?" Verity asked to get together OC. He said, leaving the sound of birds and the waves to fill the silence. "Maybe she just wants to get it over with, you know. Like waiting a year to move in together seems like something hanging over her head." "Would you do it?" I asked. I wouldn't want to, but if she gave a good reason, I might. It always helps to start on the right foot. Nothing worse than getting into an argument. OC. "I'll have to ask. That could be it. Do you spend much time with your mate, IC?" "Not much," he said. "Every now and then. It's kind of odd knowing what each other looks like. OC feels sort of fake." It is sort of fake. We reached the third checkpoint, but this time, when we got inside, the view through the window didn't just shift, it disappeared. Outside was nothing but blackness. "Oh, I've heard about this one," said Van. "Some people love it, others hate it." "What is it?" I asked. "You'll see." When we emerged out into the blackness, it was clear where we were. Not visible through the windows of the lodge were the countless stars and planets spangling the expanse beyond. None were near. Nothing was near but blackness. Even my nav system showed no landmarks, nor the next checkpoint in the distance. This one is timed. After a certain amount of time, the checkpoint appears. I could tell I would be someone who did not like this course. "So, we just glide around for a while?" I asked, turning toward Van. But Van was gone. "Best get it over with." I plunged into the blackness. I fell for a while. There was nothing above, nothing below. There were stars in the distance, but no amount of gliding would take me any nearer. Eventually, I engaged my glider, but even then, I was most inclined to close my eyes. The feeling of helplessness abated a bit if I couldn't see how little I was moving. It was terrible. How could anyone enjoy this? Here, feeling small and alone, my negative thoughts flooded back into my mind. Whether my eyes were open or closed, the image of OC Icarus sitting unconscious in my RU would not leave me alone. I thought of myself and millions of others all sitting there, eyes closed. Or were they open? I had no idea. We were all so close to one another, yet all completely alone. I thought of the gray city. I hated these thoughts, but I hated the idea of not having them even more. Van was waiting for me when the checkpoint finally appeared. He must have enjoyed the course more than I did. "That was fun, no?" "No," I replied. "I guess they were right," he said. "You either love it or hate it." Course 5 was like Course 2 in that there was a challenge element to it. We emerged into an open sky, but the platform itself was divided up into gated corrals. I stood there for a moment, wondering if I was supposed to do something. The gate soon opened, and something that resembled a giant bird swooped down from above. I took off after it. It probably wasn't possible to catch the creature, but in following it, I was led through a series of rings suspended in the sky. The bird twisted and dove through all the rings effortlessly. I followed, though with difficulty. I may have missed 1 or 2 rings, but I was overall satisfied with my flying. It was a welcome change of pace from the previous course. Soon, the bird began to climb. Up, up, up. We climbed higher and higher toward the sun. I felt the growing warmth on the parts of my face that were exposed. The bird fell into a dive, but something inside me, not a conscious part of me, said, "Keep climbing." I continued my ascent toward that bright light. Higher, higher, up into the sky, until I couldn't climb any further, not by my will, not because my suit stopped working. I had reached what must have been the edge of the course. It was like an invisible ceiling, albeit a soft one. Still, there was nothing left to do but turn around. With some disappointment, I descended and finished the course. The final checkpoint appeared in the distance, and my avian friend had already shot off in a different direction. Van and I both took our time walking through the final checkpoint. We knew the end was coming. We emerged high above a massive cityscape. This city was not like the Gray City. Its buildings were full of character and diversity. Down below were vehicles and pedestrians moving about. This city was full of life. We jumped and swooped down into the midst of the bustling metropolis. I doubted the city was real, or that the people were real. But there was a unique story on display in each face I passed. There were couples holding hands, people buying food from a street vendor, a man running to, or was it from, something. Some even noticed us above and waved. We glided between the buildings, turning here and there at a whim. While the weight of sadness had lifted, as I looked upon the sea of faces below, my mind was drawn to the thousands of gray faces plugged into a machine in another world. I was flying above them all, yet I was with them. Together, we were all alone. Somewhere during that last flight, I became sure that I would go see Verity OC. I still didn't want to, but I knew I would. And whether it was beautiful or awful, it would be real. We landed on the final platform and sat down. "I see why there's so much hype surrounding this course," said Van. "Yeah. Thanks for inviting me. It was great." "Hey," he replied. "How about you get on the list and bring me along next time?" Deal. I ported back home and sat down on my bed. Stomach in knots, I stared at my interface for a few minutes, starting and deleting a dozen different messages. Why was I agreeing to this? Finally, my trembling finger pressed send. "Let's meet OC tomorrow. I can come to you." She replied right away. "Thank you so much, Icarus." I took a shower and returned to my bed. Verity. The morning came, and I unplugged, too aware this would be a day when I would not plug back in until disengagement. When was the last time that had happened? All the emotions that had flooded my heart ossified into a placid resolution that this was happening and nothing would change it. I looked around at my small residential unit, the only place I can remember living. A small room with gray walls, gray floors, a bed, a chair, and of course, the black box that takes us all away to a much better place. Verity's RU would look the same, but going there felt as unfamiliar as visiting the void. The details of the morning were like any other day. To anyone looking on, there would have been no indication that each moment was monumental. I ate breakfast, changed into new clothes, and went to work. The whole day differed from any other, if only in my mind. I kept looking at people around me and thinking of their lives. This guy is going to the COR as soon as he gets home, I thought. Was I being condescending, as if I was any different? I would be plugging in like the rest if it were up to me. Still, there was some small part of me that was proud to be doing something OC. All my pretensions of superiority disappeared when the end of the workday finally arrived. As I left work and headed toward Verity's RU, all I felt was terror. The walk to her RU was short, each nervous step on those gray streets drawing me closer to my fate. There was never a moment when turning back was not an appealing option. In my trepidation, I noticed, for the first time in years, one of the many billboards hanging over the street. It featured the face of the director of L District, Enoch ML0030. He looked down with a stern, yet somehow also comforting countenance. Next to his face were the words, "Show you care, conserve your air." Despite my slowness, the short walk soon concluded. I had arrived. Her building looked like mine. All buildings looked the same. But as I entered, the uncertainty was crippling. I took the elevator to the 107th floor and walked to her door. I stood at the door for a moment, working up the courage to knock. I remember I had intended to knock 3 times, but my third knock struck thin air as the door flung open. There she was. "Icarus!" she squealed. I could hardly take her in. Her arms were around me before I could say a word. I stood like a rag doll. Perhaps I would have crumbled to the ground if it were not for her embrace. She grabbed my hand, pulled me into the room, and shut the door. She jumped onto the bed and patted the mattress next to her. I sat down. She was facing me, sitting up on her bed, smiling. I still hadn't said a word. "Thank you for coming," she said. "I know it was an odd request, but I really appreciate it." "Oh, it's no problem," I replied, still in a daze from her hug. Beyond that, what could I say? She sat there smiling, looking me over in apparent satisfaction. She looked completely comfortable, completely herself. No amount of pictures could have prepared me for what she was really like. Her words, her gestures, even the way she looked at me, she was speaking an unfamiliar language. I felt like I was beholding some small part of her, yet her entire self was wide open to me. I simply hadn't the language to read it. We sat in silence. All the while, Verity sat there looking at me. I couldn't hold her eye contact, so I looked down at my hand scrunching up the gray sheet on the bed. Why was this so uncomfortable? Verity's "Are you" could have been my "Are you." They all looked the same. I've lived in a place like this my entire life. The only difference was the presence of another person. How could existing in the same room with another, even one so friendly, so beautiful, be so difficult? "Icarus, are you happy?" I thought about it for a moment. Had Verity asked me if I was comfortable, or safe, or entertained, I would have answered yes without hesitation. Am I happy? I repeated the question slowly, dwelling on each word, hoping it would reveal an answer. I don't know. Verity reached out and put her hand on mine. My first reaction was to pull away. This was what I had feared. If it weren't for the unexpected warmth that filled my chest, I may have stood up and left. Instead, I looked up at her softly smiling at me and tried to reciprocate with an awkward smile of my own. "I'm not," she said, "but I love you." "How can you love me? You don't even know me." It came out more aggressive than I had intended. "Well," she said, taking a moment to think about it, "if I'm prepared to spend the rest of my life with you, I ought to love you. Perhaps I'll love you more when I know you better." "You have to spend the rest of your life with me," I said. "What does that have to do with anything? The way I see it, it's not good to be alone, but I'd rather be alone with you." I had the idea to say something about us not being alone and having lots of company I see. But a memory from the day before flashed into my mind. I pictured everyone sitting alone, unconscious in their own gray boxes. But here we were, together in one of those very gray boxes. "Verity, I am really happy that we got mated, but I don't understand this." "What don't you understand?" she asked. "You wanting to meet OC, you being so happy to see me, saying you love me, all before meeting me once. But not just that. I can't explain it." She moved over to me on the bed so that we were side to side, and she put her hand on my leg. "There's not a lot in this place to be happy about," she said, as she scanned her small "Are you?" "And in my opinion, things don't get much better, I see. From what I can tell, this," she motioned to indicate both of us, "is one of the only real things we get. But somehow, they have us afraid to even enjoy that. I'm not afraid of you, Icarus." She turned to look at me. I was nearly too ashamed to return her gaze, but I met those emeralds of her eyes with as much courage as I could muster. I knew what she was asking me. "I am afraid," I said. Courage is the word. Speaking that sentence took more courage than my decision to go and meet Verity that day, but it was all the courage I had left. I wanted to be with her. I even wanted her to know me, but it didn't feel possible. I hardly knew myself. Covering my face with my palms, I wept like a child. But those tears of fear and sadness occasioned what was, to that point in my life, the most intimacy I had ever experienced. I fell into Verity's outstretched arms and melted into her embrace. She held me tight as I sobbed into her shoulder. I still remember the softness of her neck, the feeling of her hair upon my cheek. She was telling the truth. She wasn't afraid. Despite my appearance, despite my fear, and despite my soaking her shirt with tears and probably snot, she held on tight. I held her as well. As dejected as I was, perhaps because of my dejection, I held her like she was mine. At some point during my lamentation, I began to speak. Perhaps blubber is the better word. I uttered the same 3 words like a chant. I love you. Did I love her at that moment? I did, in my own ignorant way. But I had opened myself up. I looked and acted like a fool, and she loved me. Having come from a world where there was no opportunity to be weak or vulnerable, this sort of acceptance satisfied me deeply. It was like a man going around his entire life thirsty and finally learning there's something called water. The crying must have ended eventually, but before it did, Verity and I were kissing. Only a few minutes before, this would have been the most uncomfortable situation imaginable, well, perhaps only eclipsed by what follows. But now, after this stint of openness, it was as natural as could be. If I had any reservations, they were indiscernible through the mounting desire that grew up in my chest. Soon, we were lying down. Soon, we were naked. Soon, what had been the greatest fear of my life resolved into the greatest joy I'd ever experienced. It was unlike anything I had ever done. It was real. It was laden with risk. It was full of love. And then it was over. We laid next to each other for a moment, her arm spread over my chest. I broke the silence. Well, it's nice to meet you, I said. She laughed. We both laughed. Indeed, it's nice to meet you as well, she replied as she pulled the gray blanket over us. She drew close and kissed my neck. It felt so natural, like she'd been kissing me for years. I guess we should probably get to know each other in some other ways now, I said. Oh, I almost forgot. She hesitated. What is it? I asked. Well, I know this is asking a lot, but I was hoping since we are together now, that you would be okay with not... What? Not doing this with anyone else besides me. Upon finally getting it out, she winced as she waited for my reply. I replied. I took a moment to mull it over. It was an unexpected request, for sure. I was still reveling in what had just happened. That made things easier. I was about to say yes, but then something occurred to me. Are you willing to do it, I asked. Yeah, of course, she replied, heartened by the question. Okay, that works for me. Really? Yeah. Thank you, Icarus, she shouted as she threw herself on top of me and gave me a kiss. I laughed. It seemed, especially with her so close, that trading every other woman in the world for Verity was a trade in my favor. Really, she said, rolling over on the bed. Thank you. I've been nervous about that. Why? I asked. I figured most people would just say no, and there's nothing I can do about it. No, I mean, why do you ask it at all? I was more interested in what was going on inside her mind than I was in the answer to that question. But it seemed like an appropriate place to start. I can't say exactly, but there is something good about close relationships, and I think exclusivity is one way to get closer. Everything about Omnipol works against people getting too close, so I'll do whatever I can to fight that. Despite my newfound comfort, I hesitated to talk about Omnipol. I had no reason to believe Omnipol could hear us, OC. I'd never seen a camera or microphone anywhere. People probably didn't do enough activities OC for Omnipol to care. Still, I couldn't help but lower my voice. You think Omnipol does it on purpose? Seems to me like it's just the way things are. It's not their fault we're running out of air. Verity scoffed. What? I asked. I doubt we even are running out of air. And if we were, it probably is their fault. That's crazy, I replied. Whatever. How would I know? But there's more than that keeping us from each other. Say there is. What can you do about it? I'm doing it, she said, eyebrows raised. Okay, keep doing it then. Just don't get into trouble. I couldn't believe how different I felt after such a short time with Verity, never mind the physical closeness, which was a miracle in itself, but lying in a bed casually chatting about pushing the boundaries with Omnipole? Thanks for the permission, she said, kissing my neck. Speaking of trouble, I said, ignoring her sarcasm, can we continue to meet OC like this? We each have 1 TP a month, so I don't see any reason we couldn't meet twice every month. Yeah, I replied, but I'm not sure if it's safe even so. I mean, they know I'm here. I tapped my forearm where each citizen of the Gray City has their tracker chip installed. Let them know. It's not illegal. I guess we'll find out, I said, trying to sound less concerned than I was at the prospect of getting into trouble with Omnipole. We can always see each other icy in between. I guess, she said, followed by a gagging noise. Oh, what's so bad about meeting IC? She raised an eyebrow and opened her mouth to speak. She must have thought better of it, and instead just shook her head. We talked under the blanket for hours. I wish I could say that it was entirely natural for me. Despite feeling much more comfortable with Verity, my discomfort with life OC did not go away. I was starving. Our nutritional rations were calculated to supply energy for a day largely plugged in. I was also, I'm not sure if bored is the right word, but something like it. Life OC lacked the constant movement and stimulation I was used to. I enjoyed every moment with Verity, but I wasn't good at it. Soon, it was time for me to leave. We got dressed. Verity's shirt had dried by then, but there was a noticeable white stain where my face had been, and we said our goodbyes. One last hug, a kiss, and I was off, through the Gray City to my RU. On the walk home, I stopped in front of another billboard high above on one of the buildings. Show you care, conserve your air. I looked into the eyes of Director Enoch. I had never doubted a single word written on those notices spangling the city. But, for a moment, I wondered, was it true? That moment was fleeting, though, as my mind was occupied with much more important thoughts. And before any of those thoughts were adequately mulled over, I was back at my RU. I had a little time to plug in before disengagement, and I did, mostly so I wouldn't feel so hungry, but I didn't do anything. I just sat around thinking of all that had recently happened. The nice thing about disengagement is that no matter what's on your mind, sleep always comes. Loves. Moving on from a life-changing experience is strange. I woke up the next morning expecting the entire world to be different. I felt as if I would step outside and the sun would be shining, each passerby would greet me with a smile, and every moment would be laden with immense significance. That illusion was shattered at breakfast. Nutritional rations still tasted awful. In reality, nothing beyond the space inside my head was different at all. Even that space was far too often filled with the same nonsense it had been for the past 2 decades. Old habits. The sense of superiority that I had had the day before, having made it through a real experience, was already fading. I had positive thoughts about the time with Verity, but I was eager to get back to the COR. In those early days, I saw my relationship with Verity as something that I could assimilate into the framework of my normal life. Sure, we would differ from everyone else in that we also enjoyed interaction OC, but all in all, life would be no different. Having, I felt, earned it, I was eager to spend time with Verity IC that next day. Here, we would be more comfortable in general, and I would be much more comfortable with myself. So, as soon as I plugged in that day, I sent Verity a message. You want to come over? Her reply came right away. Sure. I sent the port link, and, in a moment, she was in front of me. As soon as she saw me, she burst into a fit of laughter. Despite her radiance, especially while laughing, I understood she was laughing at me. Why are you laughing? I asked, trying to seem amused myself. You look ridiculous. Huh? What do you mean? I couldn't gather exactly what looked ridiculous about my appearance. I was dressed normally. There was nothing odd about my face, no over-the-top changes. You look nothing like yourself, she said. At those words, I noticed Verity was nearly identical to herself, OC. Isn't this better? I asked. No, it's silly, she said, tilting her head, gazing at my face. I waited until her examination was complete and asked, "Do you want me to change it?" "Of course I do." Okay, I replied, a bit disappointed. There was a setting on the customization menu of the interface to revert to the way you look OC. This was typically so that you had a starting point to make improvements. Most people retained some of their OC features when they designed their look IC, so it was only a few selections and I was standing before Verity as that thin, pale man she had met the day before. "Much better," she exclaimed. Can I just fix a few things?" I asked, most dissatisfied with my appearance. Of course, only Verity would see me like this, but even so, there was a reason I chose not to look like this, I see. "I like you as you are," she said, "but what do you want to change?" "Well, perhaps making myself less pale to start." She thought about it for a moment, rubbing her cheek with her knuckles. "I guess that's okay. After all, you get more sun IC than you could OC. I mean, not really. You know what I mean?" I smiled and started adjusting settings on my interface. Too dark. Still too dark. Come on. No amount of sun could make you look like that. Closer. Good. I still looked pale, but it was an improvement. "How about some weight? Come on, I look sick." "Fine, but don't try anything unrealistic." Again, I got to work. "Stop. Too much. Go back." With a sigh, I settled on a far less muscular, though eminently realistic version of myself. "All right, one last thing. Let me take this mole off." I pointed to the mole on my jaw under my right ear. "No can do. I like it." I put the interface down. There was no use asking for anything else. "This is all easy for you," I said with a scoff. "Not all of us are naturally good-looking." "I appreciate the compliment, Icarus," she replied. "Still, the real you is much better. Stick with this." I would stick with it as long as Verity was around. I saved it as a preset on my interface. But I wouldn't be caught dead looking like this around anyone I knew I see. Our meetings I see were less spectacular than I had hoped. Verity was every bit as beautiful and every bit as loving, but she was less expansive. We both knew that there were certain things that you just didn't talk about IC. Omnipole could always be listening. And while she saw any time spent IC as lacking, I was intent on making the best of it. That first day, I showed her around my house. I could tell that even she was impressed with my bathroom. She wanted to try the shower. I was happy to oblige. I was looking forward to reprising our encounter from the day before, but this time IC. Despite the many shower heads, the pleasant setting, and a soft, comfortable bed, I had to admit, something was missing. It was still great, but I wondered if Verity wasn't onto something about interacting OC. When we were all done and dressed, we took a walk on the beach. We were sitting on the sand, looking out over the water, when she said, "I still have my TP. When would you like me to come to you?" "It's only the 3rd day of the month. We ought to wait a little, or else it will be a long wait until we get next month's TPs." "Ugh," she moaned. "You're right." "I know you don't want to hear it, but are you sure we should max out our TPs like this?" I asked with hesitancy, unsure whose displeasure I feared more, Verity's or Omnipole's. "Of course, I'm not sure, but it doesn't matter right now anyway. Like you said, it will be a while before we can meet again." This talk of scheduling gave me an idea. "Hey, would you want to go on a vacation together? I've got one I've been meaning to use for a while." "A vacation? It's been years since my last one. Where is it?" I was checking my interface for the details when her words registered. "It's been what? What? You haven't taken a vacation in years?" "No," she replied, ignoring my incredulity. "Why not? Don't you like getting out of work?" Vacations were one of the few ways you could ever miss a day of work. OC. They lasted 2.5 days OC. When you scheduled a vacation, the COR automatically notified your work that you would not be there for 2 consecutive days. Because of the time differential between IC and OC, those 2.5 days equated to 5 days of vacation time. Why would I want to get out of work? she replied. I like working. I don't love my job, but work is fine. I was at a loss. How does one respond to such a ridiculous statement? With a sigh, I returned to checking the details on the vacation. It's called Pleasure Glade, I said. Pleasure Glade? She asked, pursing her lips. This isn't one of those vacations, is it? No, nothing like that, I replied. Looks like lots of swimming, hiking, and eating. All right, sounds good to me, she said with a shrug. We didn't have much time that day to plan, but the preparations gave us something to do together for the next few days. I spent some time with Verity IC each day, though it was usually not all day. She humored me, but I could tell she didn't love life IC. This was tough to process. What life was there otherwise? She was always vying to use that next TP. This situation really worked for me. I loved Verity, and I loved that she was available whenever I wanted her around. But I was also happy to have time for my other love, life IC. At this point, neither of my loves got in the way of the other. I was happy. Despite Verity's disdain for life IC, I sometimes caught glimmers of enjoyment on her face as we prepared for our trip. One day, we went clothes shopping. It wasn't something I normally did, but it was something we could do together IC. Strictly speaking, clothing stores were unnecessary IC. You could try on and purchase clothes on your interface anytime, but to some, it was a regular activity. We set out at the beginning of the day to one of the larger shopping districts in the COR. Our goal was to find 3 outfits for each of us: swimsuits, hiking clothes, and something nice for the evenings. I didn't frequent these districts, so I found myself taken aback when I first saw the sprawling host of shops we would soon be wading through. Racks of clothing spilled from open awnings, while the glint of jewelry could be seen from afar, arrayed behind storefront windows. A steady stream of shoppers poured from shop to shop, some chatting with friends, others eating something bought from one of the many food stalls along the sidewalk. The first place we visited had everything I needed to check off my list, but to my surprise, Verity wanted to try another store. It was an ordinary request, but in these early days, I was filled with hope any time she was interested in doing anything I see. There are lots of other places to look, she said, shaking her head at a collared shirt I was trying on. How do you know you won't find anything you like better? I don't know, I replied. But what's wrong with this? Nothing's wrong with it. If you don't find anything better, we can come back and get it. I didn't like the idea of coming back to a store. Why come back when I'm already here with items I'm happy to buy? But I didn't object further. Verity didn't even try anything on at the first store. Perhaps she knew going in that this one didn't have what she wanted, but I should have appreciated it while she wasn't trying things on, because in the next store, she tried on everything. Fortunately, trying clothing on took nothing more than pushing a button over the rack. In an instant, you were wearing the item in question. I learned quickly that clothes shopping with my mate put me in a precarious position. I thought most things she tried on looked pretty good, but by the 4th or 5th dress, with me saying I like it, she got annoyed. Are you just saying you like everything? No, I replied. I really like them. Well, the last dress I tried on was hideous. I tried it on just to see if you would say anything. I thought it looked good. Be more discerning. So, for the next dress, though I thought it looked fine, I tried to be more discerning. That one looks a little odd, I said, cocking my head, really trying to sell my attentiveness. She replied with a huff. I liked this one. Then you should get it, I said tentatively. It's fine, we have other places to try. Great. I will say, the next store was truly my favorite. It specialized in swimsuits. Here, I must admit, I made some recommendations. Try this one on, I said, holding up one of my selections. Yep. You just want me to wear that because it hardly covers anything. Well, I replied, I'm flattered, Icarus, but no. Oh well, I'm happy to report that we made a purchase at this store and that I picked it out. It was a 2-piece, orange and white bathing suit that, while sufficiently covering everything she wanted covered, looked fantastic on her. We both agreed. Nothing else came close. One down, the next store sold outdoor apparel. This was one of the few places on the list where we could get hiking clothes. The selection was reasonable, and we were in and out quickly. The evening dress took a few more stops, but we finally settled on a white linen dress with wooden buttons running down the front. It certainly had the tropical feel we were going for. As for my selection, we returned to the first store and bought all the stuff I had initially picked out. My clothing was nothing special, but I was very fond of the shirt I found. It was a bone-color button-up that had an interesting feature. There was a thick crimson stripe that ran horizontally across one side. There was something in the color combination and the asymmetry that I really liked. Verity didn't get the appeal, but she was happy that I was happy. Something as trivial as shopping for clothes shouldn't stick out in my mind, but it does. It felt like a bridge between two worlds. The world that I lived in, that is my happy life I see, and the world Verity was dragging me into. I didn't understand then, but I desperately held on to any part of the COR that Verity enjoyed, as if it would keep her there in that place where I was comfortable. But the reality of a bridge is that, eventually, you have to choose a side. Paradise. The days leading up to our trip were mostly uneventful. I looked forward to spending uninterrupted time with Verity, but I was also eager to skip work for 2 days. Verity told me she was excited as well, but I suspected her assurances were intended more to make me happy. When the date for our trip arrived, Verity met me at my place. A few selections and confirmations on my interface, and we were transported to Pleasure Glade. We appeared on the cusp of a vast beach, its white sand running down the deep blue crystal coastline as far as the eye could see. The sky was a lighter hue, filled with enormous billowy clouds, and along with the sand below, framed the water in an infinite panorama. The warm, humid air filled my lungs, each breath laden with the subtle taste of salt. A contented sigh from Verity was my cue to reach over and put my arm around her waist. I stared out into the water, picking out the silhouettes of sandbars some distance from the shore. Everything was teeming with activity. Birds hovered over the water, some diving below the surface, others calling loudly as they soared high above. I could even faintly discern the glimmer of fish schooling beneath the gentle undulations of the water. Verity bumped my shoulder and shook me out of my trance. "Icarus, turn around." Reluctantly, I tore my eyes away from the water, doubting anything behind me could have been more interesting. I was wrong. We stood in front of a jungle of massive trees that ran along the coastline. The only passage through the foliage was a single pathway, which we were conveniently standing on. As we passed between the trees on either side, the glade opened before us like a walled paradise. We continued straight ahead to a large building that looked like it could have grown out of the ground, like the surrounding trees. Its wooden exterior, covered in foliage, was dappled with large windows tucked into its recesses. We were still some ways from the building, and the path branched off in many directions on the way. Signs labeled each detour with locations such as botanical gardens, fruit groves, and hiking trails. As we walked, Verity reached out and plucked a pear from one of the trees lining the path. I turned to my mate, who was chewing on a bite of pear, and noticed a certain disposition on her face. She looked happy. "What do you think?" I asked, nudging her with my elbow. "Tastes pretty good," she said, through a mouthful of pear. "That's not what I started to say, but was interrupted by a kiss. We crossed a bridge over a river that cut through the glade and split into 4 separate streams running into the jungle. Beyond the bridge, we arrived at the structure which had been looming in the distance for our entire walk. Its enormity was shrouded by how open everything was. It was difficult to tell which rooms opened up to the outside, or which corridors were only gravel pathways. The lines between structure and nature, between indoors and outdoors, were blurred at every turn. A man in a suit met us as we approached the main entrance. We opted to have no AI guests present, so any people we encountered were workers, also AI, of course. He was middle-aged, slightly balding, and he donned a gracious smile. "Welcome, Icarus and Verity. My name is Alphaeus, though feel free to call me Al. I will be here to assist you throughout your stay. If at any time you need anything at all, simply clap 3 times like this," he demonstrated, "and I will be at your side. May I show you to your room?" "Sure," I replied. "Thank you." We passed through the glass double doors into an indoor paradise. The lobby surrounded a large waterfall, which fed into a stone reservoir complete with colorful fish and all sorts of plant life. But the plants were not limited to the water. Lush foliage filled every corner of the lobby, so that you could hardly see the dark wooden structure itself. The stairway to our room was wide, each step its own flat slab of gray slate. We followed Al up the steps, across a wooden bridge, and then up another set of stairs, finally arriving at a set of frosted glass doors. "This is your suite. You should find it stocked with everything you might need. Take your time to get comfortable. Is there anything else I can do for you?" "No, thank you," Verity replied. "Please, do not hesitate to call," said Al with a bow. He left the way we came. We opened the doors and stepped in. Light shined in through the far wall, which was one big window overlooking the glade. You could just barely see the blue of the water beyond the opening of trees in the distance. The main area of the suite had the same inside/outside ambiguity as the rest of the place. One wall featured a stream of water running down and through a channel in the floor covered in glass. I was excited to see a hot tub in one corner of the room, which was hewn from a stone which made up the floor. Plant life surrounded us on all sides. Even the posts on the bed in the next room were obscured by climbing vines. "Pretty nice," I said, as we explored what would be our home for the next 5 days. "What do you think?" "It's nice," she said. I could tell she was understating by the massive grin spreading across her face. "Well, what do you want to do first?" I asked. "You hungry? Want to go see what's around?" "The hot tub looks pretty nice." Perhaps she was humoring me, but I wasn't going to argue. "Awesome, I'll switch into my bathing suit," I said. "Why?" she replied. "Aren't we going in the—" I caught a glimpse of her wry smile. "Oh, right. Perfect." Lying down in bed and falling asleep naturally is something worth trying. Granted, it's probably easier when you're in a comfortable bed, a few drinks deep in a tropical paradise. The warm air flowing from the open balcony carried in the sounds of crickets and carried me to a peaceful sleep night after perfect night. Each day was better than the last. The food was delicious, the weather was perfect. It ought to have been since we selected it. And every detail I learned about my mate made me love her more. Even the details that were a little frustrating. On the last day of our trip, we were hiking through one of the many trails surrounding the glade. We trudged through the dense jungle foliage, pressing in on all sides as the warm, sticky air filled our lungs. The occasional drop of water from the trees above struck my exposed skin like a soothing reminder that coolness existed. We stepped out of the shade of the trees into the stunning panorama of a glistening pool of water cradled at the base of a cascading waterfall. A refreshing mist drifted upon us from above and instantly eliminated any discomfort from the walk. "Want to go swimming?" I asked. It was a pointless question. The water was alluring. I doubt anyone could have passed by without jumping in. We swam for hours. We climbed the waterfall and even discovered a cave tucked behind it. Lying in the sun after another bout of swimming, we were finally still enough to talk. "This is the most fun I've had in my life," I said, connecting the droplets of water on her stomach with my finger. "It's been great. I don't know what more you could ask for." Reveling in my joy, I wasn't trying to imply anything. Still, it struck upon the one dissonance in our brief relationship. "Well," she started, but must have thought better of it. "Well?" I asked. "What more could you ask for?" "Icarus," she said, sitting up, causing the droplets of water to roll down her body. "Really, I've had a wonderful time with you. But you wish we were OC, don't you? I'm glad we came here. Really." "I don't get it, Ver," I said, standing up and gesturing to the paradise surrounding us. "Look at this. It's perfect." "It's only perfect because you're here," she said, putting her hand on the side of my leg. I looked down at her and smiled. It was obvious flattery, but I loved it. I loved her. It wouldn't be safe to push the matter here anyway. "You want a drink?" I asked. "Sure." I clapped my hands 3 times, and Alpheus appeared before us. "2 drinks, please," Something cold and fruity. Right away, he said as he disappeared. I'm sure he could have created the drinks where he stood, but within moments he was back with 2 large glasses filled with a multicolored concoction. It was delicious. We spent the whole day in that little slice of paradise, having anything we needed delivered to us, even tables and chairs. As night fell, though we debated sleeping near the pool, we returned to our room, tired and happy. When we awoke, we would no longer be together in paradise. It would be another normal day. Gaius. After our trip, Verity and I quickly established what became our normal routine. We hung out less than I expected IC, but she started every day by sending me a kind message. When we spent time together, IC, it was almost always at my request. I had no idea what she did when we weren't together. Still, our time apart dwarfed our time together, so I often simply did what I'd normally do before meeting Verity. One day, as I was partway through a shower, I remembered something Van had said back at the Hexapla. It seemed like years ago, but he told me Gaius had been disconnected from the COR for 2 days. I hadn't heard from him since, so I shot him a message. Hey, you free? He responded a few minutes later. Sure, want to come over or do something else? I'll come to you. Send a link whenever. And I waited for the link. I felt strange about seeing Gaius. People are typically cautious associating with anyone who had been disconnected, at least for a little while. Wouldn't want to be guilty by association. But this was not what worried me. Part of my concern was self-centered. After all, he got disconnected because Van confronted him, based on what I had told Van. I guess that sort of made it my fault. I hoped Gaius didn't see it that way. Perhaps I was more worried about what I was thinking. I wanted to ask him about what happened, how his time disconnected was, and what exactly he had said that ended up getting him in trouble. I felt myself wanting to ask questions, wanting to learn more, but it would only lead to trouble. Anyway, if I were him, I wouldn't want to talk about it. I'd have to feel it out. The port link took some time to come, but I occupied myself in the meantime with a game I had been meaning to play for a while. I remember it had big guns and fast cars, but as I was running from the police in a stolen vehicle, the port link came through and, like that, I was at Gaius's house. It took a minute for my heart rate to go down. This was something unique about Life IC. There was always a good chance you were coming from something exciting, so people didn't think it strange if you appeared somewhere breathing heavy and in need of a moment to cool down. Gaius didn't even say hello. He walked over to the bar and mixed up 2 drinks. Gaius was one of the few people I'd met who opted to mix his own drinks, but I always enjoyed the personal touch. I sat down and waited on the couch nearby. His living room area was large and open. The lights were dim, but the soft ambience reflected off the polished stone floors and seemed to beg for the room to be full of people. There were plenty of places to sit, both at the bar and throughout the room. And in case the hot tub outside was occupied, there was another one softly churning out steam in the far corner of the room. When he returned with 2 drinks, he didn't sit down. Perhaps I was eyeing the hot tub unconsciously, or he just knew me well enough. Hot tub? He asked. Without a word, I hopped off the couch, switched into my bathing suit, and entered the warm, bubbling water followed by Gaius. So, what's new, Icarus? He asked, stretching his arms over the ledge behind him. A lot, I guess, I replied. I got mated. Of course, congratulations. Tell me about her. Her name is Verity. She's beautiful, really nice, kinda quirky. Quirky? How so? He asked, rubbing his palm across his stubbled chin. I was hoping he would ask. I figured this would be the only appropriate way to approach the subject of his recent troubles. She really doesn't enjoy stuff I see. She keeps asking to get together, OC. I'm okay with it, I guess, but doesn't like the COR? What's not to like? I mean, it's not exactly real, I guess. But why should that matter? Exactly, Gaius replied. It's not like anything real is any good anyway. Everything I've ever seen this side of that big wall of mist is not worth comparing to anything in the COR. He waved his arm as if to display all the good things before us. There it was, my opportunity. What do you mean, this side of the mist? Oh, I meant nothing by it, he said, waving his hand. Who knows what's in the void? I doubt it's any good. Listen, Gaius, I said, my tone betraying my trepidation. I'm sorry if I got you in trouble the other day. I didn't ask Van to. Don't worry about it, he said, shaking his head. I was just messing with Van a bit. I guess I took it too far, eh? I chuckled, but couldn't fathom how he could be so nonchalant about something as serious as getting unplugged. At least he wasn't mad at me. I wanted to pry more, but I worried that Gaius might not have sufficient respect for the consequences of inappropriate conversation. I guess I was afraid that if I brought up something illicit, he would answer too candidly and get us both in trouble. So, with the most pressing issue taken care of, I sat back, basking in the warm water, and occasionally taking a sip from the cold glass shedding beads of condensation onto the stone floor. I wasn't planning to ask this question, but, during the silence, it entered my mind and simply wouldn't leave. It was the same question Verity asked me when we met for the first time. Are you happy? I asked. Gaius looked at me in a way I didn't fully understand. I think it was the fatherly aura that he sometimes exuded. His face was empathetic, comforting, and searching all at the same time. He took his time to answer, taking a sip of his drink and letting out a deep sigh before speaking. I am, he replied, but not without knowing that some aspects of this life are not ideal. What do you mean? I asked, aware that we were verging on territory that might be inappropriate. Surely there are things we are missing out on by being plugged into this machine, but we have to weigh our options. Would you rather be here or out in that dismal gray city with gross food, no air, and nothing to do? I'd rather be here, I answered. Remember Icarus, happiness is relative. Maybe things aren't the best. Don't abandon what's good just because you can't have what's best. I nodded in agreement, but I was worried about why he felt the need to say that. Was I too forward with my question? Did he think I was unhappy? I enjoyed your party the other day, I said, hoping to get off the topic. Are you going to have another soon? I'm sure I will, he replied. But before that, why don't you bring Verity over? I'd love to meet her. Okay, I said, as a twinge of discomfort shot through my chest. For no obvious reason, the idea of such a meeting made me nervous. The discussion went on, but it was nothing worth reiterating. However, something odd happened as I was about to port back home. We were saying our goodbyes when Gaius put his hand on my shoulder. He looked at me with that paternal look on his face and said 3 words which would roll around in my head for days to come. Be careful, Icarus. Bugs. A few days later, it was time to meet Verity again, OC. I was happy to do it, mainly because I knew how important it was to Verity. I was also too aware that she was not quite herself IC, so I was excited to see her open up once again. It was a much easier endeavor than the first time, not the least because she was coming to me. As far as the setting goes, it made little difference. All Are Us look exactly the same. But for me, it meant I had nothing to do but go home after work and wait for her arrival. This was the easier role, but it was not without difficulty. I only had to wait a few minutes, but those minutes were boring to the degree that I nearly panicked. I had done nothing IC before plenty of times, often soaking in a vat of warm water. But there was something about the ubiquitous grayness that caused me to worry. What if I got unplugged? How could I last for days in this space? I couldn't. I would die. Those fears slid to the back of my mind when I heard a knock on the door. She was here. For an instant, though, those 2 strands of thought, getting unplugged and Verity, cohabited in my mind. And though I think of it now with shame, I said to myself, if I get unplugged, it will be her fault. I rushed to the door and let her in. She pounced on me and knocked my hello into something mostly inaudible. It wouldn't have mattered because my mouth was occupied shortly after. I quickly remembered just how real these moments were. There are so many little things that don't make it to the experiences I see. Little things like the coldness of her nose after being outside, subtle smells, the way you need to catch your breath before too long. It was better, OC. I couldn't deny it. After an intensely enjoyable time, I was finally in a place to get out the hello that Verity had tackled into oblivion. Unlike the first time we met, Verity was all business afterward. She jumped out of bed, got dressed, and sat down on the only chair in the room. Unsure why, I followed suit, sitting down on the bed across from her. "What's up?" I asked. "Well," she said, "we don't have a lot of time. What do you want to talk about?" "Oh, you pick," I responded. That was the right answer. As I soon learned, she had a list of topics she wanted to get through. Work. What's your service to the state? Work was something that people didn't talk about IC, probably too depressing, and since people didn't interact much OC, work was never discussed. Still, I did not want to answer her, not because I was afraid to tell her anything, but because I didn't want her life to be any worse, and anyone who knew what I did for work would certainly enjoy their life less. "You don't want to know," I told her. "Oh, come on," she jeered, tugging at my arm. "It can't make me think any less of this city." "You will regret it," I warned. "Stop wasting time." "All right, grab one of my nutritional rations," I said. She opened a small cupboard built into the wall and pulled out the tray which contained one of those grayish-green discs we ate each morning. "Do you enjoy eating these?" I asked. "Of course not," she replied. "But honestly, they're not so bad." "Are you sure you want me to tell you?" "Yes." I sighed. There are 3 key ingredients that go into these rations. They are called staples A, B, and C. I work in a plant that produces staples A and B, but my work is concerned with the production of staple A. "Okay," she ushered me on. "What is staple A?" "Staple A is 2 types of insects, bilgeworms and cutter beetles." "That's not too bad, I guess," she mused. "That's not the worst part." "Oh. The area of the plant that produces staple A is a tower. Each level has floors with many little holes. These holes exist to keep larger materials on the higher levels, while the smaller ones eventually fall to the next level. We open and close them at set times to allow the insects to eat and lay eggs before dropping down." "What do they eat?" Verity asked. I was happy to see a bit of concern in her countenance. "Mostly dead humans." "Ah, I was afraid that might be the answer." "Sometimes we'll get animal carcasses, but it's mostly people." "So, what do you have to do?" "Most of the processes are automatic. I usually don't even see the bodies in any form that would be recognizable. Even the bones are collected automatically and used for something else. Still, sometimes a bone or something will get stuck and I'll have to go in and clear it out. Sometimes I redistribute the insect larvae if they are collecting only in one place." "That's horrible," she whispered. "You get used to it." "Ugh," she shuddered. "No going back now, I guess. What are staples B and C?" "When the process I described is complete and the bones are all cleared off, all that's left are millions of insects and some sludge that I'll leave you to imagine. They collect the sludge and take it down to one of the sporification chambers. They spread it out and mix it with fungal spores. The fungi eat the sludge and become staple B." "Okay, so bugs and fungus?" "Staple C is a mystery to me, but it has to do with our wastewater." "Of course it does," she yelled. "Bugs, fungus, and poop." "Well, it's probably not poop." "It probably is. Why did you tell me this?" she moaned. "You told me to." "You shouldn't have listened to me. How am I supposed to eat now?" "Imagine being me." "You just said you are used to it." "I still have to eat it." "Yuck." "Fine. I forgive you," she said. "But let's talk about something else." "I guess it's your turn then," I said. "What do you do?" "Artifact disposal," she said. "What's that?" "It's not as disgusting as your work, but it's terrible in its own way. My job is to track down and destroy any books, analog recordings, analog video, pretty much anything that exists outside the COR. I didn't know any of that stuff existed anymore. Omnipol wishes it didn't, but there's enough of it around to keep us working for years to come. So, you just wander around the city looking for this stuff? Where is it all? I wouldn't say wander. They tell us where to look. Most of it is in old parts of buildings, businesses, and factories that are no longer operating. Sometimes we get called to join raids on RUS. That's the hardest part of the job. Poor folks get disconnected for having a couple of old books or photos. What happens to the stuff you find? I asked. Everything gets scanned into the artifact database. From there, some other department decides if any information should be published on the COR. Then we burn it. Have you ever come across anything interesting? I asked. Lots, she said. We're not supposed to open or read anything we collect. But sometimes I accidentally read something. Lots of records of business from long ago. Cookbooks, letters, photos, all sorts of proof that life wasn't always like this. She lifted her arms as if to show invisible chains hanging from her wrists. How can you be sure it was better? She rolled her eyes. Best not to push it, I thought. Well, I asked, what's the most interesting thing you found? She thought for a moment. A flash of remembrance struck her face, then it was gone. Did she not want to tell me? Come on, Ver. You can tell me. I reached out and patted the side of her leg. I guess it would have to be a book I found, maybe a year ago. I was clearing out one of the lower floors of a building. Lots of buildings have old stuff on the lower levels. Most of the time, they just build RUS right on top of them. This book was old, even by the standard of all the old stuff I typically see. It was called The Void Treader's Manual. I'm guessing you read it? What was it about? I asked. Well, it was about the void. Did you know people live out there? No, they don't, I replied. I didn't believe it at first either. But this book explained lots of things about the void that I had no idea about. Hold on. How can people live in the void if they can't even cross the mist without dying? I don't think that's true. One time, I had to work clearing out a row of homes which were right by the mist wall. It was a pretty big deal. We had official escorts bring us past all the fences and walls and guards until we were right there next to the mist. I mean, at one point I was nearly close enough to touch it. She reached her hand out as if the wall of mist were right in front of her. Anyway, for a week prior, they gave us special Macs. They told us that these Macs would protect us in case we accidentally touched the mist. I think it's the other way around, though. I bet it's whatever is in the regular Macs that causes the danger, and if you just get all that out of your system, you would be okay. What would make you think that? Oh, it would be just one more thing Omnipol uses to trap us here, she said. That's ridiculous. Whatever, she replied. You asked me the most interesting thing I've found, and that was it. And since you asked me, I'll say, I think the void is a lot more interesting than anything in the COR. You would? We were both more than a little annoyed, but Verity found these OC encounters far too valuable to waste. She quickly changed the subject. She had a seemingly endless stock of questions for me, for most of which I had lackluster answers. I persuaded her to continue the conversation in a more comfortable position. She joined me in bed once more, and though our clothes remained on, it made the time much more enjoyable. She asked about my hopes and dreams, of which I had none. She asked about my fears, my friends, even about people I didn't like and why I didn't like them. Before the end of the night, I had a question for her. She was lying on my shoulder, no doubt considering what to ask next. Verity? I said. What made you like this? She shot her head up, scanning my face for the intentions behind my question. Apparently satisfied, she resumed her previous position. Every day I get to see small glimpses of how things once were, she said, tapping her finger on my chest. Each photograph or little handwritten note I find makes it hard to look at anything the same way. But is it better to cling to scraps of the past than to enjoy what's in front of you? I asked. She looked up at me and smiled. It would be better to seek that life, even if I could never have it. Why not do both then? I asked. Enjoy what you can of the past and enjoy what you have now. I thought back to our vacation. As incredible as it all was, she just couldn't enjoy it the same way I did. She took a moment, tapping her chin with her thumb. Her eyes never left mine. I guess I don't want to get too comfortable here, that's all. I didn't grasp the significance of those words until much later. It was probably for the best. I wasn't ready. Too soon, Verity left into the night. I plugged in. Fall. Every day looks the same, OC. Wake up, go to work, get home, plug in. Strangely, though, you could say that every day I see looks the same as well. Wake up, do whatever you want, disengage. Nothing exists to make one day stand out against another. The closest thing we have to a special day is what's called a media drop. As I've mentioned, creativity is not something that we citizens of the Gray City particularly excel at. We don't play instruments, we don't write novels, we hardly come up with our own jokes. All the same, we have an abundant supply of music, books, which are seldom read, games, films, and even jokes. This is where the media drops come in. Every so often, Omnipol releases a cache of media into the COR, and right away, this is what everyone is listening to, everyone is watching, and everyone is talking about. There is always something to do, I see, but these media drops keep things fresh. It was the week after I met with Verity OC for the second time that we got a media drop. I, like everyone else, quickly set to perusing the new quarry of entertainment. I never was really into movies, but I enjoyed playing games. I browsed the titles and came across one that looked like a lot of fun. It was called Project Transcendence. It looked like a zombie game. Lots of action. Why not? A few selections on my interface and I was in the game. My vision was blurry. My ears were ringing. I lifted my head from the floor and tried to get my bearings. Before I could make out anything going on around me, I heard a woman's voice in my ear. Evan, are you okay? Slowly, I surveyed my surroundings. I was in what looked like a control room. There were screens, knobs, levers, and lights all over, but many of them were damaged and flickering. Turning around, I saw why. Something at the back of the room must have exploded. Rubble littered the floor, and what must have been a door behind me was now a gaping hole in the wall. Dr. Adams, come in! Who is this I was hearing? Who is Dr. Adams? I stood up and took stock of myself. I was wearing a white lab coat, singed in some places, filthy in others. Still attached to my breast pocket was an ID card. Dr. Evan Adams. I guess that's me. I tried talking. My voice was unfamiliar, lower and gravely. Hello? I said, unsure if whoever was speaking to me could hear it. Evan, the voice responded. Are you okay? I think so. What happened? You tell me. I have no video coming from root, and the numbers from all the branches are going crazy. Did something happen down there? Something exploded, I said. Something? Can you be a little more specific? What happened? I don't remember anything. There was a long silence. You are in the root control room, no? I guess so, I replied. Is the master inhibitor okay? The what? I responded. Another long silence, followed by a sigh. Look toward the back of the room, to the right of the door. There should be a large spherical device with a bunch of cables running from it. It should be glowing blue. It's not there. Neither is the door. No. This can't. Those first words I heard were in my ear. The next were in a loudspeaker overhead. Attention staff and patients. There has been an explosion en route. We are entering lockdown mode until the situation has been resolved. Please remain calm and stay where you are. The main fluorescent lights above dimmed, and a series of red lights flickered to life all around. Beyond the control room, I heard a series of doors shutting and mechanized locks clicking into place. Evan, what do you remember? Do you remember me? The voice in my ear continued. No, I don't remember anything. Oh boy, she said. Well, I am Ada, your assistant, and... Never mind. You are Dr. Evan Adams, the lead supervisor here at Dendron. Say, are any of the monitors still working there in the control room? I surveyed the remains of the control room. Yes, I replied. A few. Okay, tell me the number labeled under the largest functioning monitor. 3.17. Okay, hold on. Soon, the images on the monitor switched from various charts and tables to what looked like the top-down view of an architectural map. The structure resembled a large tree, with corridors and rooms spanning the roots, trunk, and branches. This is Dendron. You are here in the root control room. A room lit up at the bottom of the map. I am here at branch control room. Another room lit up in the center of the branches. What is this place for? I asked. Dendron is the site of Project Transcendence, a series of studies seeking to push the limits of human capabilities. And I'm in charge of it? I asked. Yes. And it's gone wrong? Yep. Okay. So, what exploded and what sort of damage has it caused? Well, you are the person to answer that question, but I'll try my best. Each branch of Dendron, there are 5, as you can see from the map, focuses on expanding a unique element of the human potential: intelligence, strength, endurance, swiftness, and vital recovery. We do this by slow, diffused radiation targeted at specific genetic markers within the individuals living in each branch. The device that exploded is what limits that radiation to appropriate levels. Okay. As soon as the lockdown was initiated, all radiation treatment halted. But Ada's voice trailed off. But everyone got a big blast of it in the meantime? I asked. It seems so. Our control rooms are shielded, but everywhere else. What do we have to do now? I asked. Why don't you come to branch control? We can figure it out from here. Now, Dr. Evan Adams was ignorant at this point, but I was aware that I'd chosen to play a zombie game. So, some spoilers guided my next question. Ada, are there any weapons here en route? Just in case. En route? No. There's a workshop down the hall that might have something. The only weapons we have at the facility are in trunk. I'll stop at the workshop then. Can you guide me? You got it. I looked around for something in the control room to wield, even a pipe or something, but there was nothing. Of course, these games never give you anything good early on. You'll want to make a right as you exit route control. The workshop is on the way. I have very few video feeds, so you'll have to keep me updated. Your ID card should open any door, even in lockdown. I stepped to the hole in the wall, which was once a door, and peeked out. There was nothing but industrial-looking hallways, lined with red lights as far as the eye could see. There was nobody in sight and nothing to hear but the buzz of the light bulbs above. I took my first steps down the corridor, careful to look behind me often. The sealed doors on either side passed by at regular intervals, and I scanned ahead, hoping that each oncoming door would be closed like the others. I jumped when I heard Ada in my ear again. I see you, she said. You're coming up on the workshop. It's up ahead to the left. I looked around for a camera but couldn't find one. Still, it was comforting that I was being watched. I kept walking until Ada stopped me at the door to the workshop. Is there anyone inside? I asked. I lost video in there. I can't say, she replied. I stood in front of the door and listened closely. I couldn't hear anything. Slowly, I pulled the ID from my pocket and ran it across the panel next to the door. It lit green, and the door slid open. The lights in the workshop were dim and reddish, like everything else since the place was locked down. I stuck my head inside and looked around. The room contained an array of workbenches, all cluttered with tools and machinery that were foreign to me. I saw no signs of movement and crept inside. Air laden with the smells of grease and metal filled my lungs. The door glided shut, and I anxiously searched the wall behind me for the scanner, in case I needed to escape quickly. I couldn't hope for a gun, but without walking further into the room, I looked around the workshop for something long and heavy. And there it was, a crowbar hanging on the wall at the far end of the workshop. It would have to do. Slowly, carefully, I stepped toward the crowbar, eyes darting in every direction. I passed between 2 workbenches, now nearly at my objective. Subconsciously, I picked up the pace. I was nearly running now. I reached out my hand for the crowbar when something caught my leg. I fell to the ground but immediately scrambled to my feet, searching for the culprit. And there it was, on the floor, barely sticking out beyond the workbench. A human leg, and, well, the rest of a human. It was a man. He was bald, lying face down, and wearing blue coveralls. He wasn't moving. Evan, what happened? Everything all right? Ada must have heard the commotion. I caught my breath and tried to respond as calmly as possible. I'm all right. Someone's dead in here. Yup, she replied. Yup? Did you know that? Well, I told you I don't have much video, but what I can see from here is not good. I haven't seen any other survivors. I grabbed the crowbar and turned toward the exit. But before I made it to the door, a noise caused me to freeze. It was a groan. It was coming from the body on the floor. The body moved, slowly standing up. No reason to stay. I knew what was going to happen. I ran to the door and keyed it open. After leaving the workshop, I looked back inside as I waited for the door to close. The zombie was sprinting toward the door. Oh no, the kind that can run. Its face showed no emotion, but the telltale signs of decay were apparent on any skin that was visible beyond the coveralls. It let out a shriek as it bolted toward the still open door. Happily, the door closed in time. Unhappily, the previously silent hall now rattled with a cacophony of shrieks, groans, and bangs. Evan, I heard Ada in my ear. Something is happening. Thanks, I replied. It wasn't real, but the sensations that accompany fear were very real. But for the moment, I was still safe. All the doors were sealed, and if you couldn't hear the din of undead pushing up against each of them, you wouldn't know anything was wrong. I kept walking, led by Ada, who gave me more details than I really appreciated about the state of things. Soon I came to a large door at the end of the hall. The word trunk spanned the door in big capital letters. Evan, began Ada. I have no video feed from the main corridor in trunk. Be careful. No video. I feared what that meant. I took a deep breath and opened the door. Clutching my crowbar, I watched as the door lifted, and I was right. This hallway was not empty. The first zombie was near enough to the door to notice it opening. This one was wearing a white lab coat. It broke into a dash and fortunately made very little noise in doing so. I raised my cast-iron cudgel overhead and brought it down on the fetid scalp of my attacker. Though it was a direct hit, the zombie staggered but made to stand up again. Turning the crowbar, I connected another blow, this one piercing the skull and rendering my foe dead. Again. I could only see two others in the stretch of hallway ahead. The nearest was turned away, but the one beyond that was not. I thought maybe I could take the first one by surprise, but surely his friend would see. Then only one more bout and I would have some freedom to plan. I rushed, as quietly as possible, toward the nearest zombie and, learning from my first encounter, struck the end of the crowbar into its skull. The other one noticed, but my plan encountered a problem. I couldn't get the crowbar out. I yanked for as long as I could, but eventually had to abandon it. What resulted was basically what you'd expect in a zombie game. Me running around in a circle, being chased, and trying to rip the crowbar free every time I passed it. On the third or so pass, I got it out, along with a chunk of skull. I also managed to get scratched once or twice. Crowbar free, I made quick work of my remaining foe. I caught my breath. Ada, I asked, where are the guns? Not much farther. Keep going down the hall. Tell me when it begins curving to the left. I progressed down the hall, past more closed doors. Except one. It seemed that one of the doors had shut on the body of someone who had fallen in the doorway. That unfortunate undead was trapped in place, clawing at the floor in front of it. I passed right by. Finally, the hall began to curve, and as a result, reveal more enemies. Quite a few more. The hall is curving, I said. Please tell me the weapon supply is close. You must be right in front of it. Room 324. And there it was. I opened the door, hoping it would be void of any activity. And it was. The weapon selection was comforting. I picked up a shotgun, 2 pistols, and a big gun that looked like it shot really fast. I also retired my crowbar and grabbed a machete, which was lying on the floor. I didn't have to worry about how I was going to hold all these new armaments. All I had to do was reach up behind my back, and the weapon of choice was in my hand. I confidently emerged into the hallway, ready to mow down some zombies. And so, I did. The shotgun did a much better job than the crowbar, and soon, the 24 zombies remaining in the hall were dispatched. Trunk was no problem. I trudged through the long corridor, never getting closer than 10 feet from a still-moving zombie. In fact, I thought maybe this game was going to be too easy. And then I heard Ada again, but she wasn't talking to me. How'd you? No! Help! Evan! Help me! There was a brief sound of commotion, then silence. In a moment, I heard her again, this time in a whisper. Evan, can you hear me? Yes. Are you okay? I replied. No, one of them. It had a keycard. It opened the door. Where are you now? I locked myself in the bathroom. It hasn't tried getting in yet. Once you leave trunk, the door to the branch control room is straight ahead. You will see it from the door. Okay, I'll be right. But I was cut off by another voice coming from the loudspeaker. Evan Adams. The voice was low and gargled, but each word was spoken with painstaking clarity. I told you this would happen, Dr. Adams, but you kept reaching. Never happy with modest progress, you wanted more. Well, now you have it. Behold, perfect humans, as many of them as you could ever ask for. Suddenly, the red lights overhead flickered off, replaced by the sterile white fluorescent lights that lined the center of the hallway. Then came what I had been fearing. All the doors slid open. The lockdown was lifted. I sprinted down the hallway as zombies poured from the rooms on either side. I switched to the big gun and held down the trigger, trying to keep open a path. Soon I could see it, the large door at the end of the hallway labeled Branch. How could I reach the door, scan the keycard, and remain safe long enough to pass through? With no time to plan, I barreled toward the large door. There was a bit of a space between the last doors along the hallway and the door to Branch, so I forced my way past the last tranche of undead into the clearing. I nearly tackled the door as I scrambled to scan the ID card. Once I saw the light flash green, I turned to face the horde of zombies cascading my way. The door made only a foot or two of progress, and I rolled underneath. I found the scanner on the Branch side of the door and ran my ID across it. The door began to close. I had no time to see if it would work, because I had a new set of enemies to deal with. But the control room door was in sight, and it was open. I was going to run for it. Switching to the pistols, because you always run faster with pistols, I ran with all my remaining energy to the Branch control room door. Occasionally, I shot a zombie in my way, but my strategy was speed. I barreled through the open doorway, scanning the room for whatever would reinitiate the lockdown. There it was, a big red button. Of course. I dove for the button and turned to face whatever zombies made it through the door. One or two passed through before the doors closed. The shotgun made quick work of those. I hadn't forgotten whoever opened the door to the control room in the first place. Panting, I surveyed the room. There was nothing but consoles, screens, and a big wooden table. Nowhere for anyone to hide. The only other door in the control room was clearly labeled restroom. I walked over and gave it a knock. Ada, are you in there? I asked. Evan, is it safe? Yeah, come on out. The door opened and Ada stepped out. She was tall and thin, wearing a white lab coat. Her brown hair was tied up in a sloppy bun. She looked like she had been crying. Thank you, she said, throwing herself at me with a big kiss. But then she pulled away, rushed to the control panel, and began typing away. There, I've revoked all the keycard access to this control room besides yours and mine. Now we have some privacy, so I can thank you properly. She slowly walked over and sat on the wooden table in the center of the room. When she turned around, her lab coat was unbuttoned. I don't need to share the details of what happened next. The demographic for zombie games tends to be appreciative of these sorts of interludes. Any other time, I wouldn't have even thought about it. Sex wasn't a big deal, I see, and even less of a big deal in a game. But the thought entered my mind. You promised, Verity. But that thought was fleeting, and I went through with it. Immediately after, I heard the familiar countdown to disengagement. No matter where you were, I see, you disengaged all the same. It was time to leave. 3, 2, 1, guilt. The next instant, I was awake in my RU. Everything felt like it had happened just seconds ago. As I labored through my morning routine, I noticed the beginning of a tightness in my stomach. I felt it most acutely when I thought about the encounter with Ada. I had never experienced this feeling before, and I didn't like it. I could make it go away for a few moments by talking to myself. It wasn't real. That was my go-to. It was just a game. I won't do it again. You don't have to tell Verity. These mantras worked for a time, but none of them lasted for long. It was strange. In the past, I never thought much about sexual encounters after they happened, I see. But this one, even though it wasn't particularly special, even though I didn't want to think about it, even though it was in a game I see, it kept popping into my mind. I thought about it while I was eating my nutritional rations. I probably looked like a madman walking to work, shaking my head, muttering, "It wasn't real. It wasn't real," under my breath. I thought about it at work as I broke up a cluster of bilge worms. I could only forget the encounter when I was particularly busy, but by now, the tightness in my abdomen was a physical reminder of my plight. I thought about Verity too, but only in the abstract. I thought about ways I would tell her what happened, what words I would say, but then I reminded myself that I wouldn't be telling her at all. But what would I say? I had a few ideas. None of them were any good. This feeling was awful. Would it go away on its own? Maybe all I had to do was wait. So, that became my plan. Endure for a while, see if it goes away. It wasn't easy. I was regularly ripped out of the autopilot that I was so good at entering while at work. This made the workday feel like an eternity. I thought distractions would be more abundant, I see, but it was little better. I certainly wasn't going to continue playing that game, nor was I wanting to see Verity. I saw her much less frequently, to the point where she asked if I was okay. I lied and said everything was fine. I filled the time but did much more sitting around and thinking than I ever had before. My mind felt like an echo chamber. Every thought came bouncing back to me. I made no progress, just constant repetitions of the same 3 or 4 ideas. It was wrong. Okay, fine, let it be wrong. I won't tell her, and I won't do it again. No, you need to tell her. You can't go on like this. Why do I need to tell her? It wasn't even real. Repeat. I tried to wait it out. I waited an entire week. But time did not help. I felt terrible. Come what may, I had to tell her. Now it was just a matter of finding the best way to do it. Once I settled on confessing, I felt a little better. I knew she would want me to do it OC. Normally this would be unacceptable to me, but any little edge I could get on making her more amicable helped. I worked up the courage and shot her a message. Hey Ver, can I visit you after work tomorrow? I was just about to ask you that. Sounds perfect. See you then. No turning back now. The rest of the day was bad. The next morning was bad. I threw up at work thinking about it. Fortunately, I was in the cultivation chamber. Everything is gross in there anyway. Time eventually passed, and I was on my way to Verity. I'm not sure which of the 100 canned speeches I was planning to use, but by this time, I feared I wouldn't be able to speak at all. Every time I exhaled, it felt like my abdomen was going to implode. I walked along the gray streets, assimilating into the throng of pedestrians heading back from work. None of the faces around me showed any evidence of discomfort. I wondered if I was the only person in the gray city ever to feel this way. I was in the building, up the elevator, at the door. I took a deep breath and knocked. Verity flung the door open and pulled me inside. She welcomed me the way our OC encounters usually began, but I pulled away. 1 minute, Ver, I whispered. My voice was not working the way I wanted. She backed up. What's wrong? She asked. Can you sit down? We sat on the bed. Verity didn't speak, but her eyes were wide and she was biting her bottom lip. Perhaps my news would come as a relief. Was she expecting worse? I took her hand. So, the other day, I was playing this game. I wasn't really thinking, I didn't know this would be in there. She just looked at me, confused. Well, there was a sex scene, and I didn't think it really counted because it's not an actual person. Oh. She pulled her hand away. The look of confusion gave way to sadness. Ver, I'm sorry. I won't do it again. And then she started to cry. She wasn't sobbing. She wasn't even hiding her face from me. She was just looking at me, teardrops falling down her cheeks. Verity? I said, inching my way toward her. She held up her hand, forbidding me from coming any closer. I didn't dare disobey. When I asked you, I knew one day we would have this conversation. I couldn't expect anyone who lives most of their lives in that awful place to have any self-control. I scanned her face for signs of anger, but it seemed like she was merely stating facts. I'm just sick of Omnipole ruining everything. Now she was sobbing. She fell over on her bed sideways. What could I do? I just sat there, unsure of what to do. She calmed down a little, enough for me to try an apology. Ver, I'm sorry. Please, forgive me. She looked at me through her tears, gaining composure with each deep breath. Every moment of that silent stare was agony. I'll forgive you. Thank you, I shouted. Those words made me feel so much better, like a burden had been lifted. I felt confident enough to reach for Verity's hand. But, she said, stopping my advance once more with an outstretched arm. But what? You'll have to make it up to me. She didn't say it in a playful, romantic way. What can I do for you? I was going to ask you for something, but I was planning to wait a few months. Now that you're in my debt, I think I'll ask now. I didn't say anything, but I did acknowledge to myself that she had me. There was nothing she could ask that I wouldn't do at that moment. But that didn't allay my shock when she took my hand and led me out the door of her RU. I stammered. What are you doing? Where are we going? You'll see. The hallway was empty. Everyone was at work or plugged in by this time. Aside from the fear of getting in trouble for being somewhere I wasn't supposed to be, the desolation of the building gave me a shiver. As we traversed the halls, I felt like at any moment someone was going to pop out of one of the doors and attack us. Veer, we can't leave, I whispered. They will know. I held my arm up and tapped the tracker embedded on my forearm. Don't worry, she replied. We aren't leaving the building. Shh. Why? She yelled. Everyone else here is 1,000,000 miles away. She pulled me to one side of the hall and began banging on every door she passed. See? Stop it, I whispered with all the force I could muster. Verity just rolled her eyes. We were at the elevator anyway. While we waited for the elevator, I continued to push for some answers, but I received none. The elevator doors slid open and we stepped inside. Verity surveyed the buttons on the wall for a moment and then did something strange. She pressed 2 buttons simultaneously, ground floor and floor 103. She held them down for a few seconds until the doors shut. We descended, floor by floor, and a light above designated our position. Finally, we reached floor 103, but we kept going down. We descended until the elevator stopped with a ding on floor 3, but there was no elevator button for floor 3. Verity stood beside me, holding my hand as the doors parted. Life. I didn't believe what I was seeing. I was in another world. The first thing I noticed was how open everything was. I was expecting one floor, but the ceiling above rose 10 or more stories. Each floor above the main lobby formed a mezzanine, circumscribing the entire space. Verity led me over the ornate tile floor, into the center of the massive room. For a while, the only direction I could look was up. Each level of successive floors rose above the last in a beautiful, concentric array, all connected to each other through a series of staircases. It was brighter than I expected. Some of the recessed lights in the ceilings were burned out, but most were still functioning. It was brighter than any space I'd seen before in the gray city. And it wasn't gray. Walls and floors were decorated with tiled mosaics. There were colorful rugs and carpets, brass railings, and hanging light fixtures. I took in the space for a long time before I thought about what I was seeing. In fact, I just wanted someone else to think about it for me. What is this? It's an old-world housing complex. People lived here? I muttered, finally moving around the vast bottom floor. The lobby, as I'm calling it, seemed to be a common area. There were tables and chairs all over and a large fountain in the center, now dry. All around the outside wall were little shops and stands. Their doors were closed, but merchandise was arrayed across all the windows. Most of it was essentials, canned goods, soaps, razors, and stationery. Everything was dusty and faded, but much of it was in surprisingly good condition. I walked over to a small stand which featured a selection of newspapers and magazines, along with rows of gum and candy. I picked up a newspaper and scanned the top for the date. 1/4/1/26. Too many numbers. What does this date mean? I asked. All the dating standards changed once people started using the COR. It must have happened quickly, too. Look at this place. It's like everyone left all at once and never came back. But how long ago was it? I don't know, maybe 100 years? Wow. The front page of the paper was spangled with headlines and photographs, each more interesting than the last. There were articles about political scandals, some politician murdered his brother, fashion shows, economic forecasts, and weather reports. I probably could have looked at the newspaper for hours, but I put it down when Verity tugged on my arm. She led me up the large flight of stairs to the second floor. We looped around one side and took another staircase up to floor 3, then 4. Finally, we arrived on the 5th floor. There were many doors along the outside wall, each of them a burgundy color, and each of them featuring a brass number. We walked past a handful of doors until we reached one numbered 529. Verity turned the knob and the door opened. We entered what looked like the snapshot of a home as it had been a century ago. The door opened onto a living room, complete with sofas, a coffee table, lamps, and a television. Verity beckoned me to sit down on the sofa, and she disappeared into another room. Besides the antiquated look of everything and a good amount of dust, the only thing that would indicate the age of this place was the musty smell. Verity returned with 2 crystal lowball glasses and a bottle of liquor, which she set down on the table in front of me. She sat next to me and put her arm over my shoulder. This bottle was sealed. It should still be good, she said. I wish I had something else to offer, but it's slim pickings. She leaned over and opened the bottle, pouring some of the amber liquid into each of the shimmering glasses. She picked up the glass and brought it to her nose. Smells okay, she said. I was still in shock. There were hundreds of questions swimming around in my head, but I couldn't even think of where to start. How is this happening? What do you mean? She asked with a smile. How did you find this place? Lots of buildings have this sort of thing on the lower floors. They just built the RU towers right over all this. Remember, I'm in places like this every day. I've learned the elevator codes and how to break through these old locks. Okay, but how did you know this door was open? Oh, she replied. I came down here a few days ago to find a suitable spot. I cleaned up a bit too. You like it? Yeah, I do, I said, smiling for the first time. Verity lifted the glass to her lips and drank. After a tiny shudder, she smacked her lips. Pretty good, she said. Try some. I picked up the glass and held it in front of me, staring through the crystal at the liquid swirling around. And then a startling thought occurred to me. This will be the first thing besides water and nutritional rations that has ever passed my lips. It was a little daunting. Could my body even handle anything else? I closed my eyes and turned the glass, downing it in one gulp. Through a few coughs and sputters, I could feel the liquor warming my chest all the way down. Opening my eyes, I noticed an array of framed photographs on the mantel in front of me. It was hard to see them clearly from where I was sitting, but they still captivated me. I stood up and approached the mantel. It looked like Verity had already wiped some of the dust from the frames. Through the cloudy panes of glass, I beheld various scenes from the life of a family, the family whose living room I was trespassing in. The largest frame was in the middle. I picked it up and dusted it off with my sleeve. There, looking back at me through a few smudges, were 4 smiling faces. A man stood beside a woman with his arm around her waist. Her head was leaning on his shoulder. In her arms was a young child. I had no reference to tell what age the child was, but I doubt he could have stood up on his own. Standing in front of these 3 was a little blonde girl in a blue dress, donning the most exaggerated smile I'd ever seen. It was a family. Each frame was a new glimpse into their lives. The boy didn't stay in Mom's arms in later pictures. He was running around and climbing all over stuff, most often his dad. The little girl grew up too. One photo showed her dancing with a bunch of other little girls. Another pictured her with some sort of paper statue she'd made. She was beaming at the camera with pride. On the ends of the mantel were two pictures of just the mom and dad. Or, what were they called, without kids? On the left was a picture of the two all dressed up. The man was in a black suit, the woman in a white dress. They were kissing. They couldn't have been much older than I was. On the other side, the two were in plain clothes. The woman was clinging to the man's back. Her head was popping out over his shoulder. Both of their faces were red with laughter. "Photos are always tough to look at," said Verity as she took her place next to me. "Sometimes they make me happy. Sometimes they make me really depressed." "I'm not sure how I feel," I replied. "Could you imagine having a kid?" "Sure, I'd like to have your kid." "Yeah, but I mean one that we keep." "I can imagine it." I stood there a while longer, taking in everything there was to see in the living room. Despite the dust and age, despite the fact that what we were doing would surely get us into trouble with Omnipol, I found myself comfortable in this place. How nice it must have been to live in a home like this, existing among your own family, your own things. I was beginning to understand why Verity felt the way she did. After I perused the living room some more, Verity took my hand and led me further into the home. We passed a kitchen, and what must have been the kids' room. At the end of the hallway was another bedroom. Judging from the size of the bed, this one was for adults. It took a lot of scrounging to find stuff for the bed that wasn't disgusting. All the sheets, pillows, and blankets were sealed up. They came from other homes. At that moment, an obvious question popped into my mind. "Verity, how are you able to come down here and do all this stuff?" "Oh," she replied, "because my work takes me all over the place. I have a bit of leeway as to when I need to plug in. Sometimes I can spare a half hour to come down and work on things." She hopped onto the bed. "What do you say?" she said, patting the mattress beside her. "Want to give it a shot?" A certain look told me she wasn't referring to a nap. The nap will have to wait until next time, I thought. I was reluctant to leave this haven Verity had prepared, but the risk of what we had done was weighing on me. I didn't want to make it worse by getting back to my RU late. Verity followed me down the elevator, all 2 floors, and we said our goodbyes. While our words were few, we stood out among the passers-by simply by stopping for a moment and talking. Perhaps we turned some heads. I didn't notice. On the walk back to my RU, I felt the face of Director Enoch staring down at me. Each of the many signs reminded us to show you care, conserve your air, or work and then be home by 10, featured his stern yet warm visage. Before meeting Verity, I thought little about the people who run this city. I mostly wanted to avoid them. But now I would like to know what they know. Why is everything like this? Why couldn't we have homes of our own? Why couldn't we choose not to plug into the COR? This trip to see Verity was different. It was no longer me listening to her thoughts on the world as it once was. I saw it. I saw firsthand that people didn't always live the way I am living now, and I got a taste of it. I drank something real, out of an actual glass. I sat on a couch in a living room. I saw a family, if only in photographs. And if the excitement I felt at the thought of going there again was any indication, I had to admit I loved it all. I noticed, for the first time, on the way up to my RU, that my elevator 2 was missing floors 2 through 11. What world existed just below me? Meeting. Exploring that old-world building was good for Verity and me, at least right away. The real-life experiences we shared brought us together like nothing else could have. We spent more time together, I see, even if she was just tagging along to the stuff I would normally do without her. She even came gliding with me once. I was more inclined to spend time with her, OC, as well. My mind wouldn't let me stop thinking about the next time we would sneak out, what we might see, what we might do. I didn't tell Verity that, but my excitement was obvious. Excited or not, opportunities were limited, and there was much life to be lived in between our meetings. OC. Most days remained uneventful, but one stood out. I was scrolling through my interface looking for something to do when a message from Gaius popped up. "Hey, Icarus, I still want to meet your mate. You should bring her over this evening for a meal." I had forgotten all about this meeting, and while I still couldn't put my finger on why, my stomach was in knots. My first instinct was to find a way out of it, but I had no excuse, and I knew it was bound to happen, eventually. After running it by Verity, I responded to Gaius and accepted the invitation. I told myself there was nothing to worry about and continued with my day. When the port link arrived, however, my nerves returned. Verity ported to me, and after a kiss, hello, she took my hand, and we ported over to Gaius's house. We arrived in a section of the house I had never seen. It was a large room that appeared to be cut in half. We stood before a heavy wooden table in a rustic dining room. The table, set for 3, was covered in plates, bowls, glasses, and silverware of all sizes. Overhead was an imposing light fixture shaped like a wheel, with lights around the outside rim at the junction of each spoke. A few paces from the table, however, the dining room ended, and the dark wood floors gave way to white marble, where Gaius was busily shuffling pots and pans from various counters and stovetops. "Come on in!" he yelled over the sizzle of a wok. We stepped through the dining room into the kitchen and sat down at 2 stools he had positioned on the far side of an island where he placed the prepared food. "Verity, it's nice to finally meet you." Gaius pulled himself away from the range long enough to reach for Verity's hand across the island and give it something between a shake and a squeeze. "I'm just finishing up. Make yourselves comfortable." We intently watched Gaius as he moved food from one pan to another and slowly turned off the burners. "Can I help you with anything?" asked Verity. I thought to ask as well, but I knew nothing about cooking. Some people still enjoyed cooking, I see, but I had never cooked a single meal in my life. "No, I'm pretty much done, thank you. But if you'd like, you can grab the drinks I made for you 2 in the fridge." Verity stood up, opened the fridge, and paused a moment before returning with a drink in each hand. They were both different, but the one she set in front of me was one of my favorites. As I sipped and watched Gaius set out all the food in its finished state in front of us, I turned and noticed Verity examining the skewer used to affix a couple of berries together in her glass. She slid the berries off the skewer and turned it over in her hand, rubbing her thumb over the white wooden surface. "What's wrong?" I whispered, nudging her with my elbow under the island. "Huh?" she said, startled out of her distraction. "Oh, nothing. Sorry," she whispered to me, returning the skewer to her glass. Then louder, "Gaius, this all looks delicious." "I hope it tastes good," said Gaius, removing his stained white apron. "I don't cook so much anymore. Let's hope I remembered how to do it." He beckoned us off our stools and toward the dining room side of the room. Gaius served the meal, a vibrant array of meats and vegetables, as conversation flowed. "So, Gaius," Verity asked, holding a piece of meat on her fork just above her plate, "what caused your interest in cooking?" "I've always appreciated an opportunity to get my hands on things. It allows for a human touch that is so often lacking these days." "I agree," she said, reaching for her drink and swallowing the dregs. "It's worth the extra effort. This meal is a testament to that." "Thank you," he replied, leaning back in his chair with a smile. "But don't flatter me. Would you like another drink?" "I would love one," she replied. As Gaius stood up to take Verity's glass, she removed the skewer she had fixated on earlier. "How about you, Icarus? Another drink?" "Sure, thanks." With both glasses in hand, Gaius retreated to the kitchen half of the room. "Having fun?" I asked. "It's been great," she replied. But I could tell her thoughts were still elsewhere. "What's up?" I asked, leaning in her direction. "Nothing." I shrugged and continued eating. Gaius returned to the table with 2 fresh drinks in his hands. These were both the same, a deep red liquid, this time with 2 skewers, one red and one blue, each featuring bits of cut-up fruit and berries. Before he could sit down, Verity, already pulling the contents from the red skewer, asked, "Gaius, what do you like to do for fun?" "I'm pretty simple," he replied, retaking his seat. "I enjoy getting to know people, spending time with them, hosting parties. That's most of it." "Any activities? Games? That sort of thing?" "None to speak of," he replied. "How about you?" "A little of everything, I guess. These days, mostly spending time with Icarus." She gave me a wink. While I appreciated the gesture, it wasn't entirely true. Really, I was as much in the dark as Gaius about her activities I see. She rarely talked about them. I don't blame you. Icarus is fun to be around. Probably even better OC, no. I shot my head up from my food. It all came together. This is why I was nervous about Gaius and Verity meeting. Verity loves OC stuff, and Gaius has no filter. Oh, I interjected. We don't need to talk about that. But I was too late. There was a gleam in Verity's eyes. Much better, she replied. What do you think, Gaius? I've not had the pleasure of an OC get-together with Icarus, he said with a warm smile. Hopefully one day. It got quiet. I looked from Verity to Gaius, trying to gauge if this was going to be the end of the OC talk. I made some pretense of picking through bits of food on my plate as the spoked light fixture subtly rocked above our heads. Neither of them showed any signs of discomfort in the silence. My mind raced to start another topic of conversation, but nothing I thought of felt at all appropriate as the gravity of the room continued to grow. Tell me, Verity. Gaius's voice shattered the mounting silence. Do you think things are better in the void? No, this was as bad as it could get. This is what got Gaius unplugged. I instinctively grabbed my interface, wanting nothing more than to pour it away. But I couldn't. Verity looked Gaius in the eyes, but didn't speak. She stood up, collected the 3 skewers, and held them out in her palm in front of her. Gaius shook his head. She closed her hand. Everything was delicious, she said. It was nice meeting you, Gaius. She poured it away. After a moment of bewildered silence, I got to my feet. What the hell was that? I yelled. Gaius didn't seem fazed. You've got a good mate, Icarus. Why did you do that? You're going to get us all disconnected. I paced along my side of the table, running my hands through my hair. No one is getting disconnected, he replied. Don't worry. How do you know? I promise. Just calm down. You can't promise. You've already gotten yourself disconnected, and you're about to do it again. I guess we'll see, he said, slowly taking a sip from his glass. Violently shaking my head, I poured it away, back to my place. Verity was there, waiting for me. Gaius is an idiot, I said, still pacing, though now along my bedside. I don't know what he is, she said pensively. She wasn't mad. I swore she had left because he had offended her. Should we report him? Maybe if we do that, only he will get disconnected. She shot me a glare. If you do that, you're the idiot. What did I do? I shouted. I'm not the one causing trouble. He is. And you too, when it comes down to it? Just relax. If anyone is going to be in trouble, it will be Gaius. He's the one that brought it up, and as you remember, I didn't even respond. You didn't say anything, but what was all that with the skewers? I don't know, Icarus, she said, the skewers still in her hand. I was sure he was trying to say something to me. I was reading too much into it, I guess. I'm sorry. I just hope you're right, I said, sitting down on the bed. And we have nothing to worry about. Home. Well, none of us got disconnected. Somehow. And with that scare behind me, normal life resumed. I even mended things with Gaius, only with the express promise that he would never talk like he did the other night with me around. Even with my fear of being disconnected, the allure of returning to the old world section beneath Verity's RU was overpowering, so when it was time to visit Verity again, the unspoken expectation was that we would return to the second floor. Still, we had to meet in her RU first. We couldn't make the trip while people were still filing back from work. She met me at the door with a kiss, and we sat down on the bed. Our conversation was disengaged. We were both restless. Neither of us spoke about going downstairs, but it was obvious that we were just filling time. It wasn't long before Verity peeked out into the hallway. You ready? She asked, turning back to me. I stood up, and we left. We didn't talk along the hallway, or in the elevator, or on the way up to room 529. But when I walked through the door, I plopped onto the couch like I had lived there all my life. Verity brought out the glasses and the same bottle she had opened last time and poured us both a drink. We lounged on the couch for a while. Most of our conversation consisted of me asking Verity about places she had been and things she had seen. I was a bit jealous that she got to be in places like this all the time. "It's not that fun," she insisted. "Most places I go to are much more run down than this, and everything I find, I've got to destroy. It's still better than what I do." "Yeah," she replied with a shrug. "It's definitely better than what you do." After a few drinks, I felt restless. "Hey Ver, can we get into any of these apartments?" "Probably." "What about the stores downstairs?" "We can try," she said. I pulled myself from the sofa and we stepped into the hallway once more. I walked to the next door over and tried turning the handle. It was locked. Verity came up behind me and stuck something in the keyway. The knob turned and the door opened. "What is that?" I asked. "It's a universal key. It opens most locks." "Most? Yeah? Then it's not universal, is it?" "Whatever," she replied, rolling her eyes. We decided not to enter that residence. It was too dark. But we continued, door to door, until we found one that seemed interesting. Verity's hand was on a doorknob, ready to open it, when she turned to me and said, "Just want to warn you, it's possible that we will find a body if we keep opening doors." "Oh," I replied with a grimace. "Do you see them often?" "Yep." She opened the door. The room was lit and in decent order, and there were no bodies to be seen. The layout of this home was the same as 529. They were all the same, I soon learned. It had different decorations, different furniture, and different pictures on the wall. There were lace runners on every horizontal surface and framed pictures of the same white cat on each of the runners. Next to the burgundy love seat stood a table featuring more lace, another cat picture, and a small bowl of individually wrapped hard candies. I picked up a purple one and inspected it. "You think they're edible?" I asked. "They're 100 years old. They're probably disgusting." "Let's find out." I tried twisting off the wrapper, but one side crumbled to dust between my fingers. After brushing all the plastic dust off the candy, I threw it into my mouth. Yuck! I spat the candy back into my hand and scoured the room for somewhere to throw it, eventually settling on an umbrella stand by the door. "I told you," said Verity, chuckling. "No," I replied. "It was licorice." I dug through the bowl, found a red candy, and repeated the process of getting it into my mouth. "See," I said, "this one is fine." It was cherry-flavored, and even though it was ancient, I savored the experience. Besides the cat pictures and the candy, this home had little that was interesting. I perused some of the books arranged on a shelf in the living room, but they were all about knitting and something called slow cooker meals. As we tried more doors, another home also contained many books, these much more interesting. They were neatly lined up, rows of them, floor to ceiling. While the books were all arrayed with precision, the rest of the place was a mess. Most of the furniture was toppled and broken glass littered the floor. It looked like whoever lived there did not leave willingly. The books in this home all had long, confusing titles, such as The Epistemological Foundations of Virtue Ethics, On Being, An Approach to Metaphysics, The Fundamentals of Aesthetic Imperativism, and On the Nature of the Divine. I skimmed through many of them, mostly to find that I had no idea what the authors were saying. Still, I was rapt with the idea that people were thinking about and talking about this sort of thing. Never in my entire life had I heard ideas like this. No one ever asked why we exist or what the best way to live is. This was also where I was introduced to the idea of God. From my feeble, cursory reading of these books, I could tell that people were divided on whether something called God existed. But those who did believe in him gave him quite a bit of credit. According to some of these writers, God created everything, and he is keeping it all in place. Further, he has expectations for how we live. Well, I hope that's not true, because I can't imagine any of us are living in any way God would be happy with. While I bounced from book to book, reading small sections, Verity sat on the couch, slowly working through one book. I only caught the title as I was getting ready to leave. Living in the Void. "Planning a vacation, Ver?" "Maybe," she replied with a wink. Ready to head back? I asked. With a nod, she closed her book and placed it on the only upright table in the room. I took her hand, and we returned to 529. We sat down and drank some more. This was the most I had had to drink OC, and I could feel it. I think that had something to do with what happened next. Verity led me into the bedroom. We got undressed and cuddled under the covers. Surely we had not intended to, but we both drifted off to sleep. As I consider it now, I couldn't ask for anything better. Warm, under the soft covers of an inviting bed, asleep with the most beautiful woman I'd ever met. It's a shame I couldn't appreciate it then, because when I awoke, it was to the greatest horror I'd yet experienced in my life. "Ver!" I shouted, grabbing her arm and startling her awake. "Were you asleep?" "Huh?" "Verity, what time is it?" Her mouth hung open as the realization of our plight set in. "Oh no," she said. We jumped out of bed, threw on our clothes, and ran. "What are we going to do?" I asked, as we were sprinting down a staircase 3 steps at a time. "Maybe it's before 10, she said through huffs. "What if it's not?" "Go home and plug in. If anyone asks you, say you fell asleep at my place." I didn't need a plan. I needed it to be before 10. I was sweating through my clothes, but at the same time, I felt a near-constant shiver as we barreled toward the elevator. We arrived and waited an eternity for the doors to open. Verity selected floor 1, and soon we were in the main lobby of the building. I searched the walls for the time. My heart stopped. 10:55. I didn't say goodbye to Verity. I didn't even turn around. I ran through the desolate streets, under the wakeful eye of Director Enoch and his many sayings. And as I ran, I can only remember saying one thing over and over: "God, help me." I made it to my RU and clutched the black wire hanging from the wall. I looked at it for a second, hoping with everything in me that it would work, and I attached it to the back of my head. Since it was after disengagement, plugging in did not take me to the COR. It took me to that emptiness we call sleep. The next second, I was awake. It had worked. I know it did, because when I plugged in, I was out of breath. And while the stress and heavy breathing were starting up again, I could tell that some time had passed. So, despite my worry, I began my daily routine. Maybe they won't find out, I thought as I tried to pee. Something would have happened by now. I consoled myself through bites of nutritional rations. I put on fresh clothes and headed to work, trying extra hard to look as bored as everyone around me. As I worked, I kept expecting someone to come and drag me away. By the end of the workday, my neck hurt from all the times I looked over my shoulder. Despite my fears, my shift ended, and I made it back to my RU. Here it was. I would finally find out if they knew. I stared at the cable in my hand. I ran my thumb across the cold brass connector at the end. I thought about Verity for the first time all day. I mostly felt angry. If it weren't for her, this wouldn't be happening. But I wondered if she was as nervous as I was to plug in. I held my breath and attached the cable to the back of my head. Stop. I had left my RU, but I wasn't in my bed, I see. I appeared in a white room, sitting on a metal chair. I folded my hands on the table in front of me, across from which sat another chair, this one empty. The back of my chair was pressed against a wall, as was one side of the table. If I wanted to get up, I would have to walk down the small corridor made by the wall behind me and the table. But I didn't get up. I was too afraid to move. My eyes darted around the room, taking in as many details as I could. Unfortunately, there were very few to take in. Everything was white, including the closed door in front of me. Even my clothes were the same style as the gray ones I wore OC, but I couldn't find a single thread that wasn't white. I can't say how long I was sitting there. I spent every ounce of my mental energy on not panicking. Eventually, I unfolded my hands and covered my face, slowly rubbing it with my palms. It was comforting to feel physical stimulation. It also felt good to see something other than white. I had never heard of anyone brought to a place like this. Perhaps that's because people don't talk about it, or maybe they just never come back. I was startled to attention when the doorknob turned. The door opened, and a man entered. His shirt was white, but his pants were gray, and his tie was red. He was tall and thin, with brown hair slicked back and piercing blue eyes. He held a folder full of papers and a mug, which was emitting subtle wisps of steam. He walked casually to the table, looking at me with an expression I couldn't quite pin down. His face wasn't angry or even stern. The best way I can explain it is casual. I caught the potent scent of his cologne from across the table. Icarus ML0195, right? Yes, I replied. Good to meet you. He reached out his hand. My name is Noah M. A1608. I hesitated, but feebly shook it. Sorry to keep you waiting. Things have been crazy around here. He placed his mug and the folder on the table and sat. He shuffled through the papers in front of him as he spoke. Sorry, I'm just getting all this sorted. Do you want anything? Some coffee? No, I replied. Thank you. All right. So, let me explain some things. You must be wondering what's going on here. He looked around the room with a shrug. So, I work for the Department of Citizen Contentment. You are here at our IC headquarters. We like to have these meetings, IC. It's a bit more comfortable. Okay, he hesitated. We have you in here because... He spent a moment scanning his papers, making a clicking sound with his tongue. Looks like you were a bit late getting back to your RU last night. Yeah, I was at... I began. Hold on, Icarus, he interrupted. I'm sure there's a good reason for what happened, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. But that's not my chief concern. My job is to make sure you are happy. So, to that end, are you sure I can't get you anything while we chat? I'm okay, I replied. I was beginning to believe that maybe I wasn't going to die here. Noah seemed genuinely kind, but there was no way I was here in this room because the powers that be were worried about my happiness. Let me know if you think of anything. I nodded. So I'll put my cards on the table here, Icarus. I'm worried that this little mishap last night is more of a symptom of a larger problem. You see, I'm less concerned about you losing track of time or whatever happened last night than I am about you using all your TPs for the last 3 months. It's not all that uncommon for a newly mated couple to meet up OC, but 5 times in 3 months? What's going on, Icarus? It's not my preference, really, I replied. But Verity. I do it for her. Noah smiled and knocked on the table with his finger. That's very kind of you. Most people wouldn't do that for someone. It's a big sacrifice, spending all that time OC. But why do you think she likes it so much? I don't know, I replied. Huh? He replied. All that time together, and it never came up? She never told me why she likes it, but she did tell me why she doesn't like it, I see. Oh, why is that? She said it feels less real. What do you think, Icarus? Is she right? Noah asked, before taking a long sip from his mug. I hesitated. Should I be saying this? Hey, don't be afraid, Noah said, reaching over the table and tapping my arm. I'm not here to trick you. I'm here to help. There are some things that feel better OC. You don't have to skirt around it. You're talking about sex, aren't you? Well, yeah, I guess. That's another thing that has me worried. 3 months, and you've only had sex with Verity, I see, he said, looking over his papers. Oh, and 1 AI. That behavior is very unusual. Why not branch out a bit? I felt cornered. Verity is just better than anyone else. I haven't felt the need to go to anyone else. Well, I was glad to see you hook up with the AI. Still, this sort of monogamy is a recipe for misery. She didn't ask you to only have sex with her, did she? Noah was sitting back in his chair, legs crossed. He sat there, relaxed, as if we were old friends having a chat. Oh, no, she didn't say that, I replied, unsure of how convincing I sounded. Nothing like that? Something similar? I started to say no, but he cut me off. Icarus, remember, I'm here to help. I don't have any authority to punish you, or Verity. I'm just getting the facts. I want to help you, but you need to help me. Did she say something like that? That she preferred you stay away from other women? I guess she might have said something like that. Okay, no problem. See, This helps me understand what's going on. I'll say, though, that it's not a great policy. I've been doing this for a while. I can tell you that people are always happier with a wide selection of partners, but I think you'll learn that eventually. I nodded. It's a well-known thing here at the DCC. The folks at Artifact Disposal are a little different. Too much time with all that old world stuff. We expect this sort of thing. It's our job to make sure things stay within reasonable limits. Sure, I replied. This was reassuring. Perhaps the stakes were not as high as I thought they were. Maybe he was telling the truth. So, we got a bit off track here, Noah said, tapping his temple. Where were we? Ah, right. Things feel more real, OC. You know, Icarus, I get what you mean. You do? I blurted. Sure. I mean, the COR is great. It's an amazing feat of technology, and it's achieved an unprecedented level of happiness for mankind. But it's not perfect. It can't capture every nuance of life, OC. But if you weigh the options, it's a no-brainer. Yeah, I get that, I said, nodding my head vigorously. And if it weren't for the air shortage, perhaps we could have a little more of those positive OC interactions. But what we have now is the best possible good, while avoiding the most evils. Trust me. I did trust him. He was right. Now, listen, Icarus. I'm going to tell you something I don't tell everyone. I'm telling you because I think it will do you good. I think it will make you happier with the way things are. Before we had the COR, life was very different. The spectrum of possible lives was vast. A very small handful of people had lives that could be called better than the lives you and I enjoy. But the masses, most people, Icarus, had lives that were worse than how we live today. Far worse. Picture toiling all day just to eat enough to survive and put clothes on your back. Never fully satisfied, never warm enough, always at the risk of getting sick or dying. People wanted what the other guy had. Shortage of necessities caused all sorts of bad behavior. Theft, murder, rape, vile stuff. This was the way most people lived. So, it's true that life may have been better for a few people, but would you or I have been one of them? Unlikely. I tell you this because I know what you are thinking. I have this conversation with lots of folks in Artifact Disposal. Verity probably told you about all sorts of things that used to be. Icarus, she's right. Things were different. But in all those artifacts, she has no way of seeing a shivering child, or a man living out on the street, or a woman selling her body so that her kids can eat. I was nodding furiously as Noah spoke. I knew I had been missing something in all of this, and there it was. Does that make sense, Icarus? Noah asked, leaning on the table. It makes perfect sense, I replied, smiling. Good, I hoped that would be helpful. Yeah, it was. Thank you. There was a momentary pause before Noah spoke again. All right, it looks like we just have a few more little things to clear up, and we can be done here. He shuffled his papers some more. So, listen, Icarus, he began shaking his head. I don't think we have to go over last night. It was an accident. You probably lost track of time or fell asleep or something, right? Yeah, I fell asleep. I'm really sorry. I know you are. It happens. I see this more than you'd think. Thank you, I replied. So, going forward, let me tell you what I think you should do. These are all suggestions, but you can trust me. I've done this for a long time. Follow my advice, and you'll thank me. Lay off on the travel passes. If Verity wants to come to you, and you want that, all good. But I would hate for this sort of thing to happen to you again. He straightened up his papers and returned them to the folder. Remember, he said, in a few months, you'll be seeing her every day. Heck, you might get sick of her. But if OC sex is your thing, you'll have it then, whenever you want. Just be patient. Finally, branch out a bit. Verity will get over it. She's not in charge of you, and she shouldn't ask you to do anything that makes you unhappy. Okay, I replied. Will you think about it? Noah asked, standing up. Of course. Good, he said, extending his arm and shaking my hand. There's just one more thing. Noah's countenance changed. His smile dropped, and he let out a big sigh. So, like I told you earlier, I don't have any authority to punish you. I choked. But it is my Unfortunate job to relay your punishment to you. The Department of Compliance wants to give you 3 days disconnected, but they let us at the DCC lighten the sentence if our interview went well. I think things went well, don't you? Yes, I croaked. So, they have given me the discretion to drop it down to 2 days. I'm going to make sure that happens. Do you understand what disconnection entails? I think so, I replied. Well, let me explain it, just in case. When we are through here, you'll go back to your RU. Your RU door will be locked and you won't be able to access the COR for the rest of the day. This will count as day 1. At 10, when you would normally disengage, you must still plug in. You will disengage just like everyone else. Your door will unlock when it is time to work. You will go to work as normal. When you return, the door will lock behind you once more, and you will serve your second day. When it's time to disengage tomorrow, your sentence will be served, and everything will go back to normal. This was the worst thing that could have happened to me. By far the thing I feared most in my entire life. And it was happening. My hands were shaking. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest. I wanted to beg, to promise I would never do anything out of line again. I wanted to say many things, but only one word came out. Okay. Listen, you'll get through this. I've heard it helps if you can sleep a little bit. Makes the time pass quicker. Thanks, I said. Are you ready? Yeah. Good luck! And I was back in my RU, blank. I reached behind me and pulled the cable from the back of my head. This was the first time I'd ever done so without beginning my usual morning routine. The first thing I did was walk to the door and check to see if it was really locked. Not that I would have dreamed of leaving. My mind wasn't working fully at that point. I didn't think much. I didn't feel much. Not right away, at least. The first thought that entered my mind with any clarity was a memory. The first time Verity visited me, OC, as I waited for her to arrive, part of me knew this was going to happen, and that it would be Verity's fault. It was her fault. She was the one who wasn't happy with the way things were. She was the one who insisted on being different and pulling me into it. Perhaps I was lucky. Who knows what would have happened if they found out we were out rummaging through a bunch of old-world crap? How many days disconnected would that have been worth? Being angry only protected me for so long. Soon, reality crept in. I'm alone. There is nothing to do. There are no distractions, I thought. Perhaps the gravity of this situation is lost on someone who hasn't spent their lives IC, but it was devastating. I say this knowing that I still had MAKS in my system to keep me from feeling the worst of it. It felt like what might happen if boredom could be amplified to the level of horror. And for some reason, I couldn't stop thinking about getting disconnected again. It's like I was worried about something that was happening now as well as some future event that may never happen. My mind cycled through the phases of anger, terror, boredom, and the occasional spark of resolve. Too often, I made the mistake of looking at the time displayed on the black box. Only 3 o'clock. The minutes crawled by. I tried to take Noah's advice and sleep, but my thoughts followed me to the pillow. I closed my eyes for a while, though inevitably, as soon as I opened them, I noticed the time. 3:27. This was only the first day. How would I survive another? The details of the following hours looked much the same. I stared at the clock. I tried in vain to connect to the COR. I swore at Verity one moment, and the next wished she were there with me. As the hours progressed, the only added factor was hunger. Nutritional rations just weren't meant to carry one through a whole day OC. As 10 o'clock approached, I gained some composure. 1 day down, 1 to go. You can do this. I sat in front of the black box, cable in hand, never having been so excited for disengagement. The clock hit 10 and I was gone. Of course, it didn't feel like any time had passed while I was disengaged, but I was a few hours closer to freedom. It felt like freedom already. I had something to do. I opened the cupboard to get my nutritional rations and froze. My stock of rations was gone. All that remained in the cupboard was one lone package. Even this one was different from any of the others I had seen. It had space for the nutritional ration, but it was conspicuously missing the MAKS. Was this part of my punishment? I was worried by this development, but never having been off MAKS, I didn't yet grasp the gravity of what it meant. I strode off to work, happier than I thought possible while disconnected. I didn't notice anything odd until midway through my shift. I had to go into the cultivation chamber to spread out a couple of bodies that exited the chute too close together. I've had to do this before, but it was uncommon. Usually the automated dispersion process worked just fine. It was easiest to move the bodies when they were fresh. Limbs stayed connected, nothing smelled. It only took a minute or so. So, I climbed into the cultivation chamber and found the culprits. I grabbed the ankle of the old woman on top of the pile and dragged her a few paces away. As I reached down to take hold of the next body, I looked at his face. He was young. He could have been my age. And there he was, about to be eaten by bugs. And then came a thought that had never crossed my mind in all my life. One day, this will be me. I chased the thought from my mind and finished my work in the cultivation chamber. But such thoughts wouldn't stay gone for long. Increasingly, thoughts of death popped into my head. My job had plenty of reasons to bring death to mind, and my mind was taking every advantage of them. They always came back to me. Always my death. Always me lying in the cultivation chamber filled with bug larvae. They were gruesome thoughts, and I marveled that I had not thought them before. The Macs were wearing off. As excited as I had been to get to work, I was now longing to leave. Toward the end of my shift, I peeked into the cultivation chamber one last time to check on the young guy I had seen earlier. He was unrecognizable. I nearly threw up at the sight of him. One day, that will be me. As I walked back to my RU, I wondered if I would see Verity on the street. I had no reason to expect I would see her, and I didn't. When I walked through the door, I held it open for a second, knowing that as soon as it shut, my RU would be my prison. I let go of the knob, the door shut, and I heard it lock. I thought the previous day was bad. I'm laughing about it as I write this. After what I suffered through that day, I would take a month disconnected with Max before I'd suffer another day trapped in that gray prison without them. I felt emotions that day I never knew existed. Most of them were negative: fear, hopelessness, fury, dread. I went from thinking about death to realizing that one day I would die, to wishing that I would die. How could I so quickly shift from fearing something to desiring it? I also seriously wondered how many people didn't make it through this. I doubt I would have if I'd gotten the 3 days I was supposed to. Even through all the anger, I never managed to harbor any bitterness toward Noah. In my saner moments, I even managed to be thankful for his help. Thankful is a strong word, I suppose, but I felt something positive. I wanted to die, but I'm not sure I had gone so far as to form a concrete plan as to how I might make it happen. I had a few fleeting thoughts about using my sheets or the COR cable, but I was in such a state that I doubted whether I'd even be able to. A few hours into my suffering, I discovered that Omnipol had one more surprise addition to my disconnection. I was lying on my bed when I heard a knock on the door. I turned to look and saw an envelope slide through the crack under the door. I got out of bed and picked it up. It was blank on the outside, with an obvious bulge in the center. I opened it and pulled out a card with a small white pill affixed to the bottom. It read, Icarus ML0195. While we hope it won't be necessary, we understand disconnection affects everyone in different ways. Sometimes things might be a bit too much to bear. As a kindness, we have delivered this drug for you to use at your discretion. If you ingest this pill, you will fall asleep and you will not wake up. You will not feel any pain. Warmly, the Department of Citizen Contentment. I held the card for some time, rereading the message over and over again. I couldn't believe that something like this existed. Was this policy for everyone who was disconnected? Of course, I wasn't going to take the pill. I threw the card on the floor and fell back into my bed. But the thought kept creeping into my mind. It could be over whenever you want. The card was back in my hand. I was reading the message again. Now the pill was detached from the paper. I rolled it between my fingers, staring at it. I felt less than I had all day, looking at that little pill. I was numb, but numbness felt good. I sat on the bed, staring at the wall. The pill was still in my hand, but now it was too close to my face to see. I grazed my lips with it, focusing on the dull tingle that resonated across my face. If I had ever decided to swallow it, I was unaware of making that decision. But as my mouth opened, and the drug began to slide across the wet part of my inner lip, I remembered the red candy I had eaten with Verity on that fateful day. Something about that thought jolted me into awareness of what I was doing. I jumped out of bed and flushed the pill down the toilet. While I was miserable for the remainder of the night, I was safe. Like a child, I sat in front of my black box, cable in hand, anxiously waiting to see those magic numbers on the clock. 10 o'clock came, and disengagement with it. Happiness is a plug away. Begin. I rushed to my cupboard and found my standard nutritional rations where they had been prior to my disconnection. I gulped down my max first, hoping that they would take effect quickly, and then I ate. Perhaps it was in my head, but I was already feeling much better as I left my RU and strode to work. I was happy to experience none of the emotions I had had the day before, and the workday passed without difficulty. Finally, it was time to get back to the COR. As I was returning to my RU, I was struck by an uncomfortable thought. What would I say to Verity? My anger toward her had dulled a bit since my punishment was all over, and I was back on the MAKS. But I wanted her to know how much pain she caused me. I also wanted to tell her I would not be visiting her OC again, nor was I very interested in her coming to me. As for her other request, I was inclined to take Noah's advice and branch out a bit. I wondered how she would respond to these changes, but I felt more than justified, given the circumstances. The thoughts continued as I plugged in and hurried to take the longest shower I'd ever enjoyed. Before all this, I was able to shower with no other distractions, no music or videos playing, etc. But this time, I was bent on not thinking for as long as possible. I went through at least 2 movies before I had the slightest desire to turn the water off. But eventually, I moved on to something else. I had expected Verity to message me by this time, but I resolved not to reach out first. Most of my friends would be uncomfortable spending time with me so soon after my disconnection, so I was hesitant to message any of them either. Still, I longed for some company. I thought of Gaius. I felt like he was someone who wouldn't be concerned about associating with me, and if I was mistaken, I would find out soon enough. "You free?" I asked. He responded to my message with a port link, and away I went. Perhaps as a joke, or perhaps as a genuine kindness to me, the port link dropped me right into his outdoor hot tub. I was fully clothed, but in a moment rectified that incongruity. Gaius was sitting across from me, reading something on a screen he held. When I appeared, he took a moment to finish up and tossed the screen behind him. As happened with any accessory when not in use, it disappeared before it hit the ground. "I'm glad you decided to visit me, Icarus. How are you holding up?" He knew. I had nothing to gain from pretending to be strong. "I think I'm okay now, but..." The right words never came. "It was bad." "Sorry to hear that," he replied. "I didn't know you had to do it without MAKS. That was the hardest part." "I'll bet." "Such a dumb mistake," I muttered, mostly to myself. "What did you do?" he asked. "If you don't mind me asking?" "Oh, I fell asleep while I was with Verity. Missed curfew." "Huh," he replied. "You must have really been out if you slept through all those warnings on the loudspeakers." He looked at me with one eyebrow raised and a smirk that caused my stomach to drop. "I guess so," I replied, realizing how difficult that would have been. "And both of you," he continued, "you must have been the unluckiest 2 people in the whole city that night." I think we were. It dawned on me at that moment how lucky I was that Noah didn't inquire about this hole in my story. Of course, we didn't hear the warnings. We weren't in an RU. Still, why would something so obvious occur to Gaius and not someone trained to ask questions? Could Noah have known? "Well, Icarus, I'm glad you made it through." "God," I said, "so am I." "Whoa, it's been a while since I've heard that one." "What?" I asked. God? I didn't even realize I'd said it. Oh, I'm not sure why I said that, I replied. Well, he replied, since you've said it, what do you think about God? I don't really know anything about it. It's just a word I heard somewhere. This was not fun. These were all the things I was hoping to forget. Plus, Gaius was being bolder than I appreciated. I didn't do this to him when he got disconnected. You don't need to know much to have an opinion. Do you like the idea of God? Gaius asked, leaning in, eyes wide. I don't know, I snapped. Get off it. I don't want to think about any of that stuff. With a huff, his excitement faded. What do you want to think about, Icarus? Nothing, I replied. I don't want to think about anything for a long time. Gaius chuckled. You're in the right place for that, my friend. I rolled my eyes and lounged back in the water. I went the rest of that day without hearing from Verity, but I probably wasn't ready to talk to her anyway. Things would be different between us. I would make sure of that. But I didn't really want to have any tough conversations anytime soon. I wanted to do exactly what I told Gaius. I wanted to turn my mind off. And when it turned back on, I wanted things to be exactly like they were before all of this. But then, the next day came, and no word from Verity. I maintained my stubborn resolution not to be the first to make contact. This was the 4th day since our OC excursion, but that felt like forever ago. I spent the day doing whatever, but she never left my mind. Day 5. I plugged in and just stared at my interface. Was Verity mad at me? Why would she be? Or was she afraid I wouldn't want to talk to her? My thoughts were a jumble. Despite my newfound resolution to not let Verity drag me into any more of her OC fixations, I still loved her. I still wanted to be with her. So, I sent her a message. Hey, Ver. The reply came immediately. Verity FL0001 has been disconnected. Her COR privileges will be reinstated in 2 days. I stared at the message, shaking my head. 2 more days? They gave her a full week. My first thought was that she was dead, or that she would die. Perhaps she was stronger than me. Well, she definitely was. But who could last that long, especially when they invite you to end it all? I wondered if you'd get a new pill under your door each day. But suppose she makes it, though. Perhaps this experience will change her mind about the COR, and I won't even need to talk to her. Maybe she'll get back and apologize to me, tell me it was all foolish, and we wouldn't do anything like that ever again. Perhaps this was the beginning of our true happiness. But she had to survive first. This news obliterated my not thinking plan. Here I was again, troubled by something having to do with Verity. I tried to let self-righteousness and my new outlook on things mask my concern for her. She shouldn't have messed with that OC stuff, but it did little to ease my fears. I also did a lot of wondering about how her interview with the DCC went. She must have had one as well. However it went, they didn't cut her any breaks like they did for me. I won't waste ink on those next 2 days. It was a lot of the same. Lots of worry. I knew I loved Verity. It wouldn't have been so hard if I hadn't. When the day came, I couldn't message her fast enough. As soon as I plugged in, I scrawled out the thought I'd been fixating on for the last 2 days. Are you okay? She replied quickly, but every second I waited was agony. Yeah. Relief flowed through every inch of my body. Through the tears quickly filling my eyes, I replied, I missed you. I'd like to see you, she wrote, but I don't think I'm ready to talk. Whatever you need, I replied. Come on over. I think we were both nervous about this first encounter. Everything felt different. While some of my unease was alleviated because we wouldn't be talking, my stomach was in knots as I waited for her to arrive. I pictured her sitting on her bed, finger hovering over the port link, thinking the same thoughts. But soon she was before me. Her appearance was shocking. Her entire countenance screamed defeat. She lifted her head and met my eyes. We stared at each other for a moment before I reached for her hand. What was she thinking? Some of our thoughts were likely shared, but I doubted we had identical takeaways from our experiences disconnected. It was the differences I worried about. Then we sat down on the bed and did more of the same. She hardly looked at me, but my eyes never left the back of her head, or her back rising with each breath. Verity, true to her word, did not speak. I wanted to speak a few times, but I was afraid the first utterance would disturb the equilibrium we had silently established. With one arm around her back and the other resting on her hands folded on her lap, I closed my eyes and remembered the first time we had seen each other. I will forever remember our first embrace by the smell of her frizzy hair tickling my face. I smiled at the memory, wishing we could start back at that moment. What would I have done differently? We sat this way for a long time, but then she sighed. She looked up at me. She looked much more like the Verity I remembered. And then she spoke. "Thank you, Icarus. I love you." "I love you too," I replied. "I'll come back tomorrow, and we can talk." I smiled at her and squeezed her body tight against mine. She smiled back, and then she was gone. Changes. Verity was alive, but my anxiety had little time to fade before I began to worry about that looming conversation. She hadn't even indicated she had hard things to say, but I couldn't imagine things going back to normal. What was normal anyway? Not what we had. As promised, Verity came over the next day as soon as we plugged in. Both of us were composed. She gave me a smile and took my hand. "Let's go somewhere and talk," she said. "Where do you want to go?" "Here," she replied, showing me an image on her interface. It didn't look like much. All I could see from the picture was grass. I shrugged. "Sure." A few taps, and we were there. The reality was more impressive than the picture. We appeared on a thin dirt path winding its way through a vast, probably endless meadow. The grassy ground rose gently on hills that scattered the landscape, ultimately reaching out to the horizon. The disparity between green grass and blue sky was shocking. Bees zipped across the path and butterflies fluttered about, alighting on the many flowers that dappled the meadow. I took Verity's hand, and we began walking. The path had no destination, but it was a more pleasant setting for our discussion than my bedroom. "So," I began. "So," she replied. "Were you unplugged for 7 days?" "Yep." "How?" They knew it was my fault, not hard to piece it together. "Did you have an interview as well?" I asked. "Yeah. I guess it didn't go so well." "I guess not," she replied, kicking a small stone on the path before her. "Did they give you a pill?" I asked. 6. "Oh," I replied. I looked up at the clear sky and shook my head. "I'm glad you're alive. 7 days. I can't believe it." "Thanks," she said. "How'd you manage? 3 days is nothing to scoff at." "They only gave me 2 days, but what made you say 3? "Oh, just a guess." "Go on." "The first day was not terrible," I said, "but the max wore off at work on day 2 and—" "Wait, they let you work?" "You didn't?" "No. I was in that awful gray prison all day for 7 days without so much as a word from another human the whole time." She was yelling. "Ver, I'm sorry." "Mm-hmm," she replied. "Are you upset with me?" Verity let out an exasperated sigh. "Just say what you need to say, Icarus." My stomach dropped. "What do you mean?" I asked. "Just say it." I took a deep breath of the warm, fragrant air and held it in my chest for a while. Verity's hand was still in mine, but I didn't dare look at her. Instead, my eyes fell on the thin dirt path before my feet. After a long exhale, I spoke the words that I feared would have to come, eventually. "Ver, I love you," I began. "When I learned what you were going through, I sort of forgot about all the stuff that bothered me and everything I was worried about." "I'm flattered," she replied. "I'm serious." "I believe you, Icarus. Just tell me what you're thinking." "I think we ought to stop seeing each other OC until we're moved in together." I chanced to look at her and was relieved to see a smirk on her face. Was she expecting worse? "Okay, anything else?" "Well, don't get me wrong. It's not like I've really wanted to or anything, but I was wondering if being as exclusive as we have been is really good for us. All right, is that all? I think so. She stopped walking and turned to face me. You said you love me, right? She asked, grabbing my other hand and looking into my eyes. She was placid. I even caught the trace of a smile on her face. Verity, you know I love you, and that's why— Hold on, she said, squeezing my hands. Because you love me, you'll do this for me. Give me 2 months. Keep things the way they were for 2 months. You don't have to come to me, OC, but let me come to you. After that, it's whatever you want. What's special about 2 months? I asked. It would just mean a lot to me, and by that time it will be less than half a year before we're living together. Can you last that long? Veer, it's not about that. Can you give me 2 months? She asked. Her eyes were pleading with me. Just give me this. Please. If I had known what would happen after those 2 months, I would have given her anything. I would have begged her for more time. At least I hope I would have. But at least I didn't say anything dumb. Sure, Ver. I'll do that for you. She must have been holding her breath, because she let it all out with a sigh before wrapping me in a hug. Thank you, she whispered in my ear. It seemed like a good compromise. She didn't push back on my requests, and, as far as I could tell, she was happy to return to normalcy. We continued walking along the endless path, and I felt better than I had in a long time. Verity told me a little more about her week disconnected, but it felt like she was hesitant to share some details. I didn't want to push it. From what I gathered, it was about as terrible as one would expect, and I can say for sure, if it were me, I wouldn't have made it. I would have died. 2 months. The countdown had begun. To me, it was a countdown to nothing in particular. Should I have known better? Verity would be able to come to me 3 times before her 2 months had elapsed, and she wasted no time. She asked to meet OC the next day. I would have thought she'd want to spend as little time OC as possible. I know I did, but I wanted her to be happy. When I returned to my RU after work, the moments before Verity arrived were a little traumatic. I was quickly reminded of how awful it was being in this room all alone. But thankfully, I wasn't alone for long. Verity let herself in and rushed to give me a hug and pushed me onto the bed. After we were done hugging, she struck her familiar "it's time to talk" pose. I suspected there was much she didn't want to say I see, but I hoped it wasn't anything inappropriate. What do you know about the void? She asked. Not where I thought this was going. Not much, I replied. I know it's dangerous. Why? I've been thinking about it a lot lately. Veer, I said, with more than a small air of superiority, I hope you're not thinking of doing anything dumb. No, nothing dumb. Well then, what good is there in thinking about the void? Wouldn't it be nice if we had options? Like, other ways to live? I had expected this, and I was ready. Verity, not everything here is perfect, but it's really the best situation we could hope for. Oh? She asked. Do explain. Well, I said, choosing to ignore her sarcasm. When was the last time you saw someone starving to death? Or outside, homeless and freezing? Never. I was standing up, pacing the small room, waving my finger in the air. We have our needs met here, and that means people aren't forced to do really bad things. People used to kill each other. Girls used to sell their bodies so that they could eat. I don't need a history lesson, Icarus. Shouldn't we be grateful then? I asked, sitting back down. Sure, we're missing out on some good things, but we're also avoiding so much bad stuff as well. I guess that depends on how much you're willing to pay for a life worth living. What's in a life worth living that you don't have? I asked. She looked at me for a moment, puzzled. Then she burst into a fit of laughter. I'm serious, I said. Okay, she replied. Since you're serious, let me give you the first couple of things that enter my mind. She held out her closed hand, counting her fingers as her list grew. Parents, children, the freedom to speak, the ability to create art and music, real sleep, helping other people, Real plants, animals, sunsets, God, for all I know, there's a few for you. All right, I replied, but yes, she interrupted. I would risk experiencing all that bad stuff for a chance at real life. What can you do about it? Keep pretending? Sneak away and spend a few hours in an old world home? Let's say you're right. We are missing out. There's nothing we can do to change that. She sat on the bed, looking down at the fold of gray sheet she was scrunching up in her hand. Icarus, she asked, are you happy? I am, I replied. She closed her eyes and sighed. Right, she said, smoothing out the wrinkle she had made in the sheet. I'm glad, really. I won't bother you about all this again. Veer, I replied, taking her hand. I don't want you to think you are not allowed to talk about anything. I just don't see how it will do us any good. She hesitated for a moment. She caught whatever word she was about to say. You're right, she said. It won't do us any good. We sat around for a little while, but Verity wasn't herself. She kept staring out into oblivion. I thought it would eventually pass, so I waited for her cue as to what we would discuss next. Her next words were shocking. I think I'll just go back to my RU. We can hang out IC if you want. I stammered for a moment before finally saying something comprehensible. Sure, but is everything okay? Are you okay? Yeah, I'm probably just still recovering. Get some rest, I replied. I'll see you later. Bad. 2 months were coming to a close. Verity didn't use her second TP for that period, and there was only a small window for her third. She asked to come over. I think it was the 3rd or 4th day before her time was up. This meeting is still the hardest for me to think about. I would have done so much differently. I can't change the past, but if I could, this is the day I would go back to. When she arrived, she gave me a curt hello and sat down on the bed. I sat next to her. She gave me a hug, but it was hollow, far from the way these meetings used to go. Icarus, she said, I love you more than anything. Do you know that? Of course, I replied. I wasn't planning on telling you this, but I hope you understand why I am telling you now. She hesitated for a moment. When we were disconnected, we were both supposed to get 5 days. What do you mean? The guy from the DCC told me they were going to give both of us the same amount of time, 5 days. Then, what happened? I asked. I begged them. I threw myself on the floor and begged at their feet. Give it to me, I said. Let me take his time. He won't survive. Don't punish him. It's my fault. I started to say something, but I stopped myself. None of my thoughts corresponded to words anyway. Eventually, they allowed me to take 2 of your days, and I was happy to hear they cut another day off for some reason. Verity, Thank you. You're right. I wouldn't have made it. But why didn't you want to tell me this? I don't want to manipulate you. I want you to make your own choices. I got you into all sorts of messes, and I know you did those things because you love me. But I don't want to use your love that way. Ver, it's okay. I made choices too. I'm learning to take responsibility for those choices and make wiser decisions in the future. Verity put her arm around me and rested her head on my shoulder. Good. I only told you because I want you to know how much I love you. I would do anything to make sure you are happy. Thank you. I want you to make your own decisions, Icarus. You understand me? Yes, I understand. Verity took my hand and we stood up. She stood in front of me so that my back was to the wall and her back to the bed. In silence, she stared into my eyes as tears fell down her cheeks. What's wrong? I finally asked. She leaned in and kissed me. Icarus, I love you and I will always love you. Verity, what are you? Goodbye, Icarus. I was gone. Verity had reached behind me, grabbed the cable from the black box, and plugged me in. I had made the transition between OC and IC many times, but never unexpectedly. It took me a moment to realize what had happened, but as soon as I gathered myself, I was struck with a wave of terror. What was she planning to do? But what could I do but worry? There was no way to leave the COR before the end of the day, and I was sure Verity wouldn't be plugging in before she did whatever she was planning. I felt more helpless than I had ever felt I see. All I could do was worry, and that's all I did. Besides sending up an occasional prayer to a god I wasn't sure even existed, or heard prayers from inside the COR for that matter. Every 30 seconds or so, I checked my interface to see if Verity ended up plugging in, but she never did. That day, it was still most of the day, was just as awful as if I'd been disconnected. Heck, I wish I was disconnected. Then at least I'd be in the same reality as Verity. There isn't much else to say about that day. It was bad, and the next day was even worse. Worse. Waking up OC is never a great experience, even on a good day, but when I woke up that following day, I could hardly function. I scanned the room with the foolish hope that Verity would pop out from behind the bed. Everything was just as I had left it. I could still see the indent on the sheets from where she had sat the day before. I didn't want to eat. I didn't want to go to work, but the only thing I could do was keep moving. She was gone. Other options flashed through my mind, but they were all wishful thinking. She was gone. I choked down my nutritional rations and my Max before I walked to work in a zombie-like state. The Max hardly dulled my pain. I made it through my shift on autopilot, walked home among the mass of dull, unhappy people, and plugged in. For the second time in my recent life, I did not appear in my IC home, in my bed. I sat in the same white room I had been in a few months earlier. I was at the Department of Citizen Contentment. Unlike my last visit, I was not alone in the room when I appeared. Noah was already sitting in the chair across from me. His countenance was solemn. Also, unlike my previous visit to the DCC, I really didn't care what they said, or what they would do to me. I hadn't even done anything wrong. "Icarus," Noah began, "I'm sorry to be seeing you again so soon." I smiled politely at him. At least I think it was polite. Who knows? And I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news again. This time, Noah had no papers in front of him to shuffle, just his two hands folded on the table. "What happened to her?" I asked. "Verity. Well, she killed herself, Icarus." "She's dead," I croaked. "I'm sorry." "Yes, she's dead." I buried my head in my arms on the table and sobbed. I didn't care that Noah was watching. I whimpered various iterations of no and "this can't be happening," all to myself, while occasionally lifting my head to ask, "Are you sure?" "I'm sure," he replied. Another strange emotion grew up alongside my grief in that moment. Regret. Had I known my choices would cause this, I would have done anything to prevent it. Even being disconnected seemed like a trifle compared to losing her. But it didn't matter anymore. When I was composed enough to ask a real question, I lifted my head and asked, "How did it happen?" She was working in a building that had a large main lobby with multiple floors. She was on one of the upper floors, and she jumped. She was gone before anyone could come to help. "Oh, God," I said, burying my face once again. "Icarus," said Noah, "I know this is going to be difficult for a while, but we'll do anything we can to make things easier." "Why did she do it?" I asked. Noah lifted his hands. "I thought you would have an idea." No, I had no idea she was thinking like this. She had been acting strange, but not this. Sometimes people just do unexpected things. I'm sorry you have to suffer for it. It was silent for a moment. I was no longer sobbing, but my head was still buried in my arms. "I have to explain a few things to you," Noah said. "Then I'm happy to talk, or offer you some resources to help you, or just let you go. That's your call. First, we are giving you the day off work tomorrow. As soon as you wake up and do your morning routine, just feel free to plug right back in. Given your job, we would hate for you to see anything uncomfortable." "Ah," I moaned, imagining Verity's body falling down the chute with a thud, slowly being covered with insects. "Second, and I know it's not something you want to hear right now, but when someone's mate dies between when they are assigned and when they move in together, they get put in a reassignment pool." "Reassignment?" I asked. "The law requires all citizens by the age of 24 to be cohabiting. This helps conserve resources. It may take a week or two, but before long, you will be mated with someone else." No, I yelled. I don't want anyone else. I understand. And your new mate will understand too. She will have lost a mate as well. I just moaned into my arms some more. What use was there in objecting? Things were going to happen, and I had no control. If I'd learned anything up until that moment, it was that I have no control over anything. Well, that's all I have to say. If you'd like to hear about anything the DCC has to offer, I'd be happy to share. Otherwise, you are welcome to leave. I just want to leave, I replied. All right, Icarus, if you need anything, feel free to reach out. I tried for another one of those polite smiles just before I was transported back to my icy room. This is where I remained for the rest of the day, with the exception of a shower. Or 3. Better. When I woke up OC the next day, I felt like I needed to express some of my grief with my real body. I unplugged the cable from the back of my head and welcomed the sorrow that had followed me to this reality. As I threw myself on the bed, I remembered the indent of Verity on the sheet. It was too late. I landed on it, and the evidence of her sitting there was gone. I screamed into my mattress and pounded the pillow like a madman, but then I froze. Something felt solid under my pillow. I struggled with the urge to push the pillow aside and behold what was underneath. What if it was nothing? I don't think I could have handled the disappointment, but what if it was something from her? Slowly, I reached out and lifted the pillow from the mattress. There it was, face up, a book. It was a small, brown, leather-bound book. I picked it up and felt a rush of joy just holding something that she once held. Opening the front cover, I nearly shouted in triumph. A letter fell from the opened book onto the bed. She had written me a letter. I fumbled to open it. Dear Icarus, this has been the most difficult decision of my entire life. I hope I was able to convey just how much I love you when we spoke last in person. And I'm sorry for how that meeting probably ended. You are the only person that matters to me, and I want you to be happy. Which is why I've decided to leave. I'd been planning on escaping to the void since before we met. And since we met, I've been hoping to convince you to come with me. But when we got disconnected, I realized it wasn't right of me to ask you to do something you didn't want to do. As for why I decided to leave now, I didn't want to burden you, but they gave me 2 more months at my job in artifact disposal. Then they were going to put me in the mines. My plan for escape was only possible at my current job, so I had to do it. Icarus, I want to see you again. I want to be with you for the rest of my life. I want to have a family. But more than all those things, I want you to be happy. So, if you will be happiest where you are, you have my blessing. Go, be happy. I will miss you, but I will take comfort knowing you are well. But if you want to follow me into the void, I've left you the journal I've been keeping since I made the decision to leave. It has information that will help. Don't make this decision for me. Do what you want. I love you, Icarus. Verity. P.S. You should try Pinocchi. There's a group that meets every day to play. They are very helpful. My mind was useless for a while, trying in vain to make sense of what I had just read. Could she be alive? Someone must be wrong. One can't jump off a balcony in an attempt to escape to the void. I wasn't quick to accept the happier possibility that Verity had escaped, that she was alive. But the more I thought about it, the less sense the story about her suicide made. One of the last things she said to me was, "I will always love you." Nah. Probably not the words of someone planning their death, right? Then I thought, perhaps she died attempting to escape, and the DCC just made up the details. But if she succeeded, what would they have told me? Maybe she was alive. And as that idea took root in my mind, a resolution ossified. Before Verity left, I would have fought her tooth and nail to stay. There was no way I would have followed her. I would have tried to stop her. But now, I was seriously considering leaving myself. My fears of the void were still present. So was my yearning for the comforts of the COR. But those forces seemed much less all-encompassing. They were surely eclipsed by the thought of seeing my mate again. A more impulsive part of me wanted to get up immediately, run to the edge of the city and find a way through the mist. I checked myself. Verity had been planning her escape for a long time, and she wouldn't have given me her journal if I didn't need it. I would have to take my time. And then a flash of anxiety washed over me. How long had I been sitting here? I hadn't even eaten yet. I rushed to my cabinet and slammed down my nutritional rations and Max. In my hurry, I almost left for work with Verity's journal and letter lying out on my bed. I took a moment to hide them under the pillow where I found them. I scanned my room one final time and headed out the door. I was halfway to the elevator when I remembered I wasn't even supposed to go to work today. I rushed home and tore open the journal. Page after page of her handwriting sat before me. Not knowing how long it was safe to stay unplugged, I began to read. I want to leave this place. I want to leave. And now I've written it down in a journal that I've stolen, with a pen that I've stolen. That's enough to get me into all sorts of trouble, but I don't care anymore. I'm done making decisions based on what makes me comfortable. I once had a friend named Lemma. We were as close as two people could get IC. We traveled together. We went to parties together. We talked for hours every day. About what? I can hardly even remember. We were both just as happy and oblivious as anyone else I see. I remember the last time I saw her. I was walking over to a job site, OC, just like any other day, one with the flow of pedestrians like gray blood flowing through the veins of those dismal streets. But that day, someone in the crowd stood out to me. I was a few feet behind her, but off to the side just enough to catch her face. It was Lemma. I was sure of it. At first I was embarrassed. For her? For me? But then a question hit me. Is Lemma my friend, or is she only the friend of IC Verity? With each step, the question grew into a greater burden. I needed the answer. As our paths diverged, I feared what would happen if I didn't speak. So, I called her name through the crowd. She jumped. In an instant, the gaze of every pedestrian within earshot was on us. Lemma looked at me for a moment, eyes wide. She covered her face and ran away. She never spoke to me again. That moment was a flash of clarity for me. The real Verity, the real Lemma, are less than nobody. We're something to be avoided, something to be feared. Up to that moment, I was an obedient worker in artifact disposal. I feared the materials I was handling the same way Lemma feared me. But something changed in me. I wanted reality, and I found it in the ruins of those old buildings. If anyone finds this, I hope they read this far. I want you to know why this place is so awful. And that was all I could read before I felt it was time to plug in. But the instant I appeared IC, I remembered something from Verity's letter. It was some sort of game she recommended I try. But what was it? Surely it would be some help in figuring things out, but I couldn't remember what it was called. Pen something? Pin something. I spent more time than I'd be happy to admit trying to think of what this game was called. It didn't help that my mind was full of questions and concerns that I had no way of resolving. I finally settled on Pin. It must have started with Pin. So, I pulled up the group directory on my interface and started searching. This is not as simple as it seems, since the group directory has over 1 million entries. I didn't even know what sort of game it was. Card game? Board game? Sport? There were countless options. Pin the tail on the donkey, pinnage, human pincushion. I still wonder about that one sometimes. Pin stacking, pin bending. How were there people interested in all these activities? Finally, I saw it. Pinocchi. That was it. I read the description of the group. We meet daily to enjoy the classic game of Pinocchi. Experience the thrill. No invitation required to attend. There is a test for official membership. I was disappointed with the lack of information, but it was an open group. It couldn't hurt to check it out. Pinocchi. I pressed the port link and appeared in front of the building. It was the plainest looking structure I had ever seen. The building was a big square box made of red bricks. There were a few hazy windows peeking out from behind the unkempt hedges. A concrete sidewalk led up to a few steps and a pair of metal doors with a push bar to enter. Ascending the steps, I entered a large open room which may have actually been more boring looking than the building's exterior. Beige speckled tiles spanned from wall to stucco wall. Above was nothing but ceiling tiles and sterile fluorescent light fixtures. There were people in the room as well, a few dozen of them. Each was paired with another, sitting on folding chairs with a folding table between them. They were playing pin-hockey, I guess. I stood there for some time until a woman sitting nearby looked up from her game and spoke to the man across the table. "You get him, Abe. I've got to go anyway." "Just when I was starting my comeback. How likely," he replied. She chuckled and poured it away. The man stood up and approached me. He sort of reminded me of Gaius. Not that they looked similar, but he made certain choices about his appearance that were unusual. He was a bit fatter than most would be comfortable with, I see. The buttons on his white shirt were just slightly taxed. He was also clearly balding. His brown hair formed a ring around the shiny scalp atop his head. Finally, he wore glasses, which weren't too strange, I see. These glasses, however, were not an enhancement to his style in any way. They were thick in every way. "Welcome to the Pin-hockey Guild. I'm Abe. Have you ever played before?" "Hi, my name is Icarus. No, I have never even heard of pin-hockey before today," I said, with an uncomfortable smile. "Well, how were you lucky enough to hear about it today?" My, mate said she used to come here." "Oh? Who's your mate?" he asked. "Her name is Verity." "Verity," he exclaimed. "She's a great player. Haven't seen her in a while." "Yeah, well, she—" "Whoa!" Abe exclaimed with a smile. "Let's focus on pin-hockey." "Oh, okay," I replied. "Follow me to a board and I'll give you the rundown." We walked to the table he had risen from. There was a board on the table, but he removed it as we sat down. "Here, this is the beginner board," he said, placing a new board on the table. It looked as boring as everything else I'd seen so far. It was a square board about the length of my arm, with a raised border along the outside. The board itself featured many small holes and blue lines across the surface. Two of the opposing edges had a small hole cut into the rim. "Pin-hockey is easy to play, difficult to master," he said. "Each player gets 10 pins." He held out small wooden pegs. Some were red, others blue, 2 of them were white. The white pin is called the pointer. This is the most important one. Each player also gets 1 puck. One is red, the other is blue. The colors help us tell them apart. He threw the pucks down onto the board. The objective of the game is to get your puck through your opponent's goal. There are a few techniques to move the puck, but most people starting out tend to use a flicking motion. He demonstrated, flicking the blue puck through the goal on my side. Simple, but things get a bit more complicated when you add the pins. He spoke with growing excitement. You see, at the beginning of the game, the players take turns placing their pins in the holes throughout the board. These allow you to defend your goal and create opportunities for indirect attacks on your opponent's goal. Are you following me? "I think so," I said. Inside, though, I was bored to death and wondering why Verity would send me to a place like this. Perhaps I remembered the name wrong and was in the wrong place altogether. But then, he knew Verity. It's easier if you just play around and learn firsthand. Abe handed me my pins and the red puck. We took turns placing our pins in the holes on the board until we had none left. I had no idea what I was doing. All the while, he was muttering to himself, Interesting strategy. Huh. I wonder." When we had set all our pins, Abe held up his puck. "One more rule. Each turn a player can move up to 2 of his own pins. He must move his pointer and he may move 1 other pin. After he moves, he may shoot." He nodded to me, and I tentatively moved my pins. Again, I can't stress enough how much I had no clue what I was doing. I shot my puck toward Abe's goal and missed. Abe took his turn, moved his pins, and bounced his puck off the side of the board, 1 of his pins, and through my goal. "See, it's like that. 1st to 7 wins." After a few turns, I had not scored once, and Abe had only missed once, all the while knocking my puck back to my side countless times. "So, do you understand how to play?" he asked. "Yes, but I was hoping to ask you about Verity." "I'm sure we could discuss that, but not before you become a member of the guild." "Okay, How do I join? I asked. Joining is easy. All you have to do is beat a current member in a best 2 out of 3 games of regulation pin hockey. I couldn't help but laugh. Judging from my first attempt at things, it would be a long time before I was beating anyone. This felt like a colossal waste of time. Well, it probably won't be me you beat, but there are other members who are still relatively novices. Okay, thank you, I said as I stood up. I will think about that and come back soon, I'm sure. Icarus, said Abe. I turned to look at him and noticed something very different. I was no longer looking at the over-enthusiastic pin hockey player, but someone very grave and important. You will find what you are looking for here. And then he resumed his former cheery disposition. So you ought to get practicing, he said. He beckoned me to return to my folding chair. I just had to trust that all this had a point. Hey, Amy! Abe shouted across the room. A woman looked up from her game. Have you gotten any better recently? I think so, she replied. No, you haven't, her opponent interjected from across the table. Shut up, Persephone, said Amy. Do you mind playing with Icarus here for a while? Asked Abe. He's Verity's mate. At the name Verity, Amy's eyes lit up. Sure, she said, sticking her tongue out at Persephone as she rushed over to us. Amy was pretty. She had brown hair which fell in thick locks down to her shoulders. Her eyes were a very light, almost bright brown, and she had a huge smile. Her clothing billowed over her tiny frame as she sat down in the chair Abe had risen from. Icarus, she asked, shaking my hand. Yes, nice to meet you, I replied. Okay, I'll let you two be, said Abe. And Amy, remember the rules? You got it, Abraham, she said with a wink. I'm serious, he said. I could detect a hint of that intensity I had seen in him earlier. I know, she said, shooing him away. Go bother Persephone. Abe sat down across from Amy's former opponent, and the two began setting up a fresh game. So, Abraham's given you the tutorial? She asked, clearing the board of all the pins. Yeah, I replied, but I'm still not really sure what to do. That's okay, you'll learn. We began setting up our game, taking turns inserting pins into the board. Look here, Icarus, she said, pointing at a pin she had placed in front of my goal. This is called a feint. It looks like your goal is defended, but if I move my pin, it's wide open. So, where do you have to place your next pin? Right. That nullifies my feint and protects your goal. Not that this wasn't interesting, but I wanted to try my hand at getting some information. Amy, did you know Verity well? I asked. Of course, she was here pretty much every moment she wasn't with you. We played all the time. I had no idea she was so into this game. She never mentioned it to me at all. Seems like, no offense, a lot of time to spend on a game, I said. Amy laughed. It gets more interesting as you go, I promise. But first, you have to beat one of us. She leaned over the board and whispered, Honestly, you'll probably beat me. Or you can try Samir. He's pretty bad too. How long did it take you to get in? I asked. A few weeks. A few weeks. If I knew why I should be doing this, it would make the commitment a bit less daunting. Still, it felt like the only direction I had. For the next few weeks, my life revolved around pin hockey. I practiced with Amy most days. She was a lot of fun to talk to. As long as the conversation stayed safe, she was effusive. We talked about Verity, music, movies, and all sorts of other stuff. It was nice to be talking to someone who knew Verity well. By proxy, she knew me well too. Amy surprised and sometimes embarrassed me by the details she knew about me through my mate. I spent every day I see at the pin hockey house. This is what they called it. I met Samir too. He was a quiet, very serious man. He was also much better than Amy. Sorry, Amy. I learned quickly that everyone had a very distinct strategy. The moves that worked on Amy were useless against Samir. Whereas Amy was willing to chat, Samir mostly sat quietly. Sometimes after he made a move, he told me the name, but I usually forgot. There were lots of names. There was the Emperor's Defense, the Malthusian Wedge, and something called a Jailer's Gambit. I usually encountered these moves when they were used against me, but sometimes I managed to stumble upon something with a name. Once Samir told me I had executed an excellent binary splice. I still don't know what I did. The problem with gaining membership was not that I never won games. Well, early on, I didn't. But as time passed, I managed to win games here and there. The problem was that I had to declare when I was attempting a membership series, and I could only do that once a day. I mostly played Amy, and she did not go easy on me. When she wasn't there, I played Samir. Once I had to play someone else. Her name was Lucia. Quickest loss of my life. She had nice things to say about Verity, though. Somewhere through all my pin-hockey obsession, the thought crossed my mind. Maybe I can play pin-hockey with Verity when I find her in the void. If the stories are true, I wouldn't beat her. But it could be fun. To anyone looking on, and I suspected the DCC was, it may have seemed like a strange transition. My mate dies, and the next day I dedicate my entire life to an obscure game that I'd never heard of before. Maybe they'll think I cracked. Maybe that's to my advantage. But there was more to life than pin-hockey, even if it wasn't much. My other pressing objective was to spend as much time as possible reading Verity's journal. This proved difficult. I didn't want to draw attention to myself, so I couldn't risk spending any extra time OC, but I made little changes. As soon as I woke up every morning, I read a page as I used the bathroom and ate my nutritional rations, dog-earing important sections. I walked back from work just a bit faster, so I could fit in another page before plugging in. The more I learned about the void, the more certain I was that Verity was alive. If Verity was right, the void is nothing like what we were told as kids. Here's one of the first entries she wrote in her journal: the gray cities within a dome of mist. Hello? A dome. Why does nobody question this? The rest of the world is out there. If there's a void, we're the ones in it. I've been able to leaf through a few books that are starting to clarify our situation here within the dome. How things got to be this way. There is something called nous in the ground beneath our feet. Or at least, it used to be there. Somewhere along the line, Omnipole started extracting nous from the ground, and, where it used to be, we're left with all things gray. But they put it to good use. It's in the black boxes. It's in the Macs. It's in all of us. Not a worthy trade if you ask me. I still have to figure out why it's dangerous to cross the mist as things stand. There's no way I'll get out before I'm mated, but that's fine. I'll just have to convince him to come with me. I had always assumed the gray city was all there was, or at least all there was available to people. Sure, I had a vague understanding that there must be something beyond the mist, but I never considered that it might be larger than what's within. I know that sounds dumb. Of course, there is more outside a dome than there is inside. It has to be that way. But it never crossed my mind. Although I knew little about what existed out there, I was struck by the thought of people looking out into the distance and seeing the dome of mist I currently inhabit. I wonder how many people live in there, they might ask. As I read Verity's journal, I began to see my time OC differently. It was still dull, still less comfortable, but I saw purpose in it. If this would be the only reality for me after I escaped, I ought to take it seriously. My first concern was my body. I hadn't thought about my OC body much, besides how gross it was. But if this was the body I'd be stuck with for the rest of my life, I figured I should start taking care of it. Not that I had too many options. My diet was fixed, and so was my routine for the most part. But I did what I could to be as active as possible. I took the tasks at work that required the most movement. I continued walking just a touch faster wherever I went. I even washed myself more. Showers OC were disappointing. The water was tepid, and time was limited. But I even took more of those. Though, I was reluctant to spare time that could be spent reading. There were subtler changes as well. I started viewing life OC as more than just the thing I had to endure before I could plug in. As I walked to and from work and saw the many billboards featuring our district's director, Enoch, I couldn't help but see my struggles against him personally. Every time I read the phrase, "show you care, conserve your air," I took a deep breath in rebellion. I also paid more attention to the people around me. I even risked a few superfluous words, a greeting, a compliment. Most of the time, my attempts were received with anger or disgust. I had one success, though. There was a guy I passed every day on my way to work. His job was to prep the chute for the day's delivery of bodies. It was always just me and him in the corridor, so I risked a good morning one day as I passed. He looked at me funny, but I kept walking by. Day after day, I greeted this guy, and day after day, his demeanor softened. First, I got a chuckle from him, then a wave, but before long, we carried on brief conversations in the time it took me to walk by. I never learned his name, but I learned that he was very funny. I often had to hide my laughter as I left his presence after he made some quip about the lovely weather or his friends that would soon be arriving. One final event worth mentioning happened during my struggle to get into the Pinocchi Guild. I received word that I would be mated again in a week. I didn't give it too much thought beyond logistics. I'd have to act naturally, and that probably meant spending some time with the girl. This would detract from my other efforts, but there was nothing I could do about it. It also gave me a timeline for my escape. I'd have to do it before we cohabited, but that was still 5 months away. Would that be enough time? Speak. Amy was right in the prediction she made the first day we met. Besides becoming a true friend over the weeks that followed, she became my ticket into the Pinocchi Guild. I won by a hair, but a win's a win. When the game ended, she shook my hand and stood up on her chair. "I'd like to make an announcement," she bellowed. Everyone looked up from their games. "Please welcome our newest guild member, Icarus." She threw her open hands in my direction as if I were on display. There was a moment of quiet, broken by a woman's voice from across the room. "I'm surprised it took so long." "Shut up, Persephone," shouted Amy. But everyone laughed, including Amy, and after a smattering of applause, I became the newest member of the Pinocchi Guild. Now all I needed to do was figure out why I had wasted so much time on this game. Soon, Abe was standing before us with a Pinocchi board in his hand. "No way, Abraham," said Amy. "If you think I spent all this time working with Icarus and I'm going to let you show him the members board, you're out of your mind." Abe stood there silently for a moment. "Are you sure you know how?" he asked. "Yes, I know how," she said. "I may not be as good as you, but I've been doing this for a while." "Very well, I'll allow it, but only if I can observe." "Fine," she huffed. "Give it here." Abe placed the board on the table and pulled up a chair. I had no idea why this was important, but I was beginning to feel knots forming in my stomach. "Icarus," she said, "do you notice anything different about this board?" "Yeah," I replied. "Some of the holes have a white border." "Exactly. This board comes with a new rule to the game. Only your pointer pin can go in these white holes. Do you notice anything special about the white holes?" "They are labeled." "Yes. Each hole corresponds to one letter of the alphabet." "Okay," I replied. "So," she said, "if I move my pointer here." She moved to the hole labeled H. "And you happen to remember that, and then the following turn I move it here." She moved to the letter I. "You might find those moves significant." H. I. Hi? It was a message. Pinocchi was a way to communicate freely within the Coar. My jaw dropped. I looked up at Amy and then at Abe. They both grinned at me. "Good job, Amy," said Abe as he stood up and returned to his table. "You explained well." "So," Amy began, "shall we play?" I eagerly gathered my pins, and we set up a new game. Conversations were slow, going letter by letter between flicking the puck back and forth. But I quickly learned a few tricks. Before placing a pin in a hole, Amy would tilt the top of the pin toward a vowel. This would allow her to get 2 letters out in one turn. Also, if I understood the word before it was finished, I could guess the next letter on my turn, and she would move on. Finally, if an answer to a question could be construed as talking about the game, it could be spoken out loud. Still, even with these tricks, it was slow. Slow or not, it was incredible to talk with so much freedom in the COR. Amy's first words to me were, "Did Ver get out?" "I think so," I replied. "Good," she said aloud after I had made a shot and missed. "I want to go too," I spelled. "Talk to Abe," she replied. I would have to get a game in with Abe eventually, but I was happy to continue talking with Amy in the meantime. It was thrilling to discuss anything that came to mind. Amy told me about herself in a way that I had never experienced before. She told me about her OC self. OC Amy was an old woman, 40-something years old. She wouldn't give me the exact number. She had been mated with the same man for over 20 years. She loved him, but they hardly talked. She worked in nutritional rations production just like me, but a different job in another building. It was strange getting to know the real Amy. Surely, the real Amy was less physically attractive than the one sitting in front of me, but as I got to the heart of who she was, my admiration of her grew. "Did you ever think about leaving?" I asked her over the course of a dozen turns of pinochle. "When I was younger, I did," she replied. "But I could never convince Riker. He understands why I'd want to, but he's happy here. Now I'm too old for such big changes." "Do you know many people who have escaped?" "Lots." "How do you know they made it out alive?" I asked. "They told me." I didn't waste time trying to respond to this statement. I just looked at Amy with my eyebrows raised as high as they would go until she started to explain. "Abe's been to the void." I stood up and walked straight over to Abe. "Abe, could we schedule a time to play one day soon?" "High aspirations, Icarus. Do you think you can hold your own against me?" "Nope," I replied. "All right, let's play tomorrow." I thanked him and returned to Amy. Her next message to me was short. "Rude. Burdens." Waking up the next morning, my mind was on the conversation I would have with Abe later that day. But like every other morning, I took as much time as I could to keep working through Verity's journal. This morning's entry was especially significant to me. Good news all around. I met Icarus, my new mate. I really like him. It's incredible how quick he was to meet me OC and even agree to be exclusive with me. I expected that to take months. Maybe this won't be so hard after all. I don't know how Omnipole allows us to get mated. They take everything else that is real from us. Why let us have this? I guess most people dread it too much to enjoy it. Adding another person into the mix is going to complicate things. And I have thought about just going ahead with my plans and not including my mate in things at all. But after I met him, I knew I needed to at least try. It's been a little over a month at the Pinochle Guild, and I'm learning a lot. I'm so glad Samir told me about it. I think I've finally figured out how the Max keep us from crossing the mist. Somehow, in the process of producing Max, the noose gets compressed. This is all fine, as long as we're inside the mist. But as soon as someone with Max in their system crosses through the mist, it expands. I hear it's not pretty. Fortunately, this shouldn't be a problem for me, just a matter of timing it for when I've got the other Max. That puts me close to the mist anyway. Verity told me about this once. When she had a job that was near the mist, they gave her a different sort of MAKS, so she wouldn't die if she accidentally crossed into the void. She was lucky, I guess. I'd have to figure it out another way, but I'd also have to figure it out another time, because I had to go to work. During my shift, my thoughts returned to my scheduled talk with Abe. If Amy was right, not only had he been to the void, but he had returned. As much as I wanted to know how he did it and what it was like, I was most curious about why he came back. Unfortunately, Omnipole had other plans for me that day. When I plugged in, there was a message waiting for me. I had been matched. I remember how I felt the first time I was matched. It was such a momentous event. Meeting Verity was full of many worries, but also joys that I had never known possible. This time there were still plenty of worries, but they were of a different sort. No longer was I self-conscious about my OC body, not because my efforts of personal betterment had yielded any results, but because I had no expectation of ever seeing this girl OC, and if I failed to escape by that time, I knew I would be much more comfortable than she would on the day we moved in together. But what if she wanted to be together IC too often? What if she wanted sex? I had to act naturally if I wanted to avoid attention, but I was resolved to use my time wisely and keep my commitment to Verity. I didn't really have a plan. I sort of just hoped she would be disinterested in me. I did my best to encourage her disinterest by adjusting my IC appearance to look just a bit less attractive. I didn't want to overdo it because that would attract attention in itself, but I became a little paler, a little skinnier, and threw in a slightly receding hairline for good measure. I also took a page from Abe's book and chose a pair of glasses that were less than flattering. After my makeover, I got around to viewing my new match's profile. Her name was Alosia FL0101. Looking at her OC pictures, I realized how much I had changed. While she was nowhere near as attractive as Verity, I found the flaws and nuances of her face and body something to appreciate rather than overlook. She was a petite blonde and very pale. I always thought Verity had an advantage in that area. Her dark skin never looked unhealthy or pale. Alosia was not smiling in her pictures, but I imagined her smile would be very pretty. Her eyes were blue and sparkled brightly behind the dark bags that we all had OC. Omnipol shows us these OC pictures to alleviate any anxiety about one day seeing our mates OC. To me, though, they had the opposite effect. Seeing the real Alosia made me dread meeting the girl hiding behind an attractive IC persona. We all did it IC. Though our minds were the same, the way we acted and treated everyone else was radically different when we were plugged in. She messaged me first. "Hi." "Hello, Alosia. It's nice to meet you," I replied. "Yeah. Isn't it so awkward that they send us those OC pictures? LOL. I promise not to judge you by yours if you don't judge me by mine." Here I was tempted to reply in a way that went against both of my objectives with Alosia. I wanted to compliment her OC appearance. After a moment of thought, and wondering what Verity would have me do, I went for it. "I think you are very pretty, OC," I wrote. LOL. Someone wants to get on my good side. I don't mind flattery, but make it believable. I decided it was best to just speak her language. LOL, I replied. "Come over. I'd like to introduce myself properly." Her message included a port link. "I'd love to see you," I wrote, "but I made plans yesterday that I should see if I can postpone first. I'll be your way as soon as possible." "'Kay," she replied, followed by a kissy face. This was not going to be easy. I quickly ported to the Pinocchi Hall and found Abe. "You know, Icarus, copying my look won't help you beat me," said Abe as I approached his table. "I'm sorry, I have to postpone our game. I just got remated today. She wants to meet me." Abe burst into a fit of laughter. "So that's why you're copying my style? Trying to impress a woman?" I chuckled a bit. "You know who has my heart?" I replied. "Of course I know, which is why your style changes are both flattering and insulting. You're not the first person to do this." He tapped the side of his glasses twice and gave me a wink. "I'll be back as soon as possible," I said. "If you really want to impress her, invite her here." "Yeah, I'll do that if I never want to see her again," I joked. He shot me a sly smile. "I'll be sure to make her experience the thrill," he said through more laughter. It was actually a good idea. "Are you sure it's okay to do that?" I asked. "It's an open group for a reason." I poured it away with something like a plan. Perhaps I wouldn't need to worry about Alosia after all, but she wasn't going to make it easy. I appeared in her bedroom, which was an overwhelming shade of pink. This was all I could take in before I saw her. She was lying on her bed, half naked. She looked like a caricature of her OC self. Her lips, hips, and breasts were unnaturally large, while her waist and nose were far too small. She was doing something with her lips that I assume was supposed to be seductive. Lots of women I see chose features like this, but even before my changes in taste, I shied away from her type. It's a shame. She really was pretty OC. My first line of defense seemed to have an impact, however, because she soon stopped doing that lip thing and just stared at me askance. "What's with the glasses?" she asked. "Oh, these?" I asked, pretending to be oblivious to the derision in her tone. "I saw them at the store and just had to pick them up." "Why?" she asked. "I try to keep up with the styles," I replied. Maybe I was a little too heavy-handed in my irony. "Okay," she replied, as she fumbled with her interface to put some clothing on. I gave a cheer internally as trouble was averted, for now. There were a few moments of awkward silence before she spoke again. "So, Your profile says you like to watch movies. Do you want to go watch a movie or something? She asked. Time for phase 2. Oh my, I replied. How outdated those profiles can get after half a year. I don't remember the last movie I watched. Well then, what do you like to do? All I do these days is play pin-hockey. What's that? She asked with a heavy sigh. Oh, it's the most thrilling game ever invented, I said, growing in excitement. Come on, I'll show you. Before she could say no, I had the link ready and held out in front of her. To her credit, she pressed the link without any further questions. We appeared in front of the pin-hockey house in all its mundane glory. I took Alocia's hand, led her through the double doors, and with a grand gesture displayed the interior. I caught a glimpse of Amy, who was nearly falling out of her seat in laughter at the scene. Abe played his part impressively as he awkwardly shuffled toward us. Welcome to the Pin-hockey Guild, he said. He wasted no time ushering her over to a table to give her a demo. His cadence was painfully slow, and he paused often to mutter to himself and chuckle. He was the most awkward, boring person I had ever witnessed. I sat next to the table, and I was struggling to stay awake. I'll hand it to Alocia. She made it through without being overtly rude. But as soon as it came time to play a full game, she remembered something important she had to do, and poured it away. As soon as she left, the entire room exploded in laughter. I hadn't noticed, but no one was playing during Abe's tutorial. Everyone in the room was silently watching what was happening at our table. When the laughter died down and games resumed, Abe motioned me to the seat that Alocia had been occupying as he replaced the beginner board with a regulation pin-hockey board, and our game began. As for the games, I lost terribly each time. Because I hardly put up a fight, the conversation that we had spanned many games, the best of which I scored 3 points. Since conversations in pin-hockey are truncated and broken up by the flicking of pucks, I will relay what was said in a more natural way. Did you really go to the void? I asked. Really, he replied. Why did you come back? That's a long story. I could have lived out my days in the void, but I decided to come back and help others however I could. This is why I invented pin-hockey. How can I get there? I asked. You'll have to figure out 3 important details. First, you'll need to remove your tracker. Second, you'll need to find some noose-free Macs. Finally, you'll need to establish an escape route. Okay, I replied, keeping a mental note of these tasks. You are in L District? Yes. Talk to Lucia. She is in L District. She can help with some details. Come back to me when you've sorted out a rough plan. He finished his sentence on the same turn he won the game, shook my hand, and gave me a nod. I guess my time was up. I remembered Lucia from a failed attempt to get into the guild, but I hadn't spoken to her since then. I approached her table and asked to schedule a game. We're almost done here, she said. Pull up a chair. I sat down beside the table and was immediately confronted with a point of etiquette I'd not considered before. Was it polite to watch others play? It felt like I was invading a private conversation, but Lucia was right. The game ended quickly, and her opponent left. I sat down across from her with a grateful smile. Lucia was not someone I would likely have interacted with on my own volition. She was never unkind to me, but she had an air of gravity that made me uncomfortable. Like everyone else I see, she appeared young, but her features were very sharp. Her black hair was tied in a bun so tight that it seemed to pull her face upward. Perhaps because of the facial tension, she rarely emoted. Her resting face was piercing, so I had to get used to being pierced. We set up our game, and I asked my question. Can you help me escape? L District? Yes. Where do you work? Rations production? Do you have access to a knife at work? I racked my brain for memories of a knife at the production plant. There were a few tools for hacking up clumps, but none would qualify as a knife. I don't think so, I replied. This is step 1. Your best bet is to find a way into an old world structure. They are on the bottom floors of most RU towers. I knew what she was referring to. I had been there with Verity, but I had no idea how I would get to one by myself. How? I asked. Use a TP, cut the visit short, and search downstairs. Can I come to you? No. Too obvious. Visit your new mate. At this suggestion, not even the tightest bun in the world could keep a smile from creeping across Lucia's face. I buried my hands in my face and half laughed, half moaned. I just got done making sure Alosia would never want to see me again. Now I have to find a way for her to let me visit her. Oh well, it would have to be a problem for tomorrow. I finished my game with Lucia, gave her my thanks, and spent most of the rest of my day chatting with Amy. Finally, I returned home and took a shower, the first one I see in a long time. Fresh. Was there any other way I could find a knife? I struggled with that question from the moment I woke until it was time to plug in. I even risked a little searching around at my job. No luck. Lucia was right. Alosia was the way to go. I just had to figure out how I could redeem her first impression of me. As the time to plug in drew near, I formulated a plan, but I was far from confident that it would work. My first task was to undo the uglification I caused the day before. Sadly, the glasses had to go. Having seen Alosia, I opted to even enhance a couple of features to suit her tastes. I looked buff, tan, and thoroughly ridiculous. She'd love it. Next, I had to reel her back in. I decided to play the grieving mate card. I sent her a message, which ended up being closer to an essay. Alosia, I'm really sorry about how strange I acted yesterday. The truth is, I was really hurt when my previous mate died. I think I was just afraid to get close to anyone else in that way, so I did those strange things to protect myself. I hope you can believe that I'm not really like that, and I hope I can get a second chance at a first impression. I had to wait a few minutes for the reply. So, you don't normally wear glasses? Haha, no? And that boring game? After my mate died, I played a lot. It helped me get through a dark time. It's take it or leave it for me now. But you won't ask me to play it anymore? Of course not. Another period of waiting. LOL, okay. She attached another port link. I pressed the port link, afraid that I would encounter another scene like the day before. And I was right. She was lying in her bed, in the same state of undress as yesterday, doing that same strange mouth thing. Ooh, she squealed. That's much better. I didn't want to be rude yesterday, but woof, you looked ugly. I laughed along with her. Yeah, I did a good job scaring you away, didn't I? I almost didn't even read your message earlier. Good thing that didn't happen. I'm glad you did, I replied. Well, you said you wanted a second chance at a first impression, she said, slapping her thigh. Come and get it. I hesitated. Could I talk to you about that first? Her countenance fell. What is there to talk about? She asked. I was in dangerous territory. With my first mate, I began. Well, I was really nervous about getting mated and seeing her OC for the first time. So, she suggested we just meet OC quickly. That way, there's nothing hanging over our heads. You know? I'm not doing that, she replied flatly. It would only be a quick hello and I'd be gone. No, I can't do that. It would be too awkward. It's going to be awkward when we move in together. I just wanted to get it over with. Maybe after I get to know you a little better. Maybe. Okay, I replied. Let's get to know each other. But can we do it in a different way? I don't see what the big deal is. It's just sex. I read that you like to shop, I said, with as much feigned excitement as I could muster. Want to go shopping? She perked up for an instant, but then flopped down onto her pillow. I'm broke. I sensed a crack in the armor. I'll pay for you, I said. She narrowed her eyes and cocked her head. It looked like she might have been sniffing for something. Can you smell C-coin? Once she appeared satisfied with whatever information she gained through her staring and sniffing, she bounded out of bed. Sounds fun, can't wait. I won't bore you with the details of that day. It was both tedious and expensive. The damage? About 3 months' worth of pay, but it didn't matter to me at all. Before Verity, I had plans to save up my C-coin and upgrade my house, but that meant nothing to me anymore. I just had to be careful not to spend all my money. It may be my only leverage with Alosia. I didn't bring up the OC meeting again. I had to play my cards right. I'd try again tomorrow. With the last vestiges of my day, I ported over to the Pinocchi house. When I entered, there was an unexpected silence followed by a roar of laughter. I didn't catch on. Finally, Amy ran up to me and buried her face in my chest, rubbing my arm with mock seduction. "Oh, Icarus," she exclaimed. "Have you been to the gym since yesterday?" Once I realized I was still looking like a caricature of a bodybuilder, I joined in the laughter. I picked up Amy with one arm and exhibited an exaggerated flex with the other. Amy and I got in a few rounds of pin hockey before disengagement. The next day started like any other, aside from the significant reduction in my net worth. I kept my eye out for knives at work, found none, and plugged in. Immediately, I received a message from Alosia. I guess she enjoyed our shopping date. "Hi, Icarus." "Good morning," I replied. "What you doing?" "I don't have any plans." "Want to go shopping again? LOL?" "That sounds fun," I replied. Was this the biggest lie I've told so far? "Let me check to see how much C-coin I have." LOLK. I knew exactly how much C-coin I had, but I let the tension build for a minute or two. "Oh boy," I wrote, "I'd really be dipping into my house upgrade savings if we spent like we did yesterday." "We can spend less this time." I replied. "I'll tell you what. Let me come visit you, OC, and we can convert my house upgrade fund to an Alosia shopping fund." This time, she was building up the tension. I could almost hear the gears turning in her head from my house. "How long will it take?" she finally replied. "I won't stay long, I promise." "Okay, fine." This was turning out to be a very expensive knife. One shopping trip and half year's wages behind me, and we finalized our meeting for the following week. I didn't let on how little C-coin I had left because I thought she might back out. I could tell she was nervous about meeting OC, and I didn't blame her. I was in the same place less than a year ago. It's a shame I couldn't make our get-together as magical as Verity did for me. But then again, perhaps Alosia is a perfect example of someone who is truly happy, I see. I still had some unanswered questions. Though I didn't want to think about it, I knew what the knife was for, removing the tracker from my arm. Still, I was hoping to get some details about what constituted the right tool for the job. The only person who I knew must have done it was Abe. After messaging with Alosia, I ported to the Pinocchi house and asked Abe if I could cut in between two games. His answer was not as helpful as I hoped. "Sharp, clean, thin, razor blade if possible." I didn't know if I'd find anything sharp or clean among old world stuff, or that there were even old world structures underneath Alosia's RU. But if I failed, it would mean waiting another month for a chance at a knife. Mechapocalypse. After spending most of my life unable to talk about the sorts of things we discussed at the Pinocchi Guild, it was easy to spend day after day there. But I still got antsy sometimes. After a few hours at the board with Amy, I stood up and asked, "Want to do something else?" "Sure," she replied with a shrug. "What are you thinking?" "You choose." She thought for a moment, and then a devious smile crept across her face. "Have you heard of Mechapocalypse?" "No," I replied cautiously. Still donning a smile that made me just a little uncomfortable, she reached across the table. I took her hand, and she ported us away. We appeared outside on a vast, perfectly flat stretch of concrete, surrounded by rows upon rows of massive metal buildings. They looked sort of like airplane hangars, but there were no airplanes in sight. Amy looked around for a moment before exclaiming, "There's one!" She pulled me by my hand to one of the buildings. "See? Green light means it's available," she said, pointing to the light on the wall next to the large bay door. We entered through a smaller door next to the bay door into a junkyard? Machine parts littered the concrete floor, most of them bigger than I was. In the middle of the room was a circular brass-colored pad, which was at least the size of a swimming pool. Amy ran over to the pad and looked up at a screen high on the wall, which appeared to be counting down. "Only a little more than an hour left. We've got to hurry." We weren't in too much of a hurry for Amy to change her clothes. She was now wearing a grease-stained white t-shirt and a pair of equally dirty overalls. Her hair was up in a short ponytail, and she was wearing a pair of round goggles. She hadn't yet touched a single thing, but still had grease stains on her hands and face. "Are you going to explain what we are doing?" I asked, catching up to her at the pad. "We're building a robot, which we will use to fight other robots. Isn't that obvious? Was it obvious? She picked up a small metal rod with a bunch of buttons and dials on it. Let's start with a head, she said, pushing a button. Suddenly, the piles of machine parts around us began to move as a dozen robot heads rose from the ground and arrayed themselves in midair in front of us. Which one do you want? She asked. I picked one at random. Pointing the rod at the head, she dragged it over the pad, where it hovered obediently. Next, we selected a body, which, with another drag and drop of Amy's device, affixed itself to the head. We continued this pattern of isolating and selecting parts until we had standing before us a 40-foot-tall humanoid robot with a giant claw for one hand and a circular saw blade for the other. Any vacant space on our creation featured spikes, rocket launchers, flamethrowers, and other tools of destruction. When the final touches, which were mostly aesthetic, were complete, Amy looked up at the timer. "We did it," she said, hands on her hips. "Awesome," I replied, impressed by the result of our work. "Where's the controller?" She looked at me, confused for a moment, and then let out a laugh. "The controller?" she asked. "It's in there." She pressed a button on her device, and the top of our robot's head swung open with a hiss. She grabbed my hand and led me onto a smaller pad on the ground, which carried us up to what I was realizing was a cockpit. "Wait," I stammered. "We're getting in this thing?" "Duh, I'll take care of the weapons. You take the legs and the claw." As we were entering the cockpit, a countdown sounded. Mechapocalypse beginning in 10, 9. "Wait, how do I control this thing?" "You'll figure it out. Just stand there," she said, pointing at a small pole rising from the floor. I wanted to object, but I feared the countdown wouldn't stop for me, no matter what I did. As I approached the pole, 2 footmarks on the ground lit up. I stepped on the footmarks, and a series of cables grabbed me and bound my torso to the pole. A helmet descended over my head, and, through a screen on the visor, the robot's vision was now my own. My arms and legs were still free, but now, as I moved them, so did the corresponding parts of our robot. With my right arm, which wasn't in charge of a robot limb, I lifted my visor to see Amy getting comfortable in a seat to my left. Her right arm was in a sleeve, controlling the saw arm, and her other was hovering over a panel of screens and buttons. The countdown reached 0, and the walls of our hangar dissolved into nothing. "Let the mechapocalypse begin." The world outside looked much different than we left it. We stood in the ruins of a city, half-destroyed skyscrapers and smoldering cars as far as the eye could see. "All right, Icarus," Amy said, through a speaker in my helmet. "Let's try not to lose too quickly. Slowly walk over to that building and peek around the corner." Controlling the robot was no harder than moving my own body. I walked to the edge of a mostly intact building and peeked my head down a perpendicular street. Something was there, and it was bigger than us. "Let's not mess with the Icarus behind you." I whipped my head around just in time to see a tractor trailer hit my face. We fell back onto the ground as Amy began smashing buttons and rockets flew from our shoulders. "Get up," she yelled. I shot to my feet with just enough time to dodge a hammer blow from the robot that threw the truck. The hammer must have been heavy, as it took a moment for our enemy to retract it. In that time, I used my claw to lock down on its arm. Amy's saw blade wasted no time cutting the offending arm from the mechanized body of our opponent. "Grab the head." Obediently, I reached out and closed the claw over its head. Through her maniacal laughter and the sound of ripping metal, I looked over to Amy, her grease-stained face aglow with the light effusing from many flamethrowers. She's a good friend, I thought. We were ripped in half moments after that, but it was fun. Knife. When I woke up on the morning of my visit to Alosia, there was a certain thrill intermingled with the nerves I felt. Not long ago, I would have dreaded a full-day OC, especially one without Verity. More recently, I felt like time OC is a precious commodity, not to be wasted. My work shift came and went, and I was soon on my way to Alosia. Her building was right next to mine, as it turns out. So, the walk from work was familiar. When I entered the elevator, I was relieved to see that, like in Verity's building, the lowest floors had no button on the selection panel. Good sign. By the time I got to her door, I must admit, I was a little nervous about seeing her. It was still something that I hadn't done enough with anyone other than Verity to be comfortable with. I was supposed to be the confident one in this interaction, so I put on a brave face. I knocked on the door, waited, knocked again, waited. She plugged in. She must have, I thought. Does this affect my plan? I was about to turn around when I heard the door click. The knob turned, and a small crack appeared in the doorway. I could just catch a shadowy eye peeking through the crack. Donning my nicest smile, I waved to the figure cowering behind the door. "Icarus?" Alosia whispered through the crack. "Hi," I replied. "Yeah, it's me." Slowly, the door inched open. As the light of the hallway fell upon half of her face, I was struck by the dazzling blueness of her eye. When the door opened wide enough to enter, I stepped into her RU and sat down on the bed. She closed the door and just stood there, looking at me like I was about to scream or attack her. Despite her timidity, I learned that the pictures sent by the mark did not do her justice. Here was another beautiful woman. Her long golden hair fell across her chest like a shimmering waterfall, framing those piercing blue eyes and a cute button nose. It's a good thing she didn't look this way, I see, or I would have had a much harder time denying her advances. With another big smile, I reached out my hand. She walked across the small room like a woman condemned to death. She didn't grab my hand, but instead sat down next to me on the bed. My outstretched arm was already behind her, so I put it over her shoulder in a sort of side hug. She recoiled at my touch. "Thank you for having me, Alosia. I really appreciate it." "Sure," she replied, looking down at her hands, folded on her lap. "I wasn't lying to you when I said you look beautiful, OC," I said cautiously. She winced and shook her head. "Well, I think so," I responded, moving my hand from her side to her hands. "Thanks," she replied. "You're not wanting to do it, are you?" "What? No, just talk, that's all," I said, as I pulled my hand away. "Sorry, I was trying to be comforting." She looked up for the first time. While her eyes felt like they were piercing into my soul, I knew behind them was little more than insecurity and emptiness. And then she did something that shocked me. She took a deep breath, like she was about to dive into deep water, and leaned her head on my shoulder. I ventured to place my hand on the top of her leg, and we sat like that for a while. Before long, I felt the coolness of tears through the sleeve of my shirt. My heart ached for her. She was hurting too. Is this all it took? One person showing interest in the real Alosia? Was it that uncommon? "Alosia," I said, leaning my cheek on her head. "Are you happy?" Perhaps those words brought her back to her senses. She sat up and turned away from me. "Yes, of course I am," she said. I chuckled. Perhaps I had gone too far. "Good, I'm glad," I replied as I stood up from the bed. I figured I'd put her through enough for one day. "Thank you so much for doing this. I know it was hard." "No problem," she said, looking at the ground in the opposite direction from where I was standing. "I'll see you later. Bye." I heard Alosia scrambling to plug in as I was leaving. I turned around before I was in the doorway. She was already plugged in. This was the first time I had seen someone's OC body plugged in. It was an eerie sight. She sat there, perfectly still, eyes closed, shoulders square, and neck straight. With a shudder, I left her RU. The hallway was desolate. Everyone had made it to work or their RU and was plugged in by now. As I approached the elevator, I reflected that meeting Alosia was both easier and more difficult than I had anticipated. Easier in that she caused no trouble, and even enjoyed a moment of closeness, possibly the first in her life. But it was difficult to see yet another example of misery. I doubted her negative feelings would last long after she was plugged in. She would distract all her negative thoughts away. But just behind the surface, she was in pain. I wish I didn't know that. But I soon forgot about it myself, as the task of finding a knife became my sole focus. The first trial was to get to the old world section of the building. I remembered how Verity did it, but I wasn't sure all elevators worked the same way. When the elevator doors closed, I settled on the second floor, which was the first unlisted floor above the ground floor. So I pressed the button for floor 102 and ground floor simultaneously. The elevator moved. It was a tense ride down, but to my relief, the elevator stopped exactly where I hoped it would. When the doors opened, however, my hopes were greatly diminished. The space before me was much unlike the one Verity and I had visited under her RU. It was completely trashed. There were hardly any lights that worked, and those that did flickered incessantly. Rubble and garbage littered the floor, windows were broken, and doors hung off their hinges. It became apparent that not only was this a poorer old-world district, but that it had been picked through by artifact disposal. Maybe Verity herself was here at some point. I trudged into the open foyer, looking for some clues as to where anything usable might be hiding. The layout looked similar to the one I remembered, but it was less opulent and less open. Stairs rose to the higher floors, but each of the floors was walled off and not visible from where I stood below. The bottom floor appeared to have been occupied by shops and stalls, businesses catering to those living above. But throughout my quick perusal, there was nothing that suited my needs. I ascended the steps to the second floor, and things looked little better. The ceiling had collapsed in places, and the floor was warped, torn up, and scattered with puddles of water. I nursed a permanent knot in my stomach as I explored, expecting something to go wrong at every turn. The third floor was completely dark, so I skipped it altogether. The fourth, however, looked more promising. Most of the lights were working, and the damage to the floors and walls was minimal. The doors were still all knocked out, but that only helped me at this point. I began the search for my surgical tool. Knives, as it turns out, were not difficult to come by, but there were very few of the sort that I would care to pierce my skin with. Ordinary dinner knives and cooking knives abounded, but all were too large, too rusty, or too dull. I stumbled upon a paring knife that did not look completely disgusting, and I held on to it as I continued to search. I continued, home to home, swapping out the knife in my hand for any specimen that looked sharper and less rusty. After 2 or 3 swaps, I was beginning to be satisfied with my selection. I also happened upon a few loose razor blades in one of the bathrooms I searched. They were small enough to hang on to along with my knife. Somewhere around that time, however, I heard a noise. I was inside one of the homes, in a bathroom, and I distinctly heard a voice, no, 2 voices, having a conversation somewhere beyond. I couldn't make out the words. I sat frozen on an old toilet, listening as carefully as I could. It didn't sound like they were moving, and the cadence of their talk was casual. Perhaps they didn't know I was there. Slowly, I exited the bathroom and emerged into the main hall heading out of the home. Standing by the open doorway, I listened some more. It sounded like the voices were coming from another floor. It couldn't have been the floor below because it was pitch black, so it must have been the one right above me. I crept toward the stairwell, and my heart dropped. They were below me. Perhaps they were on the landing of the second floor. There was only one way down, and it looked like that way would take me right past these, at least, 2 men. So I sat down to the side of the stairwell and continued listening. There was nothing else to do. Their conversation was sporadic and seemingly inconsequential. One of the voices was gruff. He spoke less frequently. The other man talked in a soft tenor, ending many of his sentences with the inflection of a question. I could gather little from the content of their conversation. They talked mostly about food and other practical considerations, but sometimes the softer-sounding man would ask a completely impertinent question. Do you think some people's souls are more developed than others? To which his gruff companion replied, Dunno. I sat still, listening for a while. I was confident that I had lots of time before I had to leave, but I was also growing confident that these men were safe. At the very least, they weren't working for Omnipol. My dwindling fear and growing curiosity led me to do something unexpected. I called out to the men. Hello, I said, as confidently as I could muster. I heard the soft-voiced man exclaim something that wasn't a word, while his friend shouted, Who the hell is up there? My name is Icarus, I said. I mean no harm. May I come down? Do whatever you want, the gruff man replied. I stowed my knife in my waistband, covering it with my shirt. Slowly, I descended the stairs, past the darkened 3rd floor, down to the 2nd. The 2 men were sitting at a table near the edge of the stairwell. I'm certain the table was not there when I passed through earlier. They looked much like I expected. The gruff-sounding man looked gruff. He had a full beard and unkempt, bristly hair. His eyebrows were massive, and his face was contorted into a resting scowl. His friend looked cleaner. His face was shaven, and his hair was at a manageable length. The man's soft features matched his voice, as did the friendly salutation he offered when I stepped into sight. "Icarus," you said. "Nice to meet you." "Thank you," I replied. "What brings you to our abode?" he asked. I held out my hand, which still carried the few clean razor blades I had found. Judging from their nods, I supposed they understood. "Trying to escape?" the gruff man asked. "Trying," I replied. "Well then, it's happy providence that we've met," said the soft-voiced man. "My name is Guy, and this is Abner." "What are you doing here?" I asked. "Resisting, you might say." I looked around for any traces of something that might qualify as resistance, finding nothing. "How's that?" I asked. "Would you like to see?" Guy asked, rising from his chair. "Sure," I replied. Abner remained seated at the table and watched us walk away. I followed Guy upstairs to the dark third floor. He stepped into the hallway, turned into the first door, and, in a moment, the entire floor lit up. Popping his head out into the hallway, he called to me. "This way." I followed him into the room and was stunned at what I saw. It was a library. There was not an inch of wall space that wasn't covered by books. Even the middle of the room featured shelves and tables teeming with books and papers of all sizes. "Behold," Guy said, "our small act of resistance, a compilation of as much old-world knowledge as we could get our hands on." "How did you find it all?" I asked, gaping in amazement at the sheer number of books. "Well, you see, I used to work in artifact disposal before I died." "Died?" "Well, according to Omnipol, yes. Abner, too. Dying really frees you up in these parts." "But what are you going to do with all of it?" I asked. "Probably nothing. You know what they say? One man sows, another waters." I had never heard that phrase before in my life. "But come," he said. "This is only a fraction of our work." He led me room by room through the trove of old-world treasures he and Abner had acquired. One room was all paintings, another full of music discs, and they had a player. Another was full of more practical items, food, soaps, drinks, toothbrushes, etc. It was certainly the most interesting thing I'd ever seen OC. I wish I had weeks to go through it all. "Why do you keep it all here, though?" I asked. "There are other places that are much nicer than this." We had to choose a location that had already been processed by artifact disposal, and this one has an exit that avoids using the main elevator. Guy led me down to the second floor, where Abner was still sitting. "So, you got the tour," he said. Was this his invitation for me to reflect on what I had seen? "It was amazing," I replied. "About those razor blades," he said. "You know, hacking up your flesh ain't easy. Think you can do it?" "I don't have a choice." "I'm about to give you a choice," he said. Was he angry at me? I couldn't tell. "Okay," I replied. "Guy, do we still have that surgical kit upstairs?" "I'd have to find it," said Guy. "But it's here somewhere." "Well, Icarus," said Abner, "I'll cut that tracker out of you." This came as a shock. It had to happen, but I thought I'd have a bit more time to prepare. I really didn't want to do it myself, but I didn't exactly trust Abner either. "Oh," I stammered. "I don't know if... Well, Guy put his hand on my shoulder. "Icarus, Abner has omitted a very important detail in his offer. He used to be a doctor." "That would have been helpful to include," I said. Abner shrugged. What more could I ask for? A doctor equipped with a surgical kit removing my tracker. How could I say no? "All right, let's do it," I said. Abner gave a nod to Guy, who left to go find the surgical kit. "Let's see what we're working with," said Abner. "Oh yeah, Guy, bring alcohol." I sat in the chair and extended my arm over the table, pulling up my sleeve, beyond my elbow. Each movement was by force of will. I was terrified. "Take your shirt off," Abner said. I obeyed and resumed the position. He took his thumb and began feeling about on my forearm. Soon he was narrowing in on a spot about 2/3 of the way to my elbow. "It's in a good spot," he said. "They used to put these further up the wrist. Then it's around all sorts of veins, tendons, nerves. Here, it's like they want us to cut them out." Guy returned with the kit and set it on the table next to my arm, along with a bottle of alcohol, the kind you drink. Abner opened the kit, pulled out a mat, and laid it out on the table beneath my arm. He opened the bottle and poured some of the liquid out onto his hands and arms, rubbing them together vigorously. He did this 3 or 4 times. He proceeded to lay his tools out on the mat, a scalpel, a pair of forceps, and a few white packets. When I saw the scalpel, I could no longer conceal my anxiety. My breathing grew heavy, and my hand, lying on the table, was shaking. "It's all right, Icarus," said Guy. "Abner did this for me as well. It's hardly as bad as you'd expect." All I could do was nod in assent. Abner opened one of the packets, which contained a smelly, dark amber substance that he rubbed all over my forearm. The second packet contained a curved needle with black thread attached. "We may not even need to stitch. It's not deep," Abner said. He continued preparing as I hyperventilated. "Icarus," said Guy, pulling up a chair in the opposite direction of Abner and my arm. "Look at me. Let's chat. Get your mind on something else." "Okay," I whimpered. "Whatever you do," said Abner, "don't move." "Okay." Guy leaned forward and looked into my eyes. "So, why are you trying to escape?" "My mate." "Your mate? Hey, look at me. Did your mate get out?" "Yes." "You love her?" he asked. "Yeah," I said, as I felt the scalpel cut into my arm. The pain was less intense than I had expected, and, while the fear was the worst part, the fear was the worst part. "Good, this will help you see her. You want to see her, right?" "I want to see her," I said, wincing. There were a few more jolts of pain, but once I knew what to expect, it was manageable. "I'm sure she's beautiful. Must be smart too if she made it." "All done," I heard Abner say from behind me. I shot my head back in astonishment. "That's it?" I asked. "Quick and easy," said Abner. "No need to cry about it." "Huh," I said, grinning ear to ear. "I'm not crying." I finally looked down at my arm. The cut was indeed small. There was one stitch running across the wound. "Save one of those razor blades," said Abner. "You'll have to cut the stitch out in a week." I saw he was still attending to something small in his hand, rubbing and pouring alcohol over it. "This," he held the item between his fingers for my inspection, "is your tracker." It was tiny, nothing more than a small flattish square, about the size of my pinky nail. "Do you understand how you must proceed with the tracker removed?" asked Guy. "I think so." "The tracker must always be where you are supposed to be, so carry it with you everywhere. Only leave it behind when you are going somewhere illicit." "Okay," I responded. "Don't lose it," said Abner. "Yes, you'll be in for a load of trouble if they find out you've removed it. And the most likely way they'll do that is if the tracker doesn't move when you are supposed to move. So keep it close. I've known some who have kept it uncomfortably close, if you catch my meaning." I replied. "I guess I do." "Well, it's yours now," said Abner, handing me the tracker. I put it in my pocket. "No, you'll lose it for sure like that. Give it here." I handed the tracker back to Abner. He unrolled a piece of medical tape and placed the tracker somewhere in the middle, folding the tape over itself. He handed it back to me, now encased in tape. "At least it's a bit larger now. Put it in your sock or something. Take it out of the tape if you want. Just have a plan." "Thank you," I said to both men. "You saved me a lot of trouble." "I'm glad we could help," said Guy. "And I'm glad I still know how to use a scalpel." "It's been a while," said Abner. "Say, you wouldn't happen to have any noose-free MAKS up in one of those rooms, would you?" "We don't mess with Max," replied Abner. "How about any advice on an escape route?" "As you can see," said Guy, gesturing to his surroundings, "escape has not exactly been on our to-do list." "Okay, figured I'd ask," I replied. I stayed for as long as I could, getting as much information as possible from the two men. This excursion had proven much more productive than I thought possible. I was one step closer to getting out of the gray city, worlds. When I arrived at my RU, there was still a bit of time before disengagement. I was eager to report my success to everyone at the guild, but I had a lingering fear about where I would appear when I plugged in. I hoped none of my actions appeared suspicious, but there's always that chance that I did something careless and attracted attention. I prayed that I'd plug in and appear in my bed. With a sigh, I closed my eyes and plugged in. I could tell before opening them that I was seated on a soft bed, as opposed to the hard chairs at the DCC. Perfect. I headed right over to the Pinocchi house, excited to brag about how successful my trip had been. But my thoughts quickly turned to Alosia, who faithfully held up her end of the bargain. I wanted to make sure she got her payment. Before I entered the Pinocchi house, I shot her a message. "Hey, Alosia," I wrote. "Thanks again for having me over earlier." "Don't mention it," she replied. How literal was she being here? "Here's a chunk of the sea coin I promised you." "Thanks," she replied. I wondered if our meeting had an effect on her. I thought she'd bounce right back when she plugged in, but perhaps not. Or perhaps she just wanted nothing to do with me after I'd seen her so vulnerable. I felt torn. I didn't want to risk drawing any attention to myself by trying to nudge Alosia to see things the way I had come to see them. But I felt like I had some responsibility to her. Verity did it for me. I resolved to keep an eye on her. Perhaps she'd snap back to normal, and I wouldn't have to worry about it. I transferred half of my life savings over to her and ported to the Pinocchi house. Amy was playing with Samir at a table near the entrance, but she beckoned me over. "I'm about to lose," she said. "Don't go anywhere." I was hoping to get in a game with Abe or Lucia, but the thought of telling all the details of my day to Amy was really appealing. I knew she would enjoy it, and we were getting much quicker at communicating with all the Pinocchi we had played over the last few weeks. True to her word, Amy lost, and Samir got up and left with a friendly nod. We spent the rest of the day talking, or playing, however you say it. She couldn't offer me any help for my next steps, but her reactions to my story made me feel like a superhero. She laughed at the awkwardness of my meeting with Alosia, but also felt the bitterness of Alosia's situation, all of our situations. Amy held her breath as I told her about my searching through the ruins and my surgery. Well, not literally. It took an hour to tell that part of the story. It felt right to connect with someone like this. I wish I had known about Pinocchi when Verity was still around, but truthfully, I wasn't ready for it. I wouldn't have appreciated it. More likely, I would have been too bored to even get into the guild. I would have been like Alosia. That day ended. I woke up OC and scrambled to complete my revised morning routine. I ate, read through a page of Verity's journal, and got changed for work. When my shirt was off, I looked at my wound from the day before. From all I could tell, it looked okay. I tucked my tracker, still folded up in white medical tape, into my sock, above my foot. Was it okay to step on it? While I had no intention of going anywhere besides work, I felt a surge of excitement that I could. There were still many logistical problems to solve, particularly the reality that, tracker or no, I still had to be plugged in for most of the day. One step at a time. The workday progressed as normal, and before I plugged in, as always, I spent a minute or two reading Verity's journal. Reading these entries was often the highlight of my day. Sometimes they provided valuable information as I planned my escape. More often, they were nothing more than a little bit of Verity here with me. Some entries had both. "He did it. Everything worked out perfectly." I can't say I'm exactly grateful that Icarus screwed some AI in a video game. But if I'm honest, I don't think he would have gone downstairs with me had he not felt a little guilty. It was better than I could have expected. He was really interested in all the old world stuff I showed him, but I think he was in shock for most of the time. It's a lot to process. It was, by far, the best day of my life. Watching him stretched out on that couch felt so natural. I just hope this can be our everyday life very soon. I've never felt better about him coming with me, but it's still going to be a long road. I also learned a helpful fact in a book I found at work today. Apparently, for the first few days after entering the void, some have reported being unable to see people. They are surrounded by their own tiny cloud of mist. It seems to go away on its own, but it's something to be prepared for. I hated that I could only read her words in such haste, but I'd take what I could get. My objective for the day was to get a word with Abe or Lucia to discuss the next steps. But my plans were put on the back seat when Gaius messaged me seconds after plugging in. "I've been thinking about you, Icarus. You free to chat?" My time with Gaius was never longer than I wanted it to be, so I had no problem accepting his invitation. "Sure," I replied. "I'm not home right now, so sorry, no hot tub, but you can come by whenever." I pressed the port link and appeared next to him on a bench outside. The vista was incredible. From what I could tell, we were at the edge of the world. Only with great concentration could I make out the green blurs of land miles below. More surprising than what was below was the sky above, if you could call it that. We were mere feet from a black cloud that stretched above us as far as the eye could see. I could almost reach out and touch it. And then I saw it. A person dropped from the cloud above. It was a glider. Everything clicked. We were at the Hexapla. This was the first course. I remembered it clearly. "You've been here," said Gaius. Or was it a question? He sat pensively looking into the distance. "Yeah, this is a great course. I've never been one for gliding, but there's something about this spot that really gets to me." "Oh," I replied. "This idea of falling out of darkness and into light, it's the falling. 1 second everything is obscured, the next all is clear. But the clarity, it comes whether or not you ask for it." "What do you mean, ask for it?" "Before, you see things one way and then it's completely different. And no matter how hard you try, you can never go back to that old way. If you've fallen into the light, there's nothing you can do to fall back into darkness." "But why would you want to go back into darkness?" I asked. "Why?" asked Gaius, staring distractedly at a pair of gliders emerging through the shroud of darkness. "I suppose because the light hurts sometimes." I remember that was certainly true when I was gliding this course. In contrast to the darkness, the light was painfully bright. But I also knew Gaius was not talking about gliding. "But I didn't call you over just so you could listen to my profundities," he said, still looking out past the cliffside. "I've been thinking about you. How is everything?" "I've been all right," I replied. "Things going back to normal?" I chuckled. "I'm not sure if things will ever go back to normal," I said. Gaius sighed as another glider dropped from the darkness above. "You're probably right," he replied. "So, what have you been doing since we spoke last?" "I found this game that Verity had played. I've been spending a lot of time on that." "Oh yeah? What's it called?" "Pinocchio," I replied. "Oh," he said, seemingly uninterested. "How about a new mate? Did they reassign you yet?" "Yeah," I replied. "Nothing special, I guess." "Not really. Sorry." For the first time in our conversation, Gaius turned and looked at me. "Hey," he said. "You look good, Icarus." I tried for a moment to remember which style I was currently expressing. Was it the Abe lookalike? The faux bodybuilder? No, it was just my standard fare. "I haven't changed anything," I said. "It's in your eyes. You look confident." I had felt more confident than ever before in my life, but I was surprised that anyone could tell by looking at me, I see. "Thanks," I replied. Gaius returned to his staring into the distance. "I'm glad you're doing well. I was worried about you after our last conversation." "I was worried about me too," I said. "Thanks for coming out," he said, with a strong air of "this conversation is over. Next time we'll do hot tub." "Sounds good," I replied, and poured it away. Conversations with Gaius were always a little different, but perhaps because I was now different as well, this one felt especially so. But there was work to do. Finally, I made it to the Pinocchio Guild, past Amy, who was apparently winning a game, and to Abe's table. He looked up at me and tapped his forearm twice. I nodded. He gave me an impressed look and gestured for me to wait a moment for his game to end. When I sat down, he wasted no time setting up the game. His initial message to me was under the assumption that I had found a knife but had not yet removed my tracker. I was happy to interrupt him and get him up to speed. "Good work," he wrote. Now we need to find you some MAKS. Okay, I replied. Nos free max are not strictly necessary. The other option is to get yourself disconnected for a few days and leave before taking max again. This is trouble, though, because you'll have more eyes on you and the contraband that you've been accumulating. He was right. My RU was full of evidence, and I had no way of knowing who might come in and out while I'm at work or plugged in. Where can I get them? I asked. In L District? I don't know. No one here works in max production in L District. Samir is in artifact disposal, though. Perhaps you could work something out with him. It was worth a try. Ulrich. My final message was interrupted by my loss. I remember Verity telling me that those in artifact disposal sometimes get special max for when they are working close to the void so that they don't die if they accidentally cross the mist. I guess they technically don't need them if they stay on this side of the void. I approached Samir, who was playing with Amy at our usual table. I might actually win this one, Icarus, she said, laser focused on the table in front of her. You might be waiting for me for a little while. Actually, I was hoping to play with Samir, I replied. Samir looked surprised, Amy offended. Whatever, she said. You'll still have to wait. I was fine waiting. I could tell Amy was really trying to win because she wasn't spelling anything with her pointer. She was just using it to win the game. She did end up winning, but I think Samir may have let her win. She got up and left. I started my game with Samir. Do you know where I can get News Free Max? I can probably get you some, he replied. How often are you taking MAKS? This was a strange question. Were there options? Once a day, I replied. Stop doing that. How? Why? Because you don't want any more of that crap in your body than necessary. While the psychological effects become apparent within a few hours, it takes almost 3 days before you run into trouble using the COR. He waited for me to respond, but I didn't know what to say, so he continued. You should start getting used to being off them. Soon it will be permanent. Also, when you're on a half dose, you only need half the supply of News Free Max before you can leave. So, what would I need? It normally takes a week, but if you're on a half dose, you should be safe in 3 or 4 days. I've been on a half dose for years, but I just flush them down the toilet. Next time I get News Free, I'll save them. Not sure when that might be, though. So, how do I take a half dose? I asked. You can either cut the pill in half or take one every other day. I recommend the latter. It gives good practice functioning without the drugs. Well, this explains why Samir was always so serious. I had no idea it was possible to not take Max every day. The idea was still uncomfortable. Only a few months ago, being off Max for a day was the worst thing that had ever happened to me. Now I was planning to do it to myself every other day. But I couldn't ignore the tinge of excitement in freeing myself from another burden of the gray city. I thanked Samir for the game, I think he let me win too, and the advice, and I headed out for a while. While I waited for Samir to get the Max I needed, my only other task was to find a way to the mist wall, and I didn't feel like starting that one just yet. Pain. Life OC was getting complicated. I had to remember to hide my stuff, remember to carry around my tracker, and now remember when to take my MAKS. All that on top of reading Verity's journal and trying to care for my body. I'll admit, Omnipol made things easy. I'm not used to having responsibilities. The day after my conversation with Samir, I woke up and did something unheard of. I ate my nutritional rations, peeled my Max from the package, and, after a few nervous breaths, flushed the pill down the toilet. Once it was gone, I had a bit of a panic attack. What have you done? I asked myself. You can't live without Max. I was going to have to learn, but it would not be an easy lesson. I didn't have any time that morning to read the journal. I spent most of my energy keeping myself together. I had not experienced the withdrawal symptoms yet, merely the fear of their inevitable arrival, and they did arrive, just as I remembered they had when I was disconnected. I took some comfort in knowing that, far from being trapped, I was taking an important step in securing my freedom. Still, comfort was hard to find. It all started much the same way. Fortunately, I didn't have to go into the cultivation chamber that day, but the thuds of the bodies were enough to set me off. I am going to die. I will be eaten by bugs, whether in this room or somewhere else. Nothing I do matters. My mind was flooded with dismal thoughts. Death, meaninglessness, fear, everything I've never considered in my perpetual max high. Perhaps these thoughts were so awful simply because I'd never dealt with them before. I thought I was prepared for the symptoms, but I wasn't, and it took everything in me not to cause a scene. The only anchor for my sanity was Verity and the work that I had already put into finding her. Even that was shaky ground. All of it felt pointless, after all. I am going to die. Unlike the last time I was off MAKS, I had the hope of plugging in at the end of my shift. I hurried back to my RU and scrambled to get to the COR. My negative thoughts followed me there. Perhaps they were even worse. All the pent-up aversity to the fakeness of this world spewed into my consciousness. I buried my face into my pillow. Nothing could help. It was all pointless. Nothing except... I picked up my interface and messaged Amy. "Help me, I need you." Within seconds, she was in my bedroom. She looked around frantically for something that might be amiss, but quickly realized that the problem was internal. All this time, I was still sitting on my bed, head buried in my hands. The hopelessness I felt was all-encompassing, as if it were an actual weight mercilessly bearing down on me. I couldn't bring myself to cry. I couldn't bring myself to do anything. She sat next to me and wrapped me in a hug. I collapsed into her chest. Did Amy know that this was my first day off MAKS? I didn't tell her, but there wasn't anything I could say without risk anyway. Soon, I was lying down with my head on her lap. She stroked my hair as she spoke. "Everything will be okay, Icarus. Verity loves you. I love you. You can do this." As I rested on her lap, something incredible happened. I felt something warm expand throughout my chest. A shiver shot up my spine. It wasn't a new sensation, but it was a new degree of a sensation I had only known in part. I felt love. I turned my head to look up at Amy. "Do you love me?" "I do," she replied. I can't say the negative thoughts all vanished in that instant. I don't think they are supposed to. But I learned something important. Max didn't just dull the negative emotions, they dulled the positive ones as well. And if feeling this bad made room for feeling this good, perhaps it was a trade worth making. Not that I had a choice. "Amy, I love you," I said, turning my head back over so my ear was on her lap. And it was true. I loved Amy, not in a romantic or a sexual way, but as the friend and the comforter she was. I loved the 40-whatever-year-old woman plugged into a black box somewhere in the gray city. In fact, I wished it was that body in that reality comforting me. But despite it all, at that moment, she was everything I needed. After some time, I got myself together. She was patient with me, never giving me any indication that she wanted to be anywhere else. I couldn't be more grateful. After I was sure I'd be okay, I sat up and gave her a hug. "Thank you," I said. "Anytime," she replied, nudging my arm with her elbow. "I'll be okay now," I said. "Let's meet later and play a game or two." "Or 15? "Or 15, I replied through a weak smile. "All right, but if you need anything, I'm just a message away." "Thanks, Amy." And she was gone. I didn't have any plans for after she left, but I felt strong enough to be on my own, and I thought that would be good practice. I did something I was very confident doing. I took a shower, and you know what? I enjoyed it. That, I learned, was the trick. Finding good, pleasant thoughts and letting those dwell alongside the negative thoughts. Soon, the negativity grew less intense in contrast. I couldn't have phrased it that way on that first day, but I was finding those glimmers of light in the darkness. I couldn't have been more sure that I wanted to leave this place, even if it meant pain and death. For all I knew, it just might. But I had been identifying certain elements of my life that I would miss. My shower was one of them. Amy and the folks at the guild were another. It would all be worth seeing Verity again. During my obscenely long shower, I got a few messages from Amy making sure I was okay. I reassured her that everything was fine. A bit later, I poured it over to the guild. Amy and Samir were playing again. When Samir saw me enter, he gave me a solemn nod and rose from his seat, gesturing for me to take his spot. "Thank you," I said, as I sat down, and we began a new game. "Getting off the MAKS is tough," Amy wrote. "Have you done it?" "Yeah, I'm on a half dose too. Most of us are. It's the closest you can get to thinking straight. Thanks for earlier." "You bet. I'm here for you." "Are you sure you don't want to come with me?" I asked. "I'll be sad to see you go, Icarus, but I don't think I could do what you're doing right now. I'm content spending what's left of my life helping others get out. Let me know if you change your mind." "You make it very tempting, my dear," she replied. "Do you have any leads on a way to get out?" "None, sorry." "Oh well." We talked a bit more, and then I set out to learn what I could about escape routes. The unfortunate reality was that no one knew of any definitive escape routes. Abe was not in my district, Lucia knew of one, but it was discovered and patched. Samir was the closest thing to helpful. He told me that there were 6 buildings in L District that border the void, one of which contained the route that Lucia mentioned. So that leaves 5 possibilities. Of those 5, one is the district capitol building, so probably unsafe. With 4 buildings to cover, we figured I could explore them all in 2 days. That is, 2 months' worth of TPs. This was cutting it closer than I'd like. If I found the escape in the first month, then I could be in the void by the next, assuming Samir came up with the max in time. Otherwise, it would be 3 months. Then again, if I couldn't find anything at all, I'd have to ditch Verity's journal, the journal that I'm keeping, and whatever other stuff I've accumulated, and move in with Alosia. This would slow my progress considerably, waiting. I kept asking around the guild, but my prospects looked dim. This led to a surge in free time, I see. It came in cycles, mirroring my max intake for the day. When I was off max, I gravitated to Pinocchi and the folks at the guild. They all understood me better than anyone else, and it was good to be in like-minded company. Not to mention the distractions of the COR were less appealing when I was off the MAKS. On the on days, I tended to do other things. Lots of stuff that I did before Verity left. I went gliding, played video games, and saw some people I hadn't talked to in a long time. I even did that mechapocalypse with Amy a few more times. I fully acknowledged it was all pretty shallow, but after I escaped, I wouldn't be able to do any of this anymore. So, I took advantage of it while I could. One of those days, I wanted to message Van about going gliding. I remembered I owed him one from the time he took me to the Hexapla. So I looked to see whether any new courses had come out in the meantime. Perhaps I could cover a trip with what dwindling funds I still had. There were a few new courses since we glided last, but one seemed to be the most popular. It was a subterranean course called the Maw, full of caves and such. I'm not sure why one would choose to fly underground, but it looked like the most popular choice. "Hey Van," I messaged. "Want to go gliding? It's on me. Have you tried this one?" I sent over the info on the course. "Hey, I remember you. Haha, sure. Today?" "Yeah, if you have the time." I bought the slots, and we met at the entrance. Unlike the cozy lodge that welcomed us at the Hexapla, at the Maw, we appeared in a desolate wasteland. Everything around us was flat, dry, and dead. "Gee, thanks for treating me to this one, Icarus," said Van with a friendly smile. "It's got good reviews," I replied with a shrug. Not far from us, what was clearly the entrance to the course was a massive hole in the ground. Not so exciting, I guess. As we approached, the sheer size of the hole became apparent. It was a big hole. Standing over the edge revealed little additional information. It sank down as far as I could see. The reddish dirt color gave way to sheer black as the light above struggled to illuminate its depths. Wouldn't it be funny if all those reviews were trolls and we just fall down and hit the ground? If so, we'll have to leave a good review, I replied. Van laughed and jumped over the edge. I followed behind him. We fell for over a mile, according to my nav system. Soon, there emerged a different sort of light coming from below. It wasn't sunlight, but it also wasn't warm like a flame. It was a greenish glow that steadily grew brighter as we continued our descent. Finally, the already wide chasm gave way to a vast chamber filled with glowing... I couldn't tell yet. The floor was finally in sight, so we engaged our gliders and started moving horizontally, for a happy change, beneath the chamber's ceiling. As we slowed to a more comfortable pace, our surroundings became decipherable. We were in a vast cavern lit up by what looked like glowing mushrooms. Down below, and on the cavern walls far to our sides, were thousands of large, luminous mushroom caps. The ceiling above could almost be mistaken for the starry night sky, but upon inspection, the subtle twinkling emanated from thin strands of luminescent fungus hanging from the rock above. "All right, this is getting somewhere," said Van. "Maybe the reviews were serious after all," I replied. As we soared through the vast cavern, I felt a strong urge to talk about something significant. That's very hard to do, I see. As I thought through possible avenues for conversation, Van beat me to it. "So, I know this is old news, but last time we talked, you were thinking about meeting your mate OC. Whatever came of that?" "Yeah, we met that next day at her place." "How was it?" I thought for a moment. If I was going to tell the truth, I may as well go all the way. "It was great," I said. "Haha, I bet. Really, how bad was it?" "I'm serious." "No, you're not," he replied. There was only so far I could push it, so I kept quiet. "Icarus, are you really being serious?" he asked. "Yeah, she was an amazing woman." I chose to say was, as not to complicate things too much. "Was?" "She died a few months ago," I replied. "Oh, I'm sorry, man." "It's fine," I said. But really, what could have possibly made any meeting OC great? His voice was still jeering and playful, but I could sense his incredulity masked something akin to disdain. "Hey, Van," I said in an equally playful tone. "We can talk about something else if this makes you uncomfortable." Here the course shifted again from an open cavern to a series of narrower tunnels that twisted deeper underground. Our conversation was interrupted for a few minutes, as the gliding required a bit more concentration. When we emerged into another open space, miles further below the surface, the scenery was very different. No longer were we among the quirky mushroom caps and bright twinkling panorama. The cavern was well lit indeed, but this time by flowing streams and bubbling pools of magma. The air was hot, but not uncomfortable. I hardly had a moment to take it in before Van, who had obviously been waiting to speak, started in on our earlier conversation. His mood had soured over the hiatus. "So, let's hear it," he said, scorn in his voice. "What was so amazing about it?" "Why are you getting angry about this?" I replied. "Who's angry?" "Well, it sounds like you are." "I'm not angry," he replied swiftly. "Stop wasting time." "All right, well..." I felt unable to communicate any of this without risking trouble. I should have just lied. I just felt like it was unique. There are some experiences that just don't translate fully to the COR, certain nuances of touch and smell, for example. "Touch? Smell? Don't tell me you..." "We did." I could hear him gagging. "And you thought that was better than doing it, I see?" "Yeah. That's disgusting," he said, finally betraying his contempt. "And there's something wrong with you." "Hey, you asked," I replied, "and I'm sorry I did. This course sucks anyway," he said. "I'm out of here. Go get help." He poured it away. I shouldn't have been so open, but his words still stung. Not because I thought he was right, but because his reaction exposed the fissure between where I was and the rest of the world. That would end up being the last I'd ever hear from Van. I glided a bit longer over the glowing magma. Then, as a testament to the futility of this place, I let myself drop into one of the magma pools. It was hot, but not painful. I stood up and poured it away. So, it was off to the Pinocchi house after all. I played a few games, first with Samir, then with Amy. Perhaps an hour had gone by when I got a message on my interface. "Icarus ML0195, please report to the Department of Citizen Contentment within the next 5 minutes. A port link was included. My reaction must have betrayed my dismay. "What's wrong?" Amy asked aloud. I showed my interface to her. Immediately, she turned to the Pinocchi board and began spelling out a message. If you get DC'd, use the time to look for an escape. If you shove something in space where the door latches, you'll be able to get out. This was a fantastic idea. As the thought of searching for an escape route filled my mind, this impending DCC meeting began to seem much more palatable, perhaps even desirable. As you might assume, even a short message like the one Amy spelled out took quite near the full 5 minutes I had available. So, I stood up, gave Amy a hug, and poured it away. I was starting to become familiar with this white interview room at the DCC. I can't say I liked it, but it was no longer a place of dread. Noah, whom I now met for the 3rd time, was sitting across the table looking through some papers. "Welcome," he said, not looking up from his reading. "Hello, Noah," I said. "Your friend was very concerned about the things you said earlier. Why didn't I just lie to Van?" "I wasn't trying to cause any trouble," I said, trying to put on an air of innocence. "I don't think I said anything that I hadn't already said to you here in this room. I hope you understand that what we say in this room is not a helpful guide to what you should be saying out there." "But what did I say that was a problem?" "I know you have grown comfortable, OC, but you are an outlier. Because of this, you may begin influencing others inadvertently. It's probably best not to talk about anything OC at all." "I can do that," I replied. "And while you're here, I've wanted to ask you something else." "Why did you ask to meet your new mate, OC?" I started to speak, but Noah interrupted me. "I know what you told her, but that was a lie. You're the last thing from uncomfortable. So, what was the reason?" "Well," I replied, trying to think up a passable lie quickly, "I guess I just missed it. I thought perhaps it would help me get over Verity, or fill that space that she left. I'll tell you the same thing I told you the first time we met. You'll have those opportunities soon. In a few months, you'll be living with your mate, OC. In the meantime, stop causing trouble." "Okay," I replied. "I'm sorry." "They are giving you 3 days disconnected," Noah said, straightening his papers and putting them in the folder in front of him. "3?" I exclaimed. "Why?" In truth, I was a little concerned, even if I could make use of the time. I was grateful to have had practice living without MAKS. I hope that this will be a good reminder for you next time you want to say something unorthodox. It makes a lot of work for me, too." I buried my head in my hands, hoping to appear convincingly distressed. "You know the procedure. Do you have any questions?" "Yeah," I replied. "Can I request not to have that pill delivered to me?" "I'll leave a note." "Thanks. This day is almost over, so you will stay IC until disengagement. Your 3 days start tomorrow." I gave Noah a half-hearted nod and reappeared in my bedroom IC. I thought I'd probably have more eyes on me than normal, so I decided to stay home and not go back to the Pinocchi house. It was only an hour or so until disengagement anyway. I was still nervous about being disconnected, but also hopeful that the time would amount to something useful. I did risk sending a message to Amy before disengagement. "See you in 3 days. 3. There aren't many places to hide things in an RU. I have never seen someone come in uninvited, but I have no reason to believe it doesn't happen during work or while plugged in. That was my biggest fear this time around, that they would find my books. I thought about carrying them around with me, but settled on burying them under my mattress before I left for work. Unlike my last time unplugged, I would have to go all 3 days without Max. My first day would also be a full day. As I was leaving for work, I noted the door jamb. It looked like the bore could be stuffed with a sock or something to keep it from closing all the way. I would find out soon. I was used to having workdays without Max. I did it every other day. They were not always fun, but no longer life-endingly devastating. I was a bit concerned if the effects would increase in severity during days 2 and 3. However, that turned out not to be the case. I took a moment to get out of sight toward the end of my workday so that I could remove one of my socks. I was careful to remove the sock that was not holding my tracker. This was the only thing I could think of to keep the latch from closing me in. I walked home with one foot both colder and sweatier than the other, and lingered in front of my door, rolling up the end of the sock so that it would fit into the bore. As I stepped into the room, I held the door open for a moment, trying to arrange the sock just right. Suddenly, an alarm sounded overhead. I didn't know such a thing existed. A robotic voice said, "Icarus ML0195, close your door." Startled, I slammed the door shut before the sock was where I wanted it. The latch closed, and I was locked in. The alarm startled me, but I quickly recovered. I pulled my sock out of the door jamb and put it back on my chilly foot. I knew that being locked in was a possibility, and I was ready for it. My plan B was actually more welcome than plan A. I spent the entire day doing 3 things. First, I finished reading Verity's journal. There was lots still to read, but I found this entry appropriate as I sat in the same situation she was in. "I think I've just ruined everything. How could we have fallen asleep? Forget convincing him to come with me. I'll be lucky if Icarus even speaks to me after this. And things were going so well. How could I be so dumb? Well, I'll be sitting here for the next week, just hoping that Icarus makes it through. And they're not even letting me leave for work. They must know it's the only part of my day I reliably enjoy. 7 days, all alone. And that's not my biggest problem. They are reassigning me to a new job. The mines? No way. I've got to get out of here before that. But what about Icarus? I don't know. But I just can't stay here. I can't wait to see her again." The second thing I did was try to craft a more suitable stopper for the door. I was going to try to get out again tomorrow, and I hoped for better results. I folded up a few nutritional rations wrappers from the garbage into the approximate size of the latch bore. I had no way of testing it, but I expected it would work better than my first attempt with the sock. Somewhere during this time, that familiar white envelope slid through the crack under the door. I just left it there. I was busy. By the end of the 3rd day, there was a collection of them on the floor, which I eventually picked up and threw away without opening. The third thing I did, which took up most of the day, was write in my journal. I wanted to record everything that had happened to me so far, but until I was disconnected this time, I doubted I'd find the time. And since I was finished with reading Verity's journal, I'd be able to find time here and there to keep things up to date. I'd never really written by hand before. They taught us briefly in school, but that was a long time ago. This is why anyone reading my journal might find the earlier pages a bit sloppy. I think I'm improving, though. Still, by the end of the day, my hand was incredibly sore. The last time I was disconnected, I was frantically checking the time, begging for disengagement. This time, it snuck up on me. I was so busy writing that by the time the disengagement warning came over the loudspeaker, I actually wished I had more time, but disengagement came all the same. To be as safe as possible, I stuffed my books in my pants and sat on them in case someone came in while I was plugged in. Day 2, I woke up, hid my things, and ate my nutritional rations. I took a brief, tepid shower, put on fresh clothes, remembered to stuff my tracker into my sock, and headed out to work. The workday was nothing special. It came and went. The whole time I was thinking about any improvements I could make to my latch stopper. When I got back to my RU after work, I knew I had little time before the alarm would go off again. I readied my latch stopper, checked to see if anyone was watching, opened the door, and shoved it in. I quickly shut the door and heard the familiar click. I wouldn't know if it worked until I tried to open it again, which I had resolved to wait a few minutes to do. I was worried about the alarm I had heard yesterday. Would anyone know if the door opened again after it had been closed? I'm sure Amy would have told me about something like that. I hoped to open it quickly, slip out, and close it before setting off the alarm. After I was sure everyone would be back in their RUs, I gave a gentle tug at the door. It moved. Not ready to open it yet, I removed the tracker from my sock and grabbed the knife I had saved from my last trip out. Perhaps it would come in handy. I took a deep breath and pressed against the door. It opened. As quickly as I could, I checked to make sure my stopper had not moved, and I slipped out of my RU. I was free. It was an exhilarating feeling, mingled with no small amount of terror. Even when I would walk home from Verity's late at night, I was never stopped by anyone in authority. The only authority figure I'd ever spotted outside was the billboard face of our director, sharing some quotable bit of obedience-inducing wisdom. I emerged onto the desolate streets and made my way toward the wall of mist. From the details Samir gave me, I knew I should find 6 buildings adjacent to the wall. The largest was the district capitol building, and the one to the left of that was the building whose escape route had been sealed. Both I would avoid. The wall of mist loomed huge in the distance but grew closer with every step. The first building to become apparent was the Capitol. It was the largest and the most ornate. There were 2 towers jutting from the main structure, which itself rose 20 or so stories above the street. The front door was accessible. I didn't see any gates or guards or anything, but I intended to keep away. Just beyond, I could see the concrete wall, which would be my rival, as I attempted to find a way into the void. It seems like any path out would have to go beneath that wall. I chose the lone structure on the left side of the 2 I would be avoiding. This way I would have all my proceeding options right in a row. I didn't see a single person as I made the 10-ish minute walk to my destination. I entered the building and found the elevator. The options in the elevator were much like the others I knew. Floors 2 through about 12 had no button on the elevator panel. I tried the method that Verity taught me. I held down the button for the first floor and floor 102. This, if all worked well, would take me to floor 2. The elevator dinged and began the brief ascent to the second floor. The doors opened and revealed a similar scene to the other old-world sites I had visited. This space seemed brighter than the others. And one other thing was different. The lobby was filled with large black carts that reached nearly to my shoulders. There were probably 24 scattered about. I didn't think about them much as I stepped into the lobby until I was nearly startled to death by a loud crash a few feet to my left. Something fell into one of the carts. I looked up to see where it had come from and found that whoever caused the crash was already staring at me from a few floors above. "Icarus?" said the man, leaning over the balcony. How did he know my name? I stared up blankly. My instinct was to run, but what good was running if he already knew who I was? "Come up here, quick," he said. Like a trapped animal, I obeyed. In a daze, I climbed the 2 flights of steps, walked down the hall, and approached the man, still standing where I had last seen him. He pulled me into one of the homes and sat me down on the edge of a dilapidated bathtub. "It's me, Samir," said the man. I'm glad he told me. I would have never recognized him. The man before me had the same complexion and demeanor as the Samir I knew, but he was much older, to which his gray hair testified. I'm glad he recognized me, though there probably aren't too many people rummaging through these places. I started laughing, as the fear that had overtaken me dissolved. "Wow," I said, "this is lucky." "Quiet," he said. "You aren't safe. What are you doing here?" "I'm looking for an escape route," I replied. "You told me to do this." He rolled his eyes. "Well, I didn't know we'd be in this building today." "Who is we?" I asked. "Artifact disposal. Good thing there are no supervisors here right now." "Okay, what should I do?" "Leave immediately." "Why did you pull me all the way up here to tell me to leave immediately?" He paused for a moment. "It was an oversight, but go now. I'll see you out." We left the bathroom and made our way down the stairs. As we were weaving our way through the black carts, we heard the distinct ding of the elevator. "Quick," whispered Samir, pointing to the nearest cart. "Get in!" I scrambled into the cart as Samir tossed some items in from an adjacent one. I guess he was trying to cover me up or appear to be working. All he really did was pelt me in the head with some hardcover books. I scanned the cart for something that might obscure my body, like a towel or a blanket, but found nothing. Soon, the cart moved, bumping aside the others in its path. I tried to stay still, which involved not turning my head to see where we were going. "Samir," I heard a woman's voice say from the direction of the elevator. "What are you doing?" "Just consolidating these carts, ma'am." Somehow, this one was set aside and not completely full. Now I was being barraged by armfuls of junk. Books, papers, clothing, all sorts of stuff. It didn't feel good, but it was doing the trick of covering me up. I tried to stay still and silent as the weight of my covering grew and the light above me waned. Soon, the torrent was over, and I could hear the muffled conversation occurring beyond my cart. "Supervisor, we have a few carts loaded. Would you like me to take them to processing?" "No," said the woman. "If you did it, it would take days. Have Clarice take them." "Yes, ma'am," said Samir. Samir leaned over my cart with the pretense of moving some things around. "Clarice is a friend," he whispered, before hurrying away. All I could do was wait, uncomfortably. I was lying on an uneven bed of mostly books with various objects piled on top of me. Besides the cramps and tightness that come by staying curled up in one spot, there were many corners and edges that poked me mercilessly. Thankfully, it wasn't long before I heard someone descending the stairs. I tracked the footsteps as well as I could. They were getting closer. Then, to my great dismay, I heard the cart next to mine move. How long did it take for a cart to go to processing? Minutes? Hours? It was a long time. I laid there in increasing discomfort as the artifact disposal team worked all around me. I heard the supervisor issuing commands. I heard stuff being dumped into carts. I heard various, though infrequent, chatter coming from upstairs. At one point, I even heard Samir whisper to me, "She took the wrong cart. Don't move. She'll be back." What I wanted to hear, more than anything, was that elevator ding. After far too long, it came. All I could do now was pray that she would get the right cart this time. To my immense relief, my cart began to move. I was on my way out. As soon as the elevator doors closed, I heard Clarice's voice. "Are you in there?" "Yes," I replied. "I am so sorry. By the time I realized I took the wrong cart, it was too late. I processed the cart as fast as I could." "It's fine," I replied. "Can I get out?" "Not yet. Let's make sure no one is out there." The elevator doors opened, and Clarice pushed the cart into the ground floor lobby. "You can get out," she said. I tried, but it was difficult to move. With some help, I cleared away my junk blanket and climbed awkwardly out of the cart. Everything hurt. "I'm sorry again," she said. "Don't worry about it. Thank you," I replied. "I've got to go. Good luck." With that, she pushed her cart outside and was gone. I wanted to try another building, but another delay like that, and I could be late in getting back to my RU. Still, I decided to press on and try one more building. This was the building directly to the right of the district capitol. While there was still nobody in sight, I passed the Capitol building with much unease. I don't have much to report from that next building. I got in okay, and I found everything empty. I searched around the bottom floor for evidence of a tunnel or passageway through the concrete wall. I didn't know exactly what I was looking for, but I figured it would be hidden, even if poorly. I searched behind shelves, under loose flooring, and inside heating vents. There was nothing that appeared out of place, and soon I was confident concluding that this building did not have an escape route. I made my way home right around the time the second shifters were returning from work, so I joined the crowd and made it back to my RU with no issues. With the few hours I had left before disengagement, I reread parts of Verity's journal and wrote in my own journal. I'll say, it made me miss Verity. Perhaps I was a little prone to emotionality being 2 days off MAKS, but she really is the best thing that has ever happened to me. Day 3 came, and all went according to plan. The doorstopper worked, and I got out of my RU with no problems. I had 2 more buildings to check, those being the second and third buildings to the right of the Capitol, if you're facing the mist wall. I tried the third building first, mostly because I wanted to be as far away from the district capital as possible. This was pretty much the same story as the last one I tried. I got in without an issue, found the old world floors, and then encountered nothing of interest at all, except a new pen. My old one was on its last leg. I was down to one final possibility. It was this building or back to square one. When I exited the elevator into the lobby, I was happy to see that artifact disposal had clearly been here before. The place was a wreck. I had no reason to believe that I would encounter anyone here. I started my searching the same way I had for the previous 2 locations. I walked along the back wall, that is, the side of the building against the mist, and looked for anything out of place. I pushed aside frames, curtains, shelves, and the like to see if anything might lie behind them. I searched the floor for any anomalies, anything that could be lifted or shifted, but I found nothing. I knocked on the wall all over, listening for the hollow sound of space beyond. Nothing. I stomped on the floor. Nothing. Finally, I sat down on the wide lobby staircase, dejected and out of ideas. I sat there for a while, thinking of what I should do next. My thoughts carried me to pace up and down the short first set of steps. Up onto the middle landing I walked, and then back down to the lobby floor. It was 7 steps in total. I walked up and down these 7 steps over and over again, until one of my feet landed strangely. Something gave slightly under my foot, as if a board beneath the rug was just a touch warped. I didn't get my hopes up, but I reached down and shifted the rug to one side. The tile floor gave way to a wooden board fitting neatly in an opening beneath. The board fit nearly perfectly. Had I not stepped on that exact corner, I would have never noticed it. I pulled the board out and peered underneath. It looked like the hole dropped down only the space of those 7 steps, down to the lobby floor, not too far that I couldn't pull myself back out. So I descended onto the dirt floor beneath. There was enough light coming in from above to distinguish what was going on in this small space beneath the stairs. I couldn't stand up fully, so I knelt as I got my bearings. This was what I was looking for. Off to one side was an array of digging tools, shovels, pickaxes, and hammers. There was also a crate on the other side with lamps and fuel. And as I turned to the opposite wall of the tools, I saw it, the tunnel. Its mouth was even lower than the ceiling above, but it would be easy to crawl through. In the present light, it was difficult to see how far the tunnel went. I was eager to follow it as far as I could, so I worked toward getting one of the lamps lit. It took me some time, as I had never used a lamp. I had never even seen fire in real life. But after some fumbling with the lighter, I got the lamp going. On my hands and knees, I inched into the mouth of the tunnel. I crawled past the foundation of the building, heading slightly downward, and then leveling off. With the lamp, the space seemed much less intimidating, and soon I could see the end. Was there a turn? Or did it drop down? Shoot up? My hopes were dashed when I reached the end. And it was the end. There was nowhere to go. Worst of all, it wasn't dirt in front of me. It was concrete. Whoever had dug this tunnel had run into the foundation of the concrete wall. It was clear that much work had been done cutting into the concrete. The tunnel extended 3 feet past the end of the dirt, and the concrete was cut out into a coarse, concave shape. How recently had someone been here digging? My disappointment soon gave way to resolve. I crawled back to the entrance of the tunnel and grabbed a pickaxe. As I was returning to the terminus of the tunnel, however, I thought of something critical. How would my clothes look if I spent the next few hours digging through concrete? Such filth would make me stand out both on my walk home and when my clothes went to the laundry. I thought about searching for some clothing among all the old world stuff, but opted to work in my underwear. It was a bit chilly, but nothing unbearable. The most difficult part, aside from the actual work of swinging the pickaxe, was the debris that shot out at my face after every hit. I worked out a system which involved a series of strikes with my face turned away and eyes closed. After a few hits, I looked to see my progress and repeated. I quickly noticed another logistical hurdle. Where did this guy, or girl, put all the dirt and rubble? I ignored it, given the slow pace of working through concrete. Perhaps someone was still working on this, then they could take care of it. If not, I'd have to figure it out later. I worked until I was exhausted, and then I worked a bit more. All I wanted was to see the end of that concrete, but it didn't happen. Eventually, it was time to get back to my RU. I put the tools back, snuffed the lamp, put on my clothes, and emerged out of the hole onto the stairwell. I carefully replaced the board and the rug, cleaned myself up the best I could, and got dressed. With some help from a nearby mirror, I wiped the grime off my face. On the walk to my RU, I took some time to consider what finding this tunnel meant. It meant I had an objective. That was an improvement from not knowing how I would escape. Still, it posed a few new problems. The obvious problem was that the tunnel was incomplete, and I had no clear sense of how much work it would take to finish. Could it be months of work, or years? That brought up the other problem. How often could I realistically get out there to work on it? Really, I was limited to once a month when I used my TP, and any future times I might get disconnected. I thought perhaps I could intentionally get disconnected, but Omnipole would catch on before long. I made it back to my RU and took a shower. Even though the water was lukewarm, after such hard labor, it felt just as good as any shower I ever took, I see. It was during my shower that it hit me. I was a completely different person. I no longer loved what I used to. I no longer feared what I used to. In fact, if it weren't for the lack of other people, I think I would choose to be disconnected all the time. Even the work, while physically taxing, made me feel good. And it made other things, like the rest afterward, feel deserved. I sat on my bed, read a bit, and wrote a bit until it was time to plug in. My 3 days were over. When the cable met the back of my head, I slept. I would find my body in the morning, right where I left it. Stall. When I plugged in the next day, I received a torrent of messages from Amy that she had sent throughout my disconnection. Thinking of you. Hope you're doing all right. 2 more days. You can do it. You had better make it through, or else how will I beat anyone at Pinocchio? Etc. As I was reading those, a new message from Amy arrived. He's alive. I responded with a port link, and she was in front of me in a flash. After a big hug, we shared very few words. Not much of what either of us had to say could be spoken aloud. So, we ported together to the Pinocchio house and spent most of the day talking about how my disconnection had gone. We were interrupted once by Samir, who insisted on hearing about what happened after I was wheeled away in that black cart. I also met, but did not play a game with, Clarice, who was the nice girl who helped me escape in the cart. Eventually, she came over, shook my hand, and whispered, "Sorry again." I didn't know she was in the Pinocchio Guild, but there were still lots of people I didn't know. That first day back, I was also surprised to receive a message from Alosia. "I'm glad you're safe." Confused, I thanked her and asked how she was doing. The conversation shortly fizzled out. Throughout the day, I told Amy as many details as I could about the previous 3 days. I also thanked her for the advice she had given me about stopping up the door latch so I could leave my RU. It would have been a very different 3 days without her. She was eager to hear about the tunnel, but she had no information on who was digging it. I suppose there was no reason to believe that the person was involved with the Pinocchio Guild anyway, or even still alive. I had my plan. All I was waiting for was my MAKS from Samir and the completion of the tunnel. I guess it's not fair to say all I was waiting for. Things were unpredictable. Still, I felt like I had no reason to get more advice from Abe or Lucia. My plan was set. This meant that my time at the Pinocchio house was mostly unrelated to my escape. I spent time getting to know some of the other members and continued spending time with those I already knew well. This period of time was often frustrating. I wanted to make progress, but there was simply nothing I could do, I see. My primary concern was how to find someone to visit with my TP within the months to come. Abe discouraged guild members from meeting each other OC. He thought it would draw too much attention. He was probably right. We'd probably all max out our TPs if that was allowed. A week passed in this limbo state, with nothing pressing to do IC and no time to do anything pressing OC. I was in the shower, an activity I had plenty of time for those days, when I got a message from Alosia. She would message me on and off, but the conversations never lasted long. This message, however, caught my attention. "Do you think you might be able to visit me, OC, one more time?" I nearly fell over. "Sure, I can do that," I replied. "Is everything okay?" "Yes, I'm fine. Does tomorrow work?" "Sure, I'll come to you after work tomorrow." "Thanks." That was unexpected. I was a little concerned, though. Why would she want me to come again? Our first meeting OC was unpleasant for her. Why would she want another? My curiosity didn't relent as I thought of both the encouraging and the distressing possibilities. The next day came, and I hurried over to her RU after my shift. I was pretty sure I had a plan that would allow me to get back to the tunnel afterward. Like last time, I knocked on her door and waited for her to open it. She let me in and ushered me inside. to sit on the bed like I had last time. Sitting down in the chair which had already been set in front of me, she looked at me through the strands of long golden hair which fell in light wisps across her face. Her crystal blue eyes were locked on mine. They were misty, but she wasn't crying. "Thanks for coming," she said. "No problem," I replied. She kept looking at me, as if she needed help to say what she was trying to communicate. "Are you okay?" I asked, hoping it wouldn't appear condescending. "I don't know. Can I help you with something?" "I don't know." Maybe she was just as confused as I was. I, however, was reluctant to make the same mistake as I did with Van. I wasn't going to assume that she felt, or even could feel, the way I did. I reached out and took hold of her hand, which I could feel trembling within my own. "Can you explain what you're feeling?" "I'll try," she said. I really admired her courage. Despite her fear and all the other negative feelings that come from this sort of connection, OC, her eyes never left mine, her voice never wavered. This woman was infinitely more beautiful than the one I met IC. "After you came here last time, something happened. I just couldn't bring myself to look at you, IC." "Why?" I asked. "Did I hurt you?" No, nothing like that." She squeezed my hand. "When you complimented me. This me." She patted her chest with her other hand. "Well, I believed you." "Oh," I replied. "I'm glad you believed me. I meant it. But I'm not like this, IC, and after you've seen the real me, I just feel wrong thinking about you seeing the other me." I know it's hard. When you experience something real, it makes everything else seem almost silly. Yes, silly. That's how I feel. "I get it," I said. I felt awful. I wanted to do so many things that I couldn't. I wanted to tell her that there was another option. She too could escape this gray prison and embark on a life full of meaning. I also wanted to give her the love she deserved. If she were really my mate, I could show more affection. I could prove to her that the person sitting in front of me was the one worth knowing. But I had to be careful. Surely, if not now, soon, she would expect the emotional intimacy we've shared to be expressed physically, whether I see or OC. It only makes sense. We were mated after all, and I felt my options for excuses were running out. "Our relationship has started off kind of strange," she said. "You tried scaring me away, then I was afraid to see you for like a month. Oh, by the way, I never spent your C-coin, but over that time, I became convinced that whatever I was feeling was ultimately a good thing. So, I just want to figure out how we can move forward." This just kept getting worse for me. Alosia was proving to be both smarter than I was when I was in her position, and more thoughtful too. If I'd had her mindset when Verity was around, things would have happened very differently. Smart and thoughtful or not, there was no way she would be ready to hear the truth. "You don't have to be afraid of me," I said. "I won't judge you." "Thank you, Icarus," she said. "It's kind of funny. It feels like you can be anyone you want, I see, except yourself." Smart and thoughtful. I felt compelled to try something. "Have you ever thought about what's outside this city?" "Not really," she replied. Her tone was even. She didn't seem at all alarmed by the question. That was a good sign. "I've been thinking a lot about it over this last year," I said. "What did you come up with?" she asked with a chuckle. "I think, whatever it is, it's better than here." She shrugged, and with a smirk that nearly made me melt, she said, "Maybe it is." We sat in silence for a moment, her hand still in mine, until she spoke again. "Do you want to hang out IC when you get back?" "I don't think I'll be back IC today. I have to stop somewhere else after this. How about tomorrow?" "Sure. Tomorrow sounds great. Thanks for coming. I feel a lot better." We stood up and shared a hug. I'm still so grateful that she didn't show a desire for anything beyond that. I don't know what I would have done. Here was an important point in my plan. I needed to make sure she plugged in before I left, but she seemed much less eager to do this than last time. It felt unnatural, but I tried the direct route. "Do you want me to plug you in before I leave?" I asked. She thought about it for a moment and then shrugged. "Sure," she said, sitting down once more. I took the cable from the wall. "See you later," I said, putting my hand on her shoulder. "Bye." I affixed the cable to the back of her head. I had done this countless times to myself, but never to someone else. It was kind of disturbing. She was there 1 second and gone the next, but I needed her to be gone for what I had to do next. I took my tracker out of my sock and hid it under her pillow and shoved my folded-up wrappers in the door jamb. I didn't know if the door was locked or not, but I wanted to be safe. I would come back here to grab the tracker after my work on the tunnel. Last time I visited Alosia, she was plugged in for most of the time I was in the basement. It didn't seem to trigger any attention, but I had no way of knowing if that would be true this time. I hurried over to the building that hid my escape route, eager to put in a full day's work. Entering the elevator, I made my 2-button selection to get up to the second floor. When the doors opened, everything looked like it had when I saw it last. I hurried to the stairs, ascended to the first platform, and pushed aside the rug, and was crestfallen. The wooden panel was replaced with a steel plate bolted to the floor beneath. Upon it were written the words, "Tunnel filled. Reinforced concrete. Department of Interior Security." Dropping to my knees with a defeated moan, I banged on the plate with my fists. Pain shot through my hand. I think I may have broken something. It was too much. The futility of it all came crashing in. No longer was I considering what to do. No longer planning the next step. I was just basking in my failure. I'd never get out. I'd never see Verity again. The thought crossed my mind that if the tunnel had been discovered by Omnipole, I would be unwise to be hanging around it. But I didn't care. I wished someone would come. It would give me somewhere to vent my frustration, but nobody did. After 20 minutes of sulking, swearing, and throwing things, I got back into the elevator on my way to Alosia's RU. I thought little about her or anyone else during the walk over from the elevator, but once I made it into her RU and saw her sitting there unconscious, it hit me. I won't be escaping soon. I have to tell her. I wasn't thinking straight. I was still in my nothing matters frame of mind, which is why I did something so careless. I woke her up. I remembered from my classes as a child that it is unsafe to unplug someone from the black box. However, I remember the chant that we had to memorize. If someone you must unplug, push the button above. Sure enough, the black box featured one small black button on the downward-facing side. Immediately, Alosia jumped into consciousness. She reached behind her, feeling for the cable, which was still magnetically affixed to the back of her head. Turning around, she saw me standing behind her. "Icarus? What are you doing here?" "I'm so sorry, Alosia," I said. "I just had to talk to you." "Oh," she said, rising from her chair. "What's up?" I took her hand and sat her down on the edge of her bed. Kneeling on the ground in front of her, tears in my eyes, I said, "Alosia, I don't know how to say this in a way that won't scare you and hurt you and everything I don't want to do, but I can't keep it from you." "What is it?" she asked, with concern growing on her face. "I'm putting my life in your hands. Please be careful with it." I stammered and stuttered, but the gist was something like this. "My first mate, Verity, she isn't dead. She escaped the city. She's in the void." Alosia's eyes widened. "I want to find her," I continued. "I'm trying to get out of here. I thought I could do that before we moved in together, but I don't think that's going to happen." "You are leaving the Gray City?" "I'm trying my hardest. I'm really sorry. I just didn't know how to tell you. And I've been trying to be faithful to Verity, but..." "So, that's why you didn't want to have sex with me?" "Well, yeah." A smile crept across her face, and then she let out a laugh. She laughed so hard that she fell backwards on her bed, feet kicking in the air. "I knew you were odd," she said, catching her breath. "Did you think I'd be offended that you didn't want to have sex with me?" Well, this was embarrassing. "I thought maybe you would be." "Well, Icarus, I'm not, and your secret is safe with me." I was dumbfounded, and a little embarrassed. How could this have gone so well? "Wow," I said. "Thank you so much." "You're welcome, but I must say, I seem to have bad luck with mates sticking around." "I might be sticking around for a while," I said with a sigh. "You're odd. but I'll be glad to have you around while you're here. Thanks, I said, standing up. Now, if you don't mind, she said, I'm going to get back to the manicure you rudely interrupted. I hope you enjoy it, I said, lifting her from the bed by the hand. She sat down, said goodbye, and plugged in. I returned to my RU and plugged in. Within moments, I was met by a message from Alosia. Hello, Icarus, my dear. I laughed. What an interesting woman. Help. The next few weeks yielded little progress. There was nothing to do but wait. I kept asking around the guild, but no one knew of any escape routes in L District. The only bright spot was that Samir indicated he would soon have my noose-free max. So it was all just waiting for the max, waiting for another opportunity to search for a way out. In the meantime, I spent my regular time with Amy, but I also had increasingly frequent interactions with Alosia. She ultimately spent the money I sent her, but only because I assured her that I wasn't going to use it. We went shopping together a few times, and it was much more tolerable. I even bought something for myself, a pair of shoes. It was easier spending time with her now for a few reasons. 1. I really respected her. She had kept my secret and still wanted to be around me. This was more than I could say about other IC friends I had. 2. I was no longer afraid of breaking my promise with Verity. Alosia teased me frequently about this, but it was good-humored. The days went by, and Samir finally told me the good news. He had the MAKS. Better yet, we determined that our pathways to work intersected. Now that we knew what each other looked like OC, it was a simple task of his handing me the MAKS on our way to work the next day. Amid the dense crowd of pedestrians, our brief interaction could never have been noticed. Shortly after the Macs were in my hands, something incredible happened. I was rereading Verity's journal before plugging in when I accidentally dropped the book on the floor. Picking it up, I noticed a few folded papers had fallen out. I had read the entire thing and never noticed any papers stuck between the pages. I turned the book over in my hands, searching for where they may have fallen from. It turns out there was a small pocket on the back cover where Verity must have stuffed notes that didn't make it into the journal itself. One of those notes ended up being very helpful. We had dinner with Icarus's friend Gaius last night. The whole thing was strange, and I can't figure out what's going on. His entire demeanor is not like others I see. He cooked the meal himself. He seemed to say whatever he wanted with no fear of consequences. He just didn't seem like someone who spent his whole life I see. The closest I can come to comparing him with someone is Abe. I made that comparison almost immediately. But then he gave me a drink with a pinocchi pointer as a skewer. I read this and froze. Even with everything that's happened since that meeting with Gaius, I remembered that night vividly. How could I have not put it together sooner? I've been playing pinocchi for months now. I thought it might be a coincidence. Perhaps his skewers just looked the same as pinocchi pins. But the next drink he brought out had both of the other types of pins. Same colors, same size, everything the same as the pins we use at the guild. I know it's smart to be a little secretive about pinocchi, but I can't understand what he was trying to tell me. Then he asked about the void, who would do that I see, and why. The real miracle is that he didn't get disconnected. Nothing became of it. I didn't want to tell Icarus about it. If he learned about pinocchi, he'd be bored to death. Either that, or he'd try to learn for my sake, and that would be great. But then, he'd get thrown into a world I'm still not sure he wants to be a part of. I hope one day soon, though. I hope soon I can take him to see the old world stuff downstairs. Maybe that will change his mind. Gaius knows about pinocchi, and he tried to tell Verity, but why? Why was he always so opaque? He was enigmatic, but he wasn't my enemy. And the more I thought about it during work that day, the stronger my resolve became to confront Gaius with what I knew, for better or worse. I plugged in and shot him a message. Hey, when you have some time, I've got something important to ask you. Come on over. He included a port link, which I pressed right away. I appeared in his home, but not in or near a hot tub like I was used to. We were in an ornately furnished room somewhere within the house, where the predominant colors were mahogany brown and red. We sat across from each other at a large wooden desk. Between us was a pinocchi board. Hi, Icarus, said Gaius. I was stunned. All I could do was look from Gaius to the Pinocchi board over and over, mouth agape and mind reeling. I thought we'd play a game or two. Is that okay with you? How did you know? I muttered. You said you had something important to ask. Let's be honest, what important question could you ask without this? He tossed a pair of pucks onto the board. I tried to stammer through another question, but he interrupted me. Let's just play. I couldn't make out anything from the expression on his face. Still, as our game was underway, his moves spelled out a message. I know you are trying to escape. I looked at him across the table for a moment. His face betrayed nothing that helped me understand his intentions. How? I asked. It wasn't hard to figure out. Verity disappearing, then the Pinocchi Guild. Sure, if he knew what Pinocchi was all about, then those two facts together would be helpful. But that led to an obvious question. How did he know about Pinocchi at all? Many questions swirled around my head, but I asked none of them. Gaius continued, I can get you out of the Gray City. The din of thoughts and questions died instantly, subsumed by one overwhelming question. How? I work for the government, an unimportant official job. But the Capitol building is connected to the void. Government employees go back and forth regularly. The Capitol building. Though I knew and trusted Gaius, my friend IC, I wasn't sure that I trusted Gaius, the government official. I also had strong aversions to the Capitol building, but the hope of escape, especially considering my recent setbacks, dulled my concerns. What do I need to do? I asked. Can you get your hands on News Free Max? I already have them. Do you have a TP coming up? I've got one now. Start taking the Max tomorrow. In a week, you can come visit me in the Capitol. I'll get you out. Won't I stick out at the Capitol? I'll take care of all that. I wanted to trust him. I wanted it to be true. It really didn't matter. If he was a government official, he already knew my intentions. Whether I go or not, if he wanted me to get caught, I'd be caught. I didn't have a choice. Can I trust you? I wrote to him. You can, he replied. I broke the long silence that had been hanging over the room since we started playing. Gaius, can I trust you? You can trust me, Icarus, he replied. Okay, I said. Let's do it. I'll be in touch, he said with a grave nod. I ported away, straight to the Pinocchi Guild. In a daze, I stood over Amy's table as she finished her game. Eventually, I sat down and explained everything to her. A government official knows about Pinocchi? She asked, furiously spelling each word. I guess. Should we tell Abe? I don't think it matters, I replied. If they know, they know. But if they knew, why would they be contacting you now? Wouldn't we all be in trouble? I guess that was a comforting thought. If the government was cracking down on Pinocchi, I'm probably not the first person they would come after. I'm going to go, I replied. I don't think I have a choice. I feel good about it, Amy responded. Perhaps she was only trying to encourage me, but I was heartened by her positivity. However, even if everything worked out perfectly, it felt bittersweet. One way or the other, it means you and I only have one more week together, I said. Let's not think about that. But I couldn't think about anything else. Not just leaving Amy, though that was hard enough. Leaving was always something in the distant future, something that I was working toward, but still had lots of time to process. But I didn't have lots of time anymore. I had 7 days. 7 days until I left this reality forever. The truths that drove me to this place remain true. The COR isn't real. The Gray City is an awful, dehumanizing place. I love Verity. But these truths didn't protect me from the pulling me in. How could they? Crossing into the void would be a final, irreversible rejection of everything I've ever known. The next morning, I took my first dose of News Free Max. It was an emotional event, for sure, unearthing all the hopes and fears of the last year. A step closer to Verity, and a step away from everything else. I spent much of that day IC with Amy, rehashing my fears and concerns. She was an unwavering bastion of hope and encouragement. It must have been a sight to anyone watching our game. We sat there silently flicking wooden pucks, both looking too forlorn for people playing a game. Strangely, I was also compelled to spend some time with Alosia. I didn't flat out tell her that I was leaving, but she figured it out. The next day, she messaged me, "Come over, I have a surprise for you." I didn't know what to expect, but I hoped she was wearing clothes. She was right. I was surprised. I ported to her bedroom, which was still obnoxiously pink, and saw that she had changed her appearance to match her OC self. But instead of the pale skin and atrophied features that were so common OC, she looked bright and healthy. She was also wearing clothing that suited her much better than the gray attire we all wore, OC. "Ta-da!" she exclaimed with a flourish. "Wow," I replied with a massive smile. "You look great." "You know what?" she said, turning around and flipping her hair over her shoulder. "You're right, I do look great." I reached out for her hand, and she stopped posing long enough to reciprocate. "Do you think you'll keep it like this?" "No, I don't think so. But since you never know how long we have together, I figured I'd try it." "Well, I love it," I said, kissing her on the cheek. "Oh, Icarus, you womanizer. Stop seducing me." We both laughed for some time, which felt really good. Alosia was a great companion for me as I anticipated leaving, because she understood me, enjoyed my company, yet she didn't seem to be interested in changing my mind at all. It was just what I needed in a friend. "So," she said, "what do you want to do?" "I want to spend all my C-coin. Do you think we can go through all of it in one day?" She let out one quick guffaw, in contempt of my lack of faith in her ability to spend money quickly. "Try to keep up," she said, as she pulled up the port link to the first of many stops we would make that day. I will say, her ability to squander money was impressive. The stores she took us to were foreign to me, even after our earlier shopping experiences. It was a given that any store we visited served some sort of expensive food or beverage. At one place, we were rolled around the store on massage tables. How there's a demographic for people who want a massage and want to buy shoelace jewelry simultaneously is beyond me. But we did it, and it was fun. It felt good to see a zero next to my net worth. It was one less thing tying me to this reality that I was soon going to leave. One might think that such spending would be suspicious in the eyes of Omnipol. But if anything, saving money, I see, was the more unusual activity. At the end of the day, I asked Alosia if I could visit her OC one final time. I figured I'd stop over on my way to Gaius. She said she was always happy to have me. Far cry from our first meeting. Back. The days flew by, and soon I got the message from Gaius that I was both eagerly anticipating and dreading. "Come tomorrow, give your name to the receptionist. They'll direct you to my place." That was it. My last day in the COR was finally upon me. More than anything, I was afraid. I sat on my bed, unsure of what to do. Should I try to enjoy everything that I would be unable to enjoy ever again? My shower, gliding, impossible sights and experiences. The more I thought about all these things, there was only one thing I knew for sure I would miss when I was gone: time with Amy. I invited her to my place, as I'm not sure how much sobbing would be appreciated at the Pinocchi Guild. She arrived right away and sat down next to me on the bed. "This is it," I said, already feeling the tears escaping my eyelids. "Why are you crying? You should be celebrating." "I'm scared, and there are some things I will really miss." "Like what?" she asked. "Like you." "Oh, Icarus." She was teasing, but I could see her eyes laden with tears as well. Amy held me for a while. There was not much to say, and what could be said probably shouldn't be said out loud. Still, Amy chanced a few words as I rested on her shoulder. "I'll miss you too, but I'll be happier knowing you are happy. You are doing the right thing." I nodded in agreement. I knew I was doing the right thing, but that didn't make the right thing any easier. When I was a bit more put together, we ported over to the Pinocchi house for the last time. Here we were able to discuss much of what remained unsaid in my bedroom. I asked Amy if I could visit her OC before I left. "Don't," she replied. "It won't make things any easier." She was probably right. I guess I just didn't want this to be it. Amy also gave me some kind words to relay to Verity when I found her. She was insistent on using when instead of if. I felt less sure of my success. We chatted for the rest of the day. interrupted by a half-hour period where I took the last I-see shower of my life. Our words would be few, but I wanted to have Amy at my side for disengagement. At the 10-minute warning, we ported back to my place. Sitting on the side of my bed, I looked around at my room, this space which had been mine for as long as I can remember. I felt a fondness that was surely amplified by the fact that I would never be here again. The lights dimmed automatically, as I had programmed them to do every night before disengagement. Amy wrapped an arm around my shoulder and squeezed me tightly. It felt real. I grasped the sheets on my bed. I smelled the fragrant, humid air still emanating from the bathroom. It all felt real. Was I making a mistake? Was the COR really the best I could hope for in life? Amy, I said, are you sure I'm doing the right thing? I'm sure, Icarus. 5 minutes until disengagement. I had nothing to do, but I still wanted the time to slow down. It was coming too quickly. I wasn't ready to leave. Silently, we held each other in the darkness. First, it was a feeling, the subtle bobbing of Amy's head. But before I could discern the cause, she erupted into the sobs she had been working so hard to contain. We both wept on each other's shoulders until the 1-minute warning startled us into sobriety. I'm scared, I whimpered. It's okay to be scared, she replied, rubbing the back of my hand with her thumb. It means you're doing something real. 10. I love you, I said, frantically taking in her face for the last time. I love you too, she said. 6. We wrapped our arms around each other in a tight embrace, as if that would prevent the inevitable. 5. 4. Icarus, don't look back. 3. 2. 1. I woke up among the grayness of my RU, alone and terrified. Faith. I spent one last morning carrying out my typical routine. There was no need to take any more MAKS, as I would not be plugging in again, but everything else remained the same. I took a moment to remember the texture and flavor of my nutritional rations, not because I wanted to think about them any more than I had to, but so that I could appreciate whatever I ate next that much more. I walked to work and performed my tasks exactly as I would have on any other day, appreciating that none of what I worked on would ever make it to my stomach. And then I hurried home. I took a moment to scribble an entry in my journal. Even if something went wrong with my escape, I wanted to leave a record of my thoughts before I left the gray city for good. Grabbing Verity's journal, I said goodbye to my RU. I hurried over to Alocia's RU and was happy to find that she wasn't angry at me for keeping her waiting. Welcome, my dear, she exclaimed as she flung open the door. Laughing, I entered the room and kissed her cheek. So, is this goodbye? She asked, closing the door. It is, I replied. She stood before me and took my hand, looking up into my eyes. The Mark is going to think I'm murdering my mates. Yeah, I replied. Your track record isn't great, is it? I guess not. Well, I wanted to stop here for a few reasons, I said. First, I wanted to say thank you. You've been really good to me. It's helped a lot. All I did was spend your life savings, she replied with a shrug. You know what you did, I stated. So, you're going to give Verity a stellar report when you see her? She asked. I'll assure her I was in good hands. I took a seat on the chair, and Alocia sat down on the bed in front of me. The other thing I wanted was to offer you this. I removed my journal from under my shirt. She looked unsettled for a moment, but then took the book out of my hands and leafed through it. I don't know if you'll ever want to leave this place, but Verity left me a journal, and it was a big help. This is a journal I've been keeping. Even if you never leave, you can entertain yourself with my riveting adventures. After a half-hearted chuckle at my lame joke, she examined the book, turning it over in her hands. I don't know, she said. It's okay if you don't want it. Where can I put it? I've had no trouble with books under my mattress. She thought for another moment, running her finger over the worn edges. I'll take it, she replied. Great. She stood and tucked the book under her mattress. And one more thing. Remember that game Pinocchio from our first day together? How could I forget? She asked, wide-eyed. Well, should you ever think about leaving here, that's where you'll find the most help. Oh, I was already planning on going there if I ever needed to be bored to death. I'm sure they'd be happy to see you either way. I put my hand on Alocia's shoulder, and I should be off now. Well, Icarus, she said, it was strange, but it was good. I'll miss you. I'll miss you too. And I hope you keep your new look, I see. It's much better. I'll think about it, she replied. I gave her a final hug and left. Emerging onto the empty street, it finally hit me. My next stop was the district capitol building. Everything else faded from my mind. No longer was I afraid to leave the COR. No longer was I mourning the people I would never see again. Honestly, I wasn't even thinking about Verity. All I could think about was the capital, Gaius, and if I was making a mistake. The imposing structure loomed tall in the distance, framed by the wall of mist beyond. The structure itself was unique. The lower floors were exceptionally wide, the space that two buildings might take up. As it ascends, it splits in half into two parallel towers, like a pair of arms reaching out to the sky. Like all dreaded events, this one came quickly. Soon, I was at the foot of the wide concrete steps leading up to the Capitol building. With a sigh and a conscious decision to look as dignified as I could, I mounted the stairs. Pulling open one of the heavy glass doors, I stepped into the building. The interior was different than I had expected. It was gray and stifled. I assumed it would look more like the old-world spaces I had seen, with high ceilings and decorated walls and floors. This looked much like the lobby of my building, but even smaller. Directly in front of me was a long desk, which was between two more sets of double doors leading farther into the building. Behind the desk sat a pale woman in gray who looked shocked to see me, or perhaps anyone, coming through the front doors. She spoke, but far too quietly. "I'm sorry?" I asked. "Can I help you?" she repeated softly. "Yes, my name is Icarus ML0195. Someone should be expecting me here." She pressed a button on her desk and muttered something. I could hear the reply from where I was standing. "Let him through." The woman gestured to the door to my left and pressed another button on the desk. I heard the lock click open. As I opened this next set of doors, I knew I was entering something very different. Even the light which peeked through the still opening door was warm, a hue unseen elsewhere in the gray city. This was what I was expecting. The space I entered could be best described as grand. The floors were marble, but you almost couldn't tell as they were covered with burgundy rugs all over. The lights above were opulent crystal and brass fixtures, while the furniture below was all made of the same dark reddish-brown wood. My gazing was interrupted by a woman's voice, off to my right. "Icarus, correct?" I turned and saw yet another desk, this one much more attractive, and another woman sitting behind it, this one not wearing gray. She looked at me confidently, and I thought politely, "Something I've never seen OC." "Yes, that's me," I replied. "Please have a seat. Someone will be here soon to take you up." I sat down on one of those beautiful wooden chairs and immediately felt just how out of place I was. This woman must feel like everything before us is perfectly normal. This was just another day at work for her, just like my days among the bugs and corpses. But she was wearing real clothes. Did she live in an RU? I wanted to talk to her, ask about this place, but I checked myself. Soon, I heard another person in the lobby, footsteps drawing nearer and nearer. A man approached and stood above me. He was a large man, well-dressed and serious-looking. "Icarus?" he asked. "Yes." "Follow me, please." With an ever-growing knot in my stomach, I rose and followed the man. Up a flight of stairs and into an elevator, he did not speak or even look at me. We rode in silence up to the 21st floor. My self-imposed posture of confidence was gone. My eyes were fixed on my feet as I heard one floor after another pass us by. The elevator doors opened onto another vast space, this one even more magnificent than the bottom floor. The ceiling rose up so high that I had to crane my neck to see it. Before me lay a strip of granite floor, cutting through what I would have mistaken for an outdoor courtyard. To my left and right were two fountains, each featuring a marble statue in its center. On the right was a man, on the left, a woman, both nude. They were reaching out for each other across the pathway, faces intent on their task. All around were plants, benches, tables, and other water features, but no people. My eyes followed the granite path to its terminus, a smooth stone wall and another set of double doors. We traversed the pathway underneath the futile grasping of the statues to either side and moved forward toward my fate. My escort opened the door a touch and stuck his head inside. "Sir, your guest is here to see you." "Send him in," I heard the voice say, beyond the door. Pulling the door all the way open, the man stepped aside as I passed through. I only made it a few paces into the massive office when I saw my host and froze in my tracks. The man before me, the face before me, I had seen thousands of times. It was this face on the billboards plastering the street sides. This was the man I had been striving against for so long. This was Director Enoch. Enoch. Director Enoch stood up behind his enormous wooden desk and beckoned me to resume my walk. "Icarus, good to finally see you. Come, sit down." At his request, my legs moved me, but I'm not sure if I told them to. I approached the desk and stood, awaiting my next command. "Please, sit down, get comfortable," Enoch said, warmly. I sat on one of the cushioned chairs at the far side of the desk, while Enoch took his seat. "I guess this is not what you had expected," he said with a chuckle. "Though, if you had expected this, I'm not sure you would have come. Rest assured, it is me, the same person it's always been when we've spoken, I see." He looked like the man from all the billboards. But the more I looked, the more I saw Gaius in his features. Like Gaius, he had flecks of gray in his otherwise black hair. Like Gaius, his countenance was warm and fatherly, and his voice was identical to the man I had spoken with so many times, I see. I sat there, staring at him, not even trying to think of something to say. I had no control over whatever was going to happen, so I waited for what came next. Your next question might be, why is the director of L District pretending to be someone else and making friendships I see? It's a fair question. As a leader, I find it my responsibility to know my people. Where are my people? In the COR. I chose you at random, but what a choice it was. I could ramble on, he said, and I'm sure I will soon enough. But before I do, I'm sure you have some questions for me. Why don't we start with those? Questions? Did I have questions? As my brain slowly started to function again, one question rose to my consciousness. Is Verity alive? She was when she left. That's as much as I know. Why am I here? I asked. Enoch sighed. There's a short answer and a long answer to that question. The short answer is that you're here because you want to leave the Gray City, and I told you I would help you do that. I looked at him for the first time with something other than a blank expression on my face. I'm not sure what my expression was, something between curiosity and incredulity. Are you going to help me leave? That leads us to the long answer. Enoch rose from his chair, walked to a cabinet along the wall, and produced a bottle and 2 glasses. He placed the glasses on the desk in front of me and poured some of the dark liquid into each. Sitting down and taking a sip from his glass, Enoch said, Icarus, Omnipole knows everything. We knew what you and Verity were doing each time you visited one another. We knew about her plan to leave long before you even knew her. Enoch took another sip and leaned back in his chair. If you knew about all that, I said, why didn't you do anything about it? We did, he exclaimed. That's why we matched you two. You see, citizens working in artifact disposal tend to be prone to dissatisfaction. Sometimes we can circumvent those tendencies with the proper match, someone who will cause them to be more attached to this place. We always try to handle our citizens delicately. Delicately? I asked. I wouldn't call suicide pills delicate. It's a lie. What is? The pills. They don't kill you. However, if a citizen takes one, they are enrolled in a very long and transformative restoration process. They come out a different person, happier. The word lie triggered another question. Are we running out of air? Enoch lifted his glass to his mouth and paused. Icarus, do drink. It's good, and we have lots to discuss. Get comfortable. Obediently, I took a sip from my glass. The liquor I shared with Verity was better. Is this city running out of air? I asked again. No. I think I knew it, but hearing those words set something off in me. My fear and timidity had vanished, replaced by confusion and anger. Why are you doing all this? I yelled, slamming my glass onto the desk. Enoch rose from his seat and walked around the desk toward the door. If we're getting to that so soon, you'll have to come with me, he said. What choice did I have? I followed Enoch back into the courtyard. He stopped under the outstretched arms of the statues and looked up. Every day I passed these sculptures. I've always thought they were beautiful. They were put here before my time, and I haven't a clue what the artist was getting at. Part of me just wants them to reach each other. I've even thought about recommissioning the statues to have them touching, but I worry that would ruin it. We kept walking back toward the elevator. So, you ask why we do all of this? Why the lies? Why the rules? I'll tell you. It's not very complicated. The objective is to reduce the number of pressure points we need to keep everyone happily in their place. The elevator doors opened, and we stepped inside, heading down. Icarus, governments have always done this. They have always leveraged power to keep their citizens from throwing themselves into disarray and misery. Centuries ago, they would institute fines, throw people in prison, or even execute them to keep order. The problem with this should be obvious. If someone doesn't mind paying a fine, or even dying, those threats are powerless. The elevator stopped, and we exited into one end of a long hallway with doors on either side. Here, there were others walking about, entering, exiting, and talking outside of the many rooms. Today, we have but one threat to issue, one pressure point: separation from the COR. We've created a society in which there is only one good and one evil. The benefits are immense. A near-total elimination of the plights of society's past. No murder, no poverty, no class distinctions, near-perfect harmony. We stopped in front of a door to the right side of the hallway. There was a young man, perhaps my age, standing nearby, speaking casually with an older woman. I was the palest person in sight and the only one wearing gray. "Hiroshi," said Enoch to the man outside the door. "Yes, Director," he replied. "Is there an available MWR?" "Yes, Director, right this way." We followed Hiroshi a short distance and walked through the door he held open for us. "Is there anything else you need, Director?" he asked. "That's all, thank you." The door closed, and we were left in a small room with very few distinguishing features. It reminded me a bit of the White Room in which I would meet with Noah at the DCC. "You may have noticed," Enoch said, "that Omnipol officials are not implanted with cranial ports to plug into the COR. We use what's called a wave room. This technology connects our minds to the COR without the need for wires and such. I have one in my office, but it doesn't service two people at one time." He pressed a few buttons on a panel affixed to the wall, and a small green light turned on overhead. He gestured for me to exit the room. Confused, I pushed the door open and gaped at what stood before me. The hallway was gone. The people were gone. We were standing on the threshold of Gaius's home, IC, the same one I had visited many times. The dim lights, the hot tub churning in the corner, it was all familiar. I would be lying if I said I had no positive feelings about being IC again. Instinctively, I reached for my interface, as I would have done any other time I plugged in, but it wasn't there. "It's just us here," Enoch said. "We're not connected to the rest of the COR." "Why are we here?" I asked. "It will make it easier for me to explain some things." He pressed more buttons on his interface, and everything disappeared around us. We were standing on a small white platform surrounded by nothingness on every side. We call this space the data matrix. Everything that happens in the COR, as well as data entered from OC, is readily available here. Give it a try, Icarus. Say a name. My first thought was to say Verity's name, but I checked myself. I don't want her to be a part of it. I chose myself. "Icarus ML0195, I said. The surrounding space flashed to life as words, numbers, and pictures appeared in all directions. My whole life was before me. Photos of myself, IC and OC, my job, including work performance reports that I didn't know existed. A list of people I associated with. Even a risk level. Mine was labeled high. Impressive, no? Said Enoch. Now say a date and time. Yesterday, 8th hour. Half of the words and pictures faded away. In their place was a recording of myself and Amy sitting across a pin-hockey table from one another. While I could hear clacking pin-hockey pucks and quiet chatter, a woman's voice from above us began to speak. Clandestine communication detected. Display transcript. Yes, said Enoch. Along the side of the video, a full transcript of our conversation appeared. They really did know everything. Why? I asked. Why do you let us believe we have freedom? We try to be delicate. Not every district is so. Have you ever wondered why there is no one from District T in the Pinocchi Guild? Or District A, Q, R, or X? Each director has their own inclinations. I try to allow a long leash. Does anyone escape by themselves? No, no one leaves here without Omnipol, without me allowing it. How did Verity escape then? We have a policy that seems to work well for artifact disposal. Every so often we give them a task right near the mist. Now, no such task really exists. We plant structures and artifacts for this purpose. Because citizens like Verity tend to draw others away from contentment, we give them the opportunity to leave. What about the trackers? What do you mean? He asked. Did you know where I was when my tracker was removed? Oh, yes, he said. The forearm tracker is more of a safeguard. Your primary tracker is in your cranial port. It was too much for me. I had built my entire identity on defying the Gray City, and it was all pointless. All my efforts were probably watched for entertainment by all these Omnipol officers when they needed a break from their real lives. Why am I here? I asked. You are here because I want to talk to you, said Enoch. It's really that simple. What do you want to say then? I want to say that my position is far more difficult than you could possibly understand. Do you think I'm unaware of all the life experiences the millions of inhabitants of the Gray City are missing? I know them better than you, Icarus. I know what you're missing. Family, art, God, even the trials and difficulties that make a life meaningful. I know how vapid it is down there, and I'm here keeping all of it in place. Why do you think I do it? Because you think none of us is worth living a real life? Far from it, he replied. I do it because real life is largely pain. He turned around and continued. Show quality of life statistics before and after COR. All around us, charts and graphs sprung into place. Look here, Icarus, he pointed at a series of charts off to his right. Death rates down, sickness down, hunger eliminated. For the vast majority of people, the COR was salvation. What about the others? I asked. They can be comforted knowing that their sacrifice has rescued many from misery. Why can't you simply give everyone a choice? For the same reason we say the city is running out of air, this only works when it's the only choice, the only way of life. Don't you understand? I stood there in silence, looking around at all the ways the COR was supposed to be an improvement to our lives. But all those statistics and figures were blown to oblivion by one thought of that first visit to Verity. I don't understand, I said. I don't agree. It's not worth it. We'll see, he said, as the data on the wall faded to black. Let's go, Icarus. We have more to do. Enoch opened a door that had appeared nearby. We stepped back into the same white room we had left earlier, and I followed him back to his office in silence. I had more questions. I had lots to say, but I felt like none of it would have done any good. All I really wanted to know was if I was ever getting out of there. After he sat down behind his desk, Enoch finally spoke. You want to leave? He asked, eyes locked on mine. Yes. Are you willing to suffer for it? The question sent a shudder down my spine, but I wasted no time in my answer. Yes, I replied. Then you will suffer, and you will leave. What do you mean? I asked, now feeling the weight of whatever it was I had just agreed to. I'm sure you don't believe me, Icarus, but I care about you. I am fond of you, your love for your mate, your efforts to abandon the only life you've ever known, a life of comfort. It's all laudable, but you must not be so fond of me. Tell me, do you think I'm evil? I thought he was wrong. I thought he was playing with lives like toys. Does this make one evil? I didn't have enough experience with evil to say. I don't know. Well, think about it, he shouted. The Gray City, the COR, is all this good? No, it's not. And here I am, keeping everyone trapped in this not good system. What does that make me? I don't know, I replied. Lots of people leave this place. And you know something? I don't care what they think about me. Let them think I'm evil. But you, whatever you think, I want you to have the facts. Call me evil, but only after you know what I know. Only after you understand the decisions I must make. Why do you care about what I think? I asked, now trying to worm my way out of it. I'm nothing special. You are special. I've known you for a long time, Icarus. I had you matched with Verity because I never dreamed anything could pull you away from the core. How wrong I was. And you're special for another reason. I've watched you carefully, and your ability to judge people, to see the good in them, to trust them, it's commendable. What do you mean? I haven't done any of that? You trusted Verity, you trusted Alosia. How? I'm not sure. And in doing so, you've created another liability for me. She'll want to leave soon, I'm sure of it. Incredible. Such a simple person, yet you opened her eyes to something. You trusted Van, mistakenly. You trusted those two vagabonds enough to let them slice into your arm. How did you know about that? I asked. I know everything. Enoch rose from his chair and began pacing behind his desk. And there's one more reason you're special, he said pensively. I've always believed in God. I'm a man of faith, you might say. But I fear, perhaps, God may be displeased that I have taken his job. You see, God and I have much in common. But while I control a lot, still, some things are clearly the work of another. Those coincidences that are just too unlikely, too meaningful. What do you mean? I mean that there are 111,285,000 people plugged into the COR. But when you were broken, having given up Max for the first time, or when you were leaving the COR for good, you wept in the arms of your own mother. My mother? The words didn't make sense. That's right, said Enoch, leaning over his desk. Amy FL 2014 gave birth to you. That can't be, I said, searching Enoch's face for reassurance. Statistically, you're correct, but it's true. My thoughts and emotions all snapped into a new alignment. Escaping the Gray City, evading Enoch's suffering, even finding Verity, it was all out of my mind. There was only one thing I wanted. Let me see my mother. You're making more trouble for me, Icarus, he said warmly. If I allow that, she'll be the next one trying to escape. Someone put a lot of work into keeping her here. Sir, I said, I'll do whatever you want. I'll tell you what you want to hear. I'll suffer. Anything. Sir? I thought we were better friends than that. Please, I begged. I'll tell you what. Given that you've already agreed to what will be a very disagreeable experience, I'll allow you to meet with your mother first. What's more, I'll allow you to deliver the news that, should she desire, and she will, she is free to leave this place as well. Thank you, I shouted. Though, could you tell me what is going to happen to me? Since you believe all the pain and suffering the COR has eliminated is worth enduring, you will have your chance to prove it. Bonds. I stood up, trembling with terror and excitement, and followed Enoch to a small door on one side of his office. Your own private COR. Not even I will see what happens in here. Speak openly. It will take a moment for me to get her connected to you. I stepped into the small white room, perhaps closet is a better word, and sat on the chair facing the door. I'll give you 20 minutes, said Enoch as he shut the door. The green light above my head turned on, and I stood up and left the small room. I was back in the COR, back in my own bedroom. I never thought I'd see this place again. Despite my anxiety, I looked around to see if anything had changed. I'm not sure why I thought it would have. I hadn't even been gone a full day. Still, everything was where I left it. I stood next to my bed, nervously swaying, waiting for Amy's arrival. Fortunately, when she appeared, she looked as flustered as I was. I think she was mid-sentence wherever she was ported from, because her first words made no sense. Her shocked eyes darted around the room and somehow grew even more shocked when she saw me. "Icarus, are you okay?" "I'm okay," I replied, quelling a desire to just blurt it out. "Did you not?" I made it to the Capitol. The man who was helping me was Director Enoch. "Oh no, Icarus," she said, finally coming over and giving me a hug. "I think he is going to let me leave." Great. But how are you here?" she asked. I took her hands and held her far enough away so that I could look into her eyes. Those eyes had meant so much to me over the past few months. Enoch told me something unbelievable. I don't know what to even think about it. "Okay," she said, searching my face for the nature of my news. "Amy, you're my mother." She laughed. "I'm what?" "My mother." "There's no way. How do you know?" "Director Enoch told me." "Icarus, is it true? Can it be?" she asked, looking up at me, beaming. "I believe it." All in an instant, she wept uncontrollably, burying her face in my shoulder. "My son," she shouted through her tears. "I don't believe it. My son." I was holding back tears as I held her tight. "If only you knew, Icarus, how often I've thought about you these many years. They hardly even let me hold you before they took you away, but I've thought about you ever since, and now, oh, I love you so much." "I love you too, Mom." I chuckled at the word, but saying it filled my chest with warmth. As we embraced, I remembered all the other times Amy had held me like this, when I was off MAKS for the first time, when I was scared to leave the gray city. I thought it would feel different now that I knew she was my mother, but it really didn't. I felt all the same love I felt those other times. It felt just as real, just as comforting. Comforting as it was, ever looming in the back of my mind was that 20-minute time limit. How long had it been already? "I will have to go soon, but I still have some things to tell you. Don't feel like you have to, but Director Enoch said he'll allow you to leave the Gray City too, if you want to." "If I want to?" she shouted. "It's all I want, Icarus." "I'll try to figure out how that will work. In the meantime," I paused. The concern on my face must have been evident. "There's one other thing I wanted to say." "What is it? What do you need?" she asked. "Before he'll let us leave, Enoch is making me go through something painful. I don't know what it is, but..." My voice cracked. "I'm scared." Amy wasted no time embracing me even tighter than she had before. "I wish I could do it for you," she said. "I would, no matter what it is." "Thank you, but I have to do it for you, and I will." "I know you will," she replied. I thought back to our first separation, and I didn't want this one to end that way, both of us desperately clutching for one another as the COR ripped us apart. I wanted to be in control of this one. "Well, Mom," we both laughed at the joyful awkwardness of it all. "I've got a job to do. I'll see you later?" "You'll see me later. I can't wait." Her tears never quite ceased, but they were down to a manageable level. Neither of us wanted to strike an air of finality, but Amy couldn't resist one more hug and a kiss on my cheek. "Whatever it is, Icarus, you will do it." "I love you," I said with a sigh as I passed through the door back into Enoch's office. "Wait." "Welcome back," Enoch said as I emerged into his office. I trust that it was a pleasant experience. I nodded in assent. "And I take it I'll be seeing her here soon?" "I hope so," I replied. "Well then, are you ready?" "I'm ready." "Excellent. We can use the same WR. I'll be here when you're done." "How long will it take?" I asked, my nerves surely showing. Oh, only an hour or so OC time, but for you, longer. Enoch ushered me back into the wave room. It was only a few steps, but my legs would hardly take me there. My heart pounded in my chest. Trembling all over, I sat down once more. This special instance of the COR was created to encapsulate all the pains that could be found in the old world. If it's any consolation, Icarus, I've endured what you are about to endure. It was no consolation, but the door shut anyway. I don't know how to put this down on paper. Much of it is best never repeated. But much of it is also very confusing. You see, for a good amount of the time, I wasn't Icarus. Not that I was simply in a different body, that's normal enough for someone living IC, but I became different people. In a flash, I was imbued with the loves, fears, hopes, desires, and memories of the person I was embodying. Somewhere in me, I was aware of my true self behind it all. But in another sense, I lost all the protection of being distanced from the various situations I entered. I can't possibly detail all of it, but I hope these snapshots are illuminating. When the door shut, I was expecting to see the green light and exit the room like I had previously. This time, there was no green light, just a change of scenery, as if I had just plugged in. I took stock of my new body. I was a woman. There were no mirrors in the small bedroom, but I felt tired and frail. The bedroom was dilapidated, wallpaper peeled from the walls, stains covered the floor, an unmade bed and a TV, struggling to display a decipherable image, sat on a crooked dresser. When I became sufficiently aware of my surroundings, I could make out a faint cry through the garbled static of the TV. Stepping out of the bedroom into the living room, I saw a toddler standing up in a crib near the door. She couldn't have been 2 years old. Here, memories began to flood back. This was my child. I hurried to pick her up and console her. She too looked frail. Her clothing was stained and her eyes weak. I then remembered the layout of the house, and with a sting I remembered that there was no food in the kitchen. Still, I went there and checked for myself. My new memories were accurate. There was nothing but mold and a box of baking soda in the refrigerator. No food in the freezer, no food in the cabinets. Judging from the way I felt, no food in my belly either. But this child in my arms, what could I do for her? As I was scrambling around, futilely searching for something to feed this poor child, I heard the front door open with a bang, and then another memory flashed into my mind. Frank! What a conglomeration of emotions filled my soul. Most of them resembled fear, but strangely, among all the negative emotions was a clear, palpable love. I hurried into the living room, following an instinct that told me it was the safest option. And there he was, a looming brute of a man, scruffy and disheveled. He staggered into the room, preceded by the stench of beer. "There you are," he grunted as he drew ever nearer to me. "Time to be useful. Take off your clothes." "What?" I asked. Did I stutter? He swung his arm around and struck me in the face with something between a punch and a slap. If I were still a man, I would have fallen over, but as a frail wisp of a woman, I was sent flying across the room. Aside from the shock of being struck, this was the moment I was overcome with pure dread. This was not like the COR. I felt the pain. All in the same instant, I scrambled to pick up the little girl whom I had dropped as I fell to the ground. She was crying uncontrollably. Frank snatched the child from my arms and hurled her into the crib. He reached down, grabbed me by the hair, and dragged me into the bedroom. "Let's try this again," he said, as I struggled to pull myself off the ground, still reeling from the pain. "You've got 10 seconds to be on that bed and ready for me." I don't think I need to share much more of what happened next. I was violently raped in the ambience of a broken TV and the cries of a starving child. I endured many scenes like this one, sometimes as Icarus, but often as someone else. And while the trauma was agonizing, it was the time I had to live in each scene afterward that I hated. Frank passed out on the bed when he was all done, leaving me naked and battered to tend to the poor little girl in the living room. And what could I do for her? I held her in my arms and cried along with her for what felt like hours. The little girl got some reprieve. Once I was gone, so was she. But I was on to the next bit of suffering. I stood across an open doorway from a large man in military gear. I, too, was a large man in military gear. There was a gun in my hands. Then it hit me. I can feel pain. No, I can't do this, I thought. Or perhaps I said it out loud. The other man motioned for me to be quiet and slowly peeked his head out into the doorway. I think I heard a gunshot, but every sense gave way to the awful sight of the man's head exploding 3 feet from where I stood. His body crumpled to the ground, and I dashed as quickly as I could away from the door. The small room left little space to run or hide. I heard something clack to the ground nearby, and by the time I could make out that it was a grenade, everything erupted into chaos. As I struggled to regain my hearing, vision, or even some sense of where I was relative to the door, I felt a pain, first in my thigh, then in my back. I was being shot. Here again, getting shot was awful, but it just wouldn't end. I didn't die. I just writhed on the ground for however long it was, until I was ported to another terrible experience. There were a series of situations like that one, where I got beat up or shot or stabbed. Sometimes a combination of the three. But I can say they weren't the worst. The worst was yet to come. Slowly, the situations became less about violence. The pain was increasingly internal, existential, and for most of these, I was myself. No longer was I merely the victim of suffering, I became its source. I was the abuser, I was the rapist, I was the murderer. I can't say how in control of myself I was during these scenarios, but I remember with a shudder the thrill I felt at causing pain. That was in me, that's still in me, I'm afraid. After a diverse array of torturous experiences, like a faint whisper after an explosion, I had one left to endure. I was standing at the end of a long hallway. The lights overhead were bright and sterile. Along the walls were many doors. All of them were closed but one. I followed the hallway until I came to the open door. Walking in, I saw her for the first time since she had left. It was Verity. She was sitting on a bed with her head resting against the elevated mattress. There was someone else in the bed, a tiny someone. She noticed me as I drew closer, but she didn't smile. She hardly acknowledged me. The scene grew clear as I took my focus off Verity and onto my surroundings. It was a hospital room. In the bed lay a small child, unconscious, plugged into an array of devices lined up against the wall. It was our child. I knew it. I remembered Verity waking me up and telling me that she was pregnant. I remembered our shock. We had thought it was impossible. The baby was our miracle child. I remembered the day she arrived. We called her Joy. I remembered the day after her 6th birthday, the swimming pool. As these memories flooded back into my mind, I experienced something that I hadn't expected. It was a distance, even a fear, of Verity. Why? I approached my mate. Her hand was on our daughter's tiny knee, gently rubbing it with her thumb. I placed my hand on hers, but she pulled away. Don't talk to me. Verity, please. She looked up at me with the most hatred I had ever seen from anyone, ever. Shut up, Icarus. Shut up. My baby is going to die because you couldn't keep your eyes off a damn screen long enough to notice her drowning. This is your fault. That's not... It can't be. She turned her eyes back to Joy, who was breathing faintly under a white sheet. Why are you back here? I thought you said you were going to leave. I don't want to leave you, Ver. Me? She shouted. What about your daughter? What about the little girl you let die? She was sobbing now. I stood there a moment, unsure what to say. If you love me, you'll go away, she said through her tears. As I walked towards the door, I heard her mutter, I wish you had died instead. I spoke to myself as I walked down the long hallway to who knows where. This isn't real. You don't have a daughter. Verity doesn't hate you. This isn't real. This isn't... I froze to a halt in that sterile white hallway as the truth hit me. It doesn't matter. Just because I wasn't getting beaten or raped or shot doesn't mean those things stop existing. It doesn't mean that someone out there isn't experiencing them at this exact moment. It doesn't mean that it won't happen to me or to someone I love. Just because I hadn't neglected my child and let her drown doesn't mean that I'm incapable of it. I am the sort of person who could. Just because Verity doesn't hate me right now doesn't mean she wouldn't in the future. I thought all I had to do was get through this and I'd be free of the pain and suffering. No, this was what I was entering into. This was the price of freedom. I fell to my face on that cold tile floor and reflected on everything. All the pain I had endured, all the pain I had caused. Instead of running from it or trying to convince myself that it wasn't real, I welcomed it. I wanted to feel it all. If this was life's cost of admission, I would pay it. I let the weight of anguish fill me until I couldn't discover one more burden to load onto my soul. Pains I endured, pains I caused, pains that were, pains that might be. I wanted all of them. Why? My present suffering didn't protect me from future suffering, nor did it protect anyone else. I couldn't suffer for anyone else. But in that moment, I wanted to. If all the suffering of the world were in one place, if all the pain the world could endure could be distilled into one cup, I wanted to drink it to the dregs, but I couldn't. And then it was over. I was back in reality. I stepped into Director Enoch's office, a different man. Passage. Enoch looked up from his desk, one eyebrow raised slightly. He was reading my face. "What did you think?" he asked. "I think I'd like to do it again," I replied. "Oh, well, by all means," he said with a laugh, gesturing to the door. I stepped back inside, closed the door, and sat down. Now, this might seem like a dramatic act of bravery, or perhaps even a bluff. I don't think it was either. Don't think too highly of me. I was simply coming down from the intoxication of my newfound perspective. I had a point to prove, and this was how I would prove it. Truth be told, I would have been devastated had Enoch started it up once more. So, maybe it was a bluff. Either way, it worked. I heard Enoch walk toward me, but when he reached the door, he opened it, staring confusedly at me. "Come out of there, Icarus. Sit down." Relieved, I obeyed. "Whatever you may think I'm wrong about," he said, as we walked back to his desk, my glass still mostly full from earlier. "I was right when I said you are special." I sat down and watched as Enoch got settled in his chair. His brow was furrowed, and he rubbed his chin with his palm. He started to speak a few times, but cut himself off before any words escaped. "What do you want from me?" I asked. He stared into my eyes, subtly nodding his head, still rubbing his face. "I don't think you can give me what I want, Icarus." "May I leave then?" "You may." "And my mother?" "I will personally grant her the same offer I made to you, without the extra difficulties." "Thank you," I said. Enoch leaned over a small microphone on his desk and pressed a button off to one side. "Ariana, could you come in here, please?" "Yes, sir," came a voice from a speaker on the desk. Enoch sat back in his chair with a sigh. "Your escort will be here shortly, but Icarus," he paused, shaking his head. "How did you make it through so well?" I thought about it. I couldn't articulate exactly how I felt. I still don't think I can. But what came to my mind then still seems to be the best I can come up with. "I can't suffer for everyone." His brow furrowed, but he didn't speak. Soon, there was a knock on the door. "Come in," said Enoch. The door opened, and in walked a young blonde woman in an off-white dress. "You needed something, Director?" "Yes, Ariana. Please see Icarus here to the void. He leaves with my blessing. Be sure to notify the relevant agencies of his departure." "Yes, sir," she said, turning to me. "Right this way." I stood up to leave. "Icarus," said Director Enoch, "if you could suffer for everyone, would you?" Looking into his eyes, I could see this was the question residing nearest his heart. This is why he brought me here. "I hope so," I replied. "If you ever figure out how," he said, "let me know." With a nod, I followed Ariana out the door and down the elevator. There were many things I ought to have been feeling, Relief that I was finally making it out of the gray city, anxiety for what came next, anticipation of seeing Verity. But I wasn't feeling much of anything. I just felt old. Our first stop was at what looked like a clothing store. There were rows of folded pants and shirts of all colors and sizes, as well as racks of hanging clothes sprawled out through the room's center. "Find something you like," said Ariana, "and take a second set as a spare. Extra socks, underwear, whatever you need. Take your time." I really didn't know what I needed. Clothes I see were just for decoration. Clothes OC were all the same. How could I know how long socks lasted? Still, I perused the shelves for my new wardrobe, trying on articles as I went. It felt good to wear something that wasn't gray. Clothes in hand and on my body, I returned to Ariana, who was waiting at the entrance. She had a large backpack at her side, which she lifted to a nearby table. "You can put your spare clothing in here," she said, opening the bag. "You will also find some other helpful items in here, some food, water, and other articles that you can look through at your leisure." "Thank you," I said as I placed my clothing in the bag and zipped it up. Putting the bag over my shoulder, I followed Ariana back to the elevator and down a few more floors. We were at an entrance of the building, but this place looked nothing like where I had entered earlier. The first thing I noticed was a line of people waiting to pass through some sort of scanner. Following Ariana, I entered the queue. "This scanner checks your body for noose," she said. "If you cross into the void with noose in your blood, you will die." I knew that already, but it was nice to have confirmation that I wasn't going to explode upon crossing the mist. We waited in line, silently advancing toward a white tunnel. As each person passed through the tunnel, the interior lit green, accompanied by a satisfying ba-bing. I imagined the noise would get annoying after a while, but it was music to my ears. Finally, I got my ba-bing, and we continued walking down the corridor. I saw it up ahead, the mist cutting through the interior walls of the hallway. Omnipol employees were passing to and fro like it was part of their daily routine. It was, I guess. Did they live in the void? When we were near the mist, Ariana stepped to one side of the platform, beckoning me to do likewise. "This tends to be a big moment for many," she said. "It is also a moment prone to collisions. Pass through whenever you're ready, but stand to the side until you do." It was a big moment, but not one I wanted to delay for another second. With a deep breath, I stepped through the mist. It felt pretty much like I expected it to, a little moist, a little cool, but nothing that you would notice if you weren't paying attention. Ariana stepped through the mist behind me. On the other side, everything looked basically the same. It was the same hallway, after all. But now I could see the end, and the people bustling through the building's glass entry doors did not obscure glimpses of colors that just didn't exist in the gray city. "We are exiting into an omnipol colony," said Ariana. "We will pass through here and then be at the void proper." We passed through the glass doors and wonderstruck. As the warm, sweet air filled my lungs, I couldn't help but laugh. The sky was blue and vast. It stretched out in every direction, endlessly. People and buildings had color. Plants sprouted up in pots and in patches of uncemented earth. Sure, I had seen all these things I see, but seeing them in reality for the first time helped me to understand how lacking the imitations really were. I could have stared at the sky for the rest of the day. As foreign as it all was, I didn't get the sense of being in another world as I had expected. While the buildings had more color and character here, and they were much lower, they were still buildings. While the people walked around freely, entering and exiting shops or sitting on benches, they were still people. "This doesn't look like what I expected from the void," I said, turning to Ariana. "This is a void settlement. Omnipol extracts just enough nous to counteract some of the more unsettling effects of the void without taking too much, and creating that." She pointed to the great dome of mist looming behind us. As we walked, the buildings grew smaller and sparser, the crowds dwindled. Pavement gave way to grass, and grass gave way to trees. All this within only 5 minutes or so. Even the path we walked grew simpler. With each step, the work of man was giving way to nature, until we reached another wall. This wall was nowhere near as large as the one surrounding the gray city, but it wasn't small either. Our path led to a gate, and a pair of armed men standing outside the gatehouse. Ariana spoke a few words to the men, and the thick metal gate swung open. "This is where we part," she said. "You are not welcome back within these walls after you leave. So, is there anything else I can do for you?" "Where should I go?" I asked. "If you follow this road, you will eventually reach another settlement. You may get there before sundown, and I recommend you try to do so. Settlements are the safest place in the void, especially at night." I thanked Ariana, stepped through the gate, and heard it close behind me. Void. As my path wound through the woods, I realized nobody was watching, nobody was providing for me. These twin realities, that I was always being watched and always going to have food and shelter, I had never once questioned. Now, I was responsible for myself and accountable to no one. The forest was sparse, but not sparse enough for the sky to peek through the foliage, a fact that I lamented. There was no sign of anyone else on the path or in the woods on either side. I oscillated between states of euphoria and terror as I walked. At times, stooping down and smelling clumps of soil I had scooped up with my hand. At other times, nervously scanning the horizon for the terrors I expected behind every tree. The trees gave way to an open field and the first evidence of other people. To my left, the grass rolled off into the distance, various shades of green, speckled by the occasional yellow, pink, or white flowers. On the other side of the path, however, the field was a homogeneous golden color, as heads of wheat gently swayed in the warm breeze. I only took a few steps into this unfamiliar terrain. The smell of the ripe wheat, the vast cloudless sky, the gentle rustle of the grass, the sun on my face, the soil beneath my feet. It was too much for me. It was too visceral, too beautiful. I fell to my knees with a heavy sigh. I wanted to be a part of it. I wanted to run through the fields, soar into the sky, melt into the ground. I wanted to be in it. I wanted it inside me. I raised my head to the sky and uttered the only words that came to mind. "Thank you. Thank you. Thank you." Who was I thanking? It made sense to me then, and every so often flashes of that who become apparent again. My sense of hurry was blunted as I enjoyed the vista. I was also starving. Taking off my backpack, I sat down and looked for the food Ariana had alluded to earlier. To my surprise, I did not find the nutritional rations I had expected, but rather an array of dried meats, fruits, and nuts, all arrayed neatly in separate little bags. I leaned back, the warm grass tickling my arm, and savored my simple meal. As I was repacking my bag, I jumped to attention as I caught something moving toward me on the path beyond. While it was still a long way off, it didn't look like a person. It didn't look like anything but a small gray cloud floating along the dirt path. Then I remembered what I had read in Verity's journal. I probably wasn't going to be able to see anyone, as they would have an aura of mist surrounding them. I hadn't thought about this before, since I could see everyone back at the settlement, but perhaps it's different out here. I thought about running back into the woods, or perhaps turning into the open field, but I checked myself. The chances, I figured, were great that this would not be the first person I encountered on my way to the settlement. Instead, I continued packing my bag and strode toward the person within the small gray cloud. I couldn't tell where he was looking, but once I was close enough that I knew he saw me, I waved and said, "Hello," with as much cheer as I could muster. "You're going to want a hat," came the voice of an old man from within the cloud. "You gray dwellers burn like firewood." Out of the old man's mist flew a tattered straw hat, which fell a few feet to my side. "Thank you," I said, as I picked it up and put it on. I didn't know what sunburn was, but avoiding any kind of burn sounded like a good idea. "My name's Joe." "Icarus," I replied with a smile. There was an uncomfortable pause, made more so because I didn't know where exactly to look. "Ah, I forgot. You can't see me, can you?" "No," I replied. "I can't." I was wondering, maybe they quit shaking hands down in the gray city. "Oh, sorry," I said as I reached out my hand. Joe approached until half of my arm was consumed by the dense cloud surrounding him. I felt his hand close on mine. Then, to my relief, the cloud disappeared. The object of mystery and a little fear had resolved into a person, a kind-looking, hatless old man in worn overalls and a flannel shirt. "Good. You can see me now," he said, as my eyes met his for the first time. "Where are you heading?" "I don't know. I'm looking for my mate. She escaped months ago." "If you keep on this road, you'll get to Anders Orchard. It's a town, not an orchard. If she's not there, she'll probably have passed through." "Thank you," I said. "Is it far?" "Not far. You'll see it over that hill." He pointed into the distance. The hill looked sort of far away to me. With more thanks and friendly nods, I walked past Joe toward my destination. But I stopped with what I thought was a pertinent question. "Can I ask you something?" "Shoot," he replied. "Is it really unsafe outside of towns in the void?" Joe laughed. "The void. If there is a void, you just left it. As for out here, sure, there are dangers, but nothing you should have to worry about on your brief countryside stroll." I shrugged, thanked Joe again, and continued my walk. The distant hill drew ever nearer, and besides the beautiful scenery, I encountered little of interest. At one point I saw another person, Cloud, walking on a perpendicular path, but wasn't close enough to worry about an encounter. When the town came into view, so did many of its inhabitants. The ones nearest me were cloaked in mist, but the few people I could make out in the town below were clearly not. Anders Orchard was nearly as stunning as its surroundings. The buildings were modest, by the standards I was used to, everything was, but carefully integrated into the hilly topography. Wooden peaks rose just above the crest of nearby trees, while the larger stone buildings adorned the skyline with colorful windows and ornamented bell towers. None of the structures appeared formal or sterile like the ones back in the gray city. They were all equally welcoming. I hurried past the many floating clouds doing business on the outskirts of town until the surrounding people were finally visible. I scanned each face with the hope of one of them being my mates. The town itself, now that I was among it, was rather ambiguous technologically. There were light bulbs on street lamps and shop awnings. None of them were yet turned on, as it was still bright out. But I couldn't see any screens or similar devices anywhere. While most walked or rode bikes, I saw a truck or two parked along the streets. As I walked past a bakery, I saw a woman watering the plants outside with a hose. Electricity, transportation, running water, already more than I expected from this place. I walked through the town, not sure what my next step was. Everyone looked normal and friendly enough, but it wasn't until I had walked to the other side of the town and turned around that I decided to ask someone for help. I approached the first person who didn't look busy, an older woman knitting on her porch. "Excuse me," I said, "could you help me?" She looked up at me, waiting for my next words. "I'm new here. I just left the Gray City. I'm looking for someone who may have come through here." "You'll want to speak to Wally, dear. He knows about all that. Wally is the assistant mayor. Nice man. The township building is right around the corner." "Thank you," I replied as I hurried over to find Wally. The township building was right where the old woman said it would be. It was a long white building, but only 2 stories tall. A row of manicured bushes led to the wide stone staircase ascending to the front door. Inside, a young woman behind a desk greeted me. "Can I help you?" "My name is Icarus. I'm from the Gray City. I'm looking for Wally." She perked up. "One moment," she said as she stood up and hurried down the hall. She returned in a few seconds, following a well-dressed man who beamed at me as he approached. "Icarus?" he asked. "Yes." "Ah, how exciting. Follow me, follow me." I followed the man back to his office. It was a small room, full of books and papers, piled all over. "Sit down," he said. "Verity is here. She's been waiting for you." I couldn't help but laugh. I didn't sit down either. "Where is she?" "Right in town. She's living above the general store. She works there." "Can you take me there?" I asked. Half of me didn't want to even wait for his answer. The only thing keeping me from running to the general store was that I had no clue where it was. "Sure, my boy. But what do you think about doing something a touch more sneaky? We left the township building and walked a few blocks down the road, stopping behind the general store. "Wait here, I'll get the owner," said Wally, giddy with excitement. Wally snuck away to the front of the store and soon returned with a tall woman in a brown apron. "Icarus, this is Lydia. She owns this place." "Oh, it's so nice to meet you, Icarus. Perhaps your arrival will encourage your mate to talk about something else for a change." She winked at me with a smile. "Come, follow me." We walked up a flight of steps at the back of the building. Lydia unlocked a door and ushered me inside. At the end of the hall, we turned to another door and stepped inside. As the sun set, the small apartment glowed with the golden light streaming through the windows along its longest wall. Visible from the entrance were 2 wooden chairs near a table, covered with a yellow tablecloth and a vase full of white flowers. Further into the room, beyond a small kitchen, was a doorway leading to the bedroom. "This is the space Verity is renting from me. I suppose it is yours now as well. Why don't you get comfortable and I'll send her up. Don't worry, I won't tell." I didn't understand why everyone was so excited about our reunion. I only assumed Verity, wonderful as she was, had already become loved by the people here in town. After Lydia left, I set my bag down and got to work, figuring out where I should place myself. I opted to sit at the table facing the door. My stomach was in knots as I heard her walking down the creaky hallway. Soon, the doorknob was turning, the door opening. She entered the apartment absent-mindedly, muttering something to herself. When she saw me, she jumped, but her fear quickly resolved into joy, which quickly resolved into tears. It looked like, for a second, she was going to run over to me, but instead, she fell to her knees right where she stood. She was even more beautiful than I remembered. She wore nothing but jeans and a t-shirt. The apron she held at her side had dropped to the floor along with her. This was the first time I'd seen her in anything but gray. Her skin was radiant. The sun had eradicated what little sickly sheen the gray city imbued upon her. And her eyes? She was saying something, but it was hard to make it out exactly. I'm sure I heard the words, "I knew you'd come." I approached her with the intention of helping her up, but she sprang at me, nearly knocking me over. Every inch of her body was pressed against mine as we kissed for the first time as free people. Epilogue. I had arrived home from my job at the sawmill, which is physically much harder work than my old job, but far better work. When I opened the front door, my wife greeted me with a kiss. I was also greeted by the smell of something delicious cooking in the oven. Verity had become a formidable cook. I took a shower, which I can happily report featured more than adequate water temperature and pressure, and got dressed. Somewhere during that time, my mom let herself in carrying her grandson. The novelty of being my mother had faded quickly for her when we told her she would be a grandmother. We called our son Abraham in honor of the man who had been so helpful to us. I didn't think I could love anyone more than Verity, but Abraham is giving her a run for her money. For Ver, I'm not even close, even though she says that's not true. The 4 of us sat around the table and ate. This is how most days go, and I love it. After dinner, little Abe went down to sleep, followed soon by my mom, who needed only to cross the hall to her residence. Finally, it was just me and Verity. A thin beam of silvery moonlight stretched across the living room floor, nearly reaching us, snuggled up on our small couch. "How often do you think about our old life?" she asked, leaning against my chest. "Quite a bit." "I hardly ever think about it anymore. It feels more like a dream than anything else." "I don't know," I replied. "It feels like this is a dream. Sometimes I'm afraid I'm just going to wake up back in the gray city." "If that ever happens," she said, sliding up my body and kissing my neck, "you'd just have to find me again." She was right. Even if none of this were real, I'd keep searching for it, because it would be better to seek this life, even if I could never have it.